In 1983, he joined the Scottish Parliament in 1999, where he held the role of First Minister.
The message to great British businesses of all sizes is that we want the UK to be the best place in the world to start and grow a defence business. That's why we set a target to spend an extra £2.5 billion with SMEs by 2028. That's an uplift of 50%. This is a Labour government delivering for defence and delivering for Britain.
Simon.
Thank you. Imcross, a company in my constituency of Stroud, is the sole supplier of flight-critical parts to the Typhoon aircraft and a key supplier for the Vanguard's submarine fleet. They are now on the verge of collapse, and HMRC are filing to wind them up after the owners were prohibited from selling their business on the grounds of national security and sovereign capability. So I ask the Minister, what support is he offering to critical suppliers that are struggling financially, and will he meet with me to discuss what steps we can take to support this company?
So state.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for championing Imcross in his constituency. I think he will accept that it's right that when British companies that do deliver the sort of sovereign UK capabilities he mentions, that we scrutinise hard any sale to foreign firms. Imcross do indeed play an important role in the Typhoon supply chain and the F-35 supply chain, and my honourable friend, the Minister for Defence, Readiness and Industry, will be happy to meet.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very kind. Domo Tactical Communications in my constituency manufacture drones and communications equipment used around the world. They are having some problems engaging with the MOD on sovereign capability, and the previous Minister of State for Defence Procurement was due to visit them in my constituency, but that meeting has since fallen through since the reshuffle. The Minister on the 25th of November confirmed that he would visit. Can I ask that the meeting is arranged as soon as possible, please?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman points to a firm in his constituency, and it is true that for too long too many small firms have felt locked out of MOD contracts. It is also true that the last government, his government, missed its own targets for SME defence support. And our new Office for Small Business Growth that opened its doors for the first time last week will help turn that around. And at the risk of overburdening my honourable friend, the Minister for the Defence, Readiness and Industry, I'm sure he'd be willing to meet.
Chair of the Select Committee, Tamnan Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. UK defence SMEs remain essential to safeguarding our national security. And while drones remain an essential part of modern warfare, so are helicopters. Yet, The Times has reported that our sovereign capability to produce military helicopters could now be under threat because of government indecision as to whether we actually need helicopters or not. Because apparently the Treasury has deemed that they may not be essential to operations going forward. So can the Secretary of State confirm, is it the Ministry of Defence or the Treasury which decides on defence procurement priorities? And also, can he clarify when the decision to award the medium-lift helicopter contract will actually be finally made?
Well, my honourable friend and his committee know a great deal more about this than the Times. He will know that there is a current contract process underway and a competitive process for the new medium-lift helicopter. He will also know that we are working flat out to finalise the Defence Investment Plan, and he will know that as part of that plan we are dealing with a programme of record, a previous commitment to equipment which was hugely overcommitted, it was underfunded and in some cases unsuited to the threats that we face. For the first time for nearly 18 years, this is the Defence Department taking a line by line, building up our plans for the future.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister recognise that many small and medium-sized enterprises in the defence sector are supported by bigger defence firms? Companies like Honeywell operate on the Leonardo site in Yeovil. Does he therefore accept that if bigger defence firms like Leonardo cannot get contracts like the new medium helicopter contract, we risk losing not just Leonardo but smaller defence firms too?
Well, can I say to the honourable gentleman, firms like Leonardo are getting defence contracts. And just the week before last, I was in Edinburgh awarding a £450 million contract to Leonardo for a really important part of upgrading our Typhoon jets for the future. Yes, of course, the honourable gentleman is right. The supply chain to smaller and medium firms is often mediated by primes like Leonardo, which is why it's important that since the election, we have let over 1,100 major contracts in defence, and 84% of those have gone to British-based firms.
James Cartledge, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the opposition, can I associate us with the condolences expressed to the families of Lord Wallace, Lord Flight, and of course the family of Captain Philip Muldowney. Now, Mr. Speaker, last June, from that dispatch box, the Secretary of State promised to deliver the Defence Investment Plan by the autumn. He failed to do so. At our previous orals, in December, he promised to work flat out to deliver the DIP by the end of the year. He failed to do so. With continuous dither and delay, is it no surprise that reports last month indicated the worst sentiment among UK defence SMEs for 20 years? The DIP is well overdue. Can he confirm that it will finally be published this month?
We're working flat out to complete the DIP, and he, above all, having been responsible for defence procurement under the last government, will appreciate just how overcommitted his own programme is, will appreciate the truth of his former boss when he said under 14 years the Conservatives have underfunded and hollowed out our armed forces, and we will deal with that overcommitment, we'll deal with the underfunding, and we'll deal with the fact that his plans were unsuited to many of the threats that we face.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrats. Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that we must increase defence spending urgently, but we are not hearing many ways to get that moving right away without harming British security in other ways, slashing international development aid or investment in renewable energy, for instance, just robbing Peter to pay Paul. The Chief of Defence Staff has warned that there is a £28 billion funding shortfall. I want to offer the Secretary of State a practical, costed way to close much of that gap. Defence bonds. This would raise £20 billion over the next 2 years and get investment straight away into capability and the industrial base, including the SMEs we rely on. Will the Secretary of State now give this proposal serious consideration as part of a clear, funded plan to plug the funding gap and get defence investment moving?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I remember when his predecessor stood in this House after the election arguing, like the honourable gentleman opposite did, for this country investing 2.5% of GDP by 2030. The honourable gentleman called for that 13 times before the Prime Minister a year ago said we would do it 3 years earlier than he or the other party. We will look at any potential way of raising the level of investment going into defence. But I just say to the honourable gentleman, he could start by recognising that this is a government that has made a commitment and is making a record investment in defence, the largest increase since the end of the Cold War. And I note that in passing, he seems to be against the way that we will fund this and reach 2.5 and 2.6 next year.
Just to say, we are only on question one. If you can help me, that will be useful. Toby Perkins.
Question number 2.
Secretary.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take and answer questions 2 and 17 together. 3 weeks ago, I was in Kyiv. I saw for myself the savagery of Putin's brutal assault on the Ukrainian people, and I saw also their extraordinary defiance. Next week, I will co-chair the 50-nation-strong Ukraine contact group in NATO, and the UK is providing more military support now than ever before, and we will continue to stand united in this House, will continue to stand united in this country, and we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Toby Perkins.
Well, the Defence Secretary is absolutely right to spell out the strength of our commitment. But there is increasing concern about the extent to which China are propping up both the economic and military capabilities of Mr Putin and his barbaric regime. So can the Secretary of State tell me what his latest assessment is of China's contribution to Putin's war machine and what steps we're taking to ensure the international community remains united?
My honourable friend is right to raise this, Mr Speaker, and As a nation, as a government, the UK will not hesitate to act against those that are supplying and funding Putin's war economy. We've sanctioned a range of organisations that operate in third countries over economic and military support for Russia, including 50 Chinese companies. So we'll continue to work across other nations, with other nations, and to bolster the support for Ukraine and the principles of the UN Charter.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In North Warwickshire and Bedworth, many, like Felicitas in Water Orton, have welcomed Ukrainian refugees into their homes, and they've stood by Ukraine, just as this Labour government has. Meanwhile, Reform-led Warwickshire County Council has removed the Ukrainian flag from County Hall, despite public protest. Given the ever-growing threats of Russian aggression, what steps is the UK taking to strengthen its anti-submarine warfare capabilities?
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is right that as politicians of any party, we are judged on what we do, not just what we say, and the performance of reform-led councils will certainly come home to roost, I suggest, for his party. But my honourable friend is right, and in this new era of Russian threat, we must ensure that our Royal Navy has the innovation it needs to detect, to track and to deter threats beneath the waves. And so today we've announced a new £40 million contract with a British-based SME to buy new sonar buoys, exactly to be deployed and used beneath the waves to track Putin's subs.
Right, Rishi Sunak.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, our Ukrainian friends don't just want to physically rebuild after this devastating war, but recover with a modernised, reformed economy that can attract investment and support their entrepreneurial population. Now, this is something Britain can help with, given our strengths in defence, technology and indeed as a global financial centre. So could I ask the government to fully lean into these efforts alongside our allies, the IMF, the World Bank and the private sector, because an economically strong Ukraine is not just good for Ukraine's future security, but ours as well.
The honourable gentleman is entirely right. A strong Ukraine is the key to a long-term secure Europe. He is also right that British defence, British innovation and British financial muscle can help Ukraine in the medium term. I think he'd also recognise that we can contribute to Ukraine in a unique way, having been, since the start of Putin's brutal invasion, the country that has been Ukraine's closest and most reliable ally under both governments.
Mr
Speaker, as we approach the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine this month, with reports that Russian troops have killed 12 people and injured 17 others after launching a drone strike on civilians just yesterday, the brutality of Putin's war shows no sign of abating. So can the Secretary of State confirm that the UK will not follow any US lead that undermines Ukraine's sovereignty or territorial integrity? And will he commit to maintaining Britain's military support at current levels or above, ensuring that decisions about Ukraine's future remain with Kyiv, not with Washington or Moscow?
Mr Speaker, Ukraine's sovereignty, its territorial integrity is at the heart of our determination to stand with Ukraine. We are determined to step up our support for Ukraine, and this House will recognise the brutal attack on those mine workers going to work in order to mine the coal to keep their own Ukrainian citizens warm in this unprecedented cold period in Ukraine.
Number 3, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Pembrokeshire is at the heart of Britain's defence future. I'm excited about the opportunity for local people, and to help deliver that, I'm proud that it is this Labour government working with the Labour government in Wales that are progressing the defence growth deal for Wales that will help prove that defence is an engine for growth right across Wales.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the government's increased investment in the defence sector in Pembrokeshire. It represents a real opportunity for businesses and the local community. Good, well-paid jobs, strong local supply chains, all strengthening our national security. Can the Minister set out what engagements he's had with the local supply chain, as well as any discussions regarding the new munitions and energetics factory in Milford Haven?
Can I thank him? Since I met the honourable gentleman, we've been discussing how we roll out faster the new munitions factories that as a government we're committed to deliver, but also how we can support the growth in skills. And as part of our £182 million for skills in the Defence Industrial Strategy, that includes skills funding for Wales, and the opportunity that the Defence Growth Deal provides is to uplift skills for defence right across Wales, and I'm happy continuing our conversations as to how that can benefit his constituents in Pembrokeshire.
Alistair Carmichael.
Question 4, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, as the Strategic Defence Review set out, the High North is becoming more important to the UK and to our NATO allies as it becomes more accessible through climate change. We have Royal Navy deployments in the High North, we have Royal Marines cold weather training in Norway, we have Ranger exercises in Sweden and in Finland. We will continue to step up on Arctic security alongside our NATO and alongside our GEF allies.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I thank you, Mr Speaker, for your words about the late Lord Wallace of Tankerness. Jim Wallace was not just my predecessor in this House, but he was a friend and, in fact, my London flatmate for many years. I'm sure that his family and all those who mourn his passing, especially in the Northern Isles, will appreciate your acknowledgement of his contribution. Through the years of the Cold War, the RAF's radar station at Saxford in Unst was the front line of our nation's defences to the north. That was drawn down 20 years ago and is now home to the Shetland spaceport. We've seen the recent activities of the Russian tanker Yanta, the interception of the Bella 1, and with space being identified as a priority in the Strategic Defence Review, will the Government now be reassessing the significance of Shetland and its waters as we look to the developing situation in the far north?
Mr Speaker, we deeply value that the role of Shetland and Scotland in general plays to reinforce the security of the United Kingdom. The fact that there are 9,500 full-time troops in Scotland, the fact there are around 3,000 civilian defence personnel based in Scotland, and the fact that as a government in the last year we put over £2 billion into the Scottish economy to support defence, and the role that Scotland plays in general, part of keeping this country safer, but also defence driving economic growth throughout the UK.
Speaker, along with the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland, my constituency has an obvious interest in the High North and the defence of the western approaches, and I welcome this £40 million investment in anti-submarine sonar buoys and Operation Bastion to defend sub-sea cables across the Atlantic. But can the Minister give us a similar assurance about the integrity of cables and between cables and communications between our islands across the Pentland Firth, the Minch, the Irish Sea and even the Isle of Wight?
Well, my honourable friend points quite rightly to a growing level of Russian activity in particular that monitors and potentially threatens our critical undersea infrastructure. He will see the way that we have demonstrated that we see, we understand and we track those Russian threats, that we're working particularly through GEF allies together to deal with those threats, and we will step up that further in the months ahead.
Calm.
Quiet, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the US remains the UK's principal defence and security partner, and our cooperation on defence, nuclear capability and intelligence remains as close and effective as anywhere in the world, keeping Britain safe in an increasingly dangerous environment. As close friends, we're not afraid to have difficult conversations when we need to. Friends turn up for each other, as we did for the US in Afghanistan, and friends also are honest with each other, as the Prime Minister has set out.
Calm.
Can I ask the Minister and the Secretary of State to consider diverting defence spending away from programmes that do not truly protect the British people? Our nuclear deterrent now consumes nearly a third of the defence budget through Trident, a system that cannot be launched without US approval. In pursuing nuclear deterrence and mutually assured destruction, we have drained funding from conventional forces and neglected diplomacy and development that actually prevents conflicts. So does he believe that prioritising nuclear defence over reducing tensions, ending conflicts and promoting peace genuinely delivers security for our people? And if so, can you explain why?
Can I thank him for his question? I recognise it comes from a a different point of view than I think many people in this House and in the wider public as well. Our nuclear deterrent is operationally independent. The only person that can authorise the firing of that is the Prime Minister. It is a part of our security apparatus that keeps us safe every single day and has done for decades. As a government, we're continuing to invest in our nuclear deterrent, as we're investing in jobs and skills right across the country that keep us safe every single day. Our relationship with the United States is a key part of that, but we'll also continue to invest with our relationship with our other allies, especially around Europe as well.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Bury St Edmunds, we have many US servicemen living off base from Lakenheath. They are a huge asset and greatly welcome. Would the Minister agree that the US remains our most essential ally and join me in my gratitude for the service of these brave US servicemen and women, so important for security?
Can I thank my friend for his question? There are thousands of US personnel stationed in Britain. Their presence here helps keep us safe, as well as protecting American interests as well. We will continue to work closely with our US allies. It is important to do so, and we'll continue to invest in deepening that security partnership with the personnel based here in the United Kingdom to keep us safe in these more dangerous times.
David Reid, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government admits it cannot ratify the Chagos Treaty without first amending the UK-US agreement on Diego Garcia. But currently, that binding agreement requires Chagos to remain under UK sovereignty until at least 2036. So can the Minister confirm this? If the United States does not agree to amend that treaty, then the UK would be in breach of international law. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, doesn't this mean that the Chagos giveaway deal is now dead in the water?
I'm sorry he missed my concluding remark at the end of the opposition day last week, but not once did he say why his government started that deal. Not once did he give the details as to the preparatory work that his government was supposed to do to answer his own question there. This deal secures the future of that UK-US base. We will continue working closely with our American allies to progress that deal and to continue those conversations, but I'm afraid all he's asking for here is more uncertainty. We're securing the future of that base. He's just talking it down.
Max Wilkinson.
Number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We entered negotiations on safe participation in good faith. However, no agreement was possible that met our national interests. We will continue to explore cooperation with the EU and its member states that strengthen European security, underpin our NATO first policy, and we're pleased that the government has been able to conclude new defence partnerships with our European partners, including France and Germany.
Wilkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. Doesn't this go back to the key problem that faces us as a nation? It's the failed Brexit bestowed upon us by the previous government and their friends in the Reform Party. Ministers have my sympathy in trying to unpick this mess, but they're going too slowly. Brexit is clearly the biggest barrier to us participating in this scheme. Is it now obvious that our best economic interests and our national security are best served by a more rapid reintegration with the European Union?
The biggest security threat facing the United Kingdom is Russia, and we're responding to that by deepening our alliances right across the NATO alliance, especially with our European friends. We will continue to do so. We weren't able to conclude the safe negotiations in a manner that was consistent with the objectives we set out when we started that work, but we will continue to work with them because they're not just our European friends, they're our NATO allies. Their security is our security, and we take that very seriously.
Calvin Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, building European strategic autonomy is vitally important to deter Putin from further attacks upon us. But this is completely undermined by attacks on NATO, the bedrock of our security, by the Green Party. Does my right honourable friend agree that when our alliances are undermined for superficial political gain, they are, in essence, doing the work of Putin?
For that question. The honourable gentleman is right. In the space of 1 minute, the Green Party leader veered from reforming NATO to pulling out altogether. The growing era of threat is far too serious for this kind of student union make-it-up-as-you-go-along politics, and the only person cheering the rank amateurism of the Green Party leader is sat in the Kremlin. Labour is the party of NATO, and we will stand by that steadfast support for the alliances that keep us all safe every single day.
The Liberal Democrat spokesperson, James McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was reported last night that the Prime Minister wants a closer defence partnership with Europe, and that last November's talks on UK access to the EU's €150 billion Safe Defence Fund collapsed, with France reportedly driving the impasse by demanding an inflated price for UK entry, despite many EU partners wanting to open UK participation. With the UK being Europe's largest defence producer and a unique security partner, not just another third country, will the Secretary of State now reopen negotiations, urge the Prime Minister to raise this directly with President Macron, perhaps in their reported WhatsApp group, and publish the government's cost-benefit analysis for joining SAFE, including the entry price it judges acceptable?
Well, can I thank him for his question? I too want a closer defence partnership with Europe. It's why we set that out with the EU reset announced by the Prime Minister. We'll continue working closely, not just with the European Union, but the European Union member states, the majority of whom are NATO members, that will be able to support their security. We are an important player in the international defence scene, and it's important that UK businesses are able to access markets, not just for economic growth purposes, but because it keeps them safe as well.
Dan Vokes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 7.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I should like to answer questions 7 and 16 together. I thank the honourable members for their questions. Veterans across this country are benefiting from record levels of investment. The new veteran strategy celebrates our remarkable veterans as a vital national asset, with £50 million for Valour and £12 million for the Reducing Veteran Homelessness Programme, alongside Operations Courage, Restore, Fortitude, Ascend and Nova. We are committed to ensuring our veterans can easily access support they deserve when and where they need it.
Vokes.
Veterans in my constituency benefit from the stellar Monmouthshire Veterans Support Hub in Abergavenny. Organisations like this and the volunteers that keep them running are invaluable to our communities. We also have excellent branches of the Royal British Legion and a veterans-informed GP service in Monmouth. As the government's Valour programme gets underway, will the Secretary of State accompany me when I next visit the Monmouthshire Veterans Hub, not only to sample their brilliant breakfast fry-up, but also to see the brilliant examples of what can be achieved by these support hubs?
It's truly wonderful to hear the great work being done in her constituency to support veterans. And far be it from me to get in between the Secretary of State and a fry-up, but I may, if I can, take his place on a visit.
John Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what assessment she's made of the adequacy of housing provision for military veterans, particularly for those with service-related injuries or disabilities, in rural areas like Derbyshire Dales, where there is severe pressure on our affordable and supported housing stock?
I thank the honourable member for that question, and he raises a very important point. Those veterans who choose to resettle in rural areas may face additional challenges to access the services that they deserve. This government is committed to reducing veterans' homelessness, and I note the £12 million that we have spent to do so.
On his birthday, Lincoln John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister whose job it is to protect and enhance the moral component of fighting power?
I thank the honourable and gallant member for that question, and happy birthday. I think that to protect the moral component of fighting power is a duty that is, of course, on those of us who have the huge privilege of serving as ministers in this government. And indeed, I'm sure that every officer would also know that they have a role to play as well.
Ms Summer Roberts.
The Veterans Commissioner for Wales has said that veteran support to tackle substance abuse, mental health crisis and also residential services do not exist within the NHS in Wales as they do within the NHS in England. So what steps is she taking to work with the Commissioner and with the Welsh Government to improve access to these essential services? And will she encourage veterans to attend my event in Caernarfon on Sunday, which brings a host of key support organisations together?
I thank the honourable member for her question and echo the excellent job she's done to promote her event. Of course, my commitment to veterans goes across this entire nation, and we must do what we can, where we can, to ensure that veterans, wherever they are located, can access the support that they need. I know that some of the matters she refers to are devolved, but I, of course, work with all of my counterparts across the devolved administrations to deliver.
Shadow Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you, sir. We had hoped to see the Armed Forces Minister here today, but we accept that he is on manoeuvres. More seriously, we learnt last week... We learnt last week that the Prime Minister's interest in British Army veterans once even stretched to working with disgraced lawyer Phil Shiner to help prosecute them. What's the Minister's reply to the subsequent comment from General Sir Peter Wall, former head of the British Army, who said of those actions, and I quote, "If that's the Prime Minister's moral stance, then one has to ask questions about how compatible that is with his job of making decisions about putting soldiers in harm's way in the national interest for the defence of the realm." What's the answer to the former Chief of the General Staff about that?
I know that the honourable member who played such a who played such a pivotal role in the previous government's disastrous record on looking after these armed forces, whether it was overseeing horrendous decline in accommodation, real-term cuts to military pay, or indeed the hollowing out and underfunding of armed forces. So I know he is not a details man, but I would just gently remind him that the Prime Minister did not work with that individual or with any organisation, and his role was limited. His role was limited to working with the Law Society on points of law. He actually has a record of representing people who were wrongfully accused or killed on operations.
Mark Francois.
Try this for detail. Why should any British soldier, past or present, or those who commanded them, owe loyalty to a Labour government which contains an Attorney General who once willingly represented Gerry Adams, or a Prime Minister who once wrote a legal treatise on how best to prosecute them under the ECHR? Why, before he was elected to Parliament, did our Prime Minister agree to take formal legal instructions from Phil Shiner, a man hated throughout the British Army for his years of false claims against veterans, for which he was subsequently convicted as a fraudster and struck off? What kind of politicians support our soldiers by helping to sue them?
I think it is well known in this House that the Prime Minister was a human rights lawyer, and so obviously wrote in connection with that. I think what really stands testament to the Prime Minister's support for veterans is the fact that this government is delivering record spending for veterans. We're rolling out the 50 million Valor hubs, and I think that speaks for itself.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've paused IOC for Ajax until the investigations into the safety incidents have concluded. Let me be clear, I want the MOD and our forces to be bold, to innovate and challenge, but they must never compromise on safety. We're preparing a recommendation on next steps with Ajax, and I'll keep this House informed, as I have done since the Excise Titan storm on the 22nd November last year.
And the best subject.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister knows I have a keen interest in this topic. Obviously, we know that there were 33 injuries sustained during Excise Titan storm. Initial operating capability for Ajax was achieved by General Dynamics on the 23rd of July. And between the 23rd of July and Excise Titan storm on the 22nd November, there were 3 other excises: Excise Scorpion Cyclone, Excise Cyclone Storm and Excise Tradewind. I wrote to the Minister last year in a written question and asked him how many injuries were sustained, and I'm yet to receive a response. Could he confirm how many instances of noise and vibration injuries were sustained on those 3 exercises, and whether there were any injuries that resulted prior to him signing off IOC on the 5th of November?
As the Member of Parliament who PQs the MOD the most, it's good to know that he keeps track of all his questions. I'm certain I have replied to that, but I will check when I get back to the Department to make sure he has it. We are looking at all the incidents storm and suggestions of incidents and potential injuries previously. The injuries under the last government are well documented, but to get to the bottom of what happened and why that information did not flow to ministers ahead of the IOC declaration, we've instigated a number of investigations. I'll continue to keep the House updated with the progress.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
Under plans set out in the Defence Housing Strategy, 90% of military homes will be upgraded, renewed or rebuilt. This strategy is backed by a record £9 billion investments over a decade, work which will be driven by the Defence Housing Service. We've also already rapidly improved military homes by delivering our charter commitments, including transforming 1,000 of the very worst homes.
But, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the new publicly owned Defence Housing Service, which is already improving conditions for service families by bringing 4,688 of the 5,088 military homes in the eastern region back into public ownership for upgrade and renewal. Does the Minister agree that we must continue investing in our armed forces, the backbone of our national security, and that after years of neglect under the last government, Labour's £9 billion military housing strategy is finally delivering the homes and support our service families deserve?
Well, my honourable friend is quite right to point out that under the previous government, forces families were severely let down in regards to housing. Under the plans set out under the Defence Housing Strategy, he rightly notes 90% of military homes will be upgraded, renewed or indeed rebuilt.
Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Minister very much for that answer. Minister, there's a massive improvement, of course, in forces housing, but there is one at Ballykinler. It's been lying vacant, I understand, Mr Speaker, for 5 years. It's heated. There's new windows in. There's been lots of work done. I've written to the MOD asking this question. Is it not possible with the properties that are not being used that they get used for another purpose? For instance, it could be used for youth camps, for youth groups. It could be social housing as well because it's secure within Ballykinler. It's a specific question. The Minister may not be able to answer, but I would very much appreciate an answer back on that. Thank you so much.
I thank him for his question. As he will be aware, I can't update on that specific instance, but I will get an answer for him. And we are exploring how we can make best use of the existing estate.
Dave Chabot.
Question number 10, please, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, with permission, I'd like to answer questions 10 and 22 together. The government's already making the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, with plans to hit in April 2027 2.6% of GDP on defence and 3% in the next Parliament.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Britain is facing a once-in-a-generational threat to our national security, with Putin's war continuing in Europe and growing uncertainty about the future reliability of the United States. Will the Secretary of State therefore take up the Liberal Democrats' proposal to issue time-limited defence bonds, allowing the public to invest directly in modernising our armed forces, raising billions for new equipment, while ensuring strong parliamentary oversight of how that money is spent?
Well, Mr Speaker, I note the arguments that he and his party are now making, but it was just in autumn 2024 that the Lib Dems were calling for this government to set a pathway to 2.5%. And, Mr Speaker, we went further than that with the largest increase in defence spending into the Cold War, 3 years before he was calling for it. And we have a plan, of course, to hit 3% in the next Parliament.
Mayor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I appreciate what the Defence Secretary has just said, but with President Trump attempting to tear apart the international alliances that have kept us safe for decades, with Putin waging war in Ukraine for almost 4 years, the world is changing fast, and we need to come together as patriots to decide how we can best invest in the defence of our country as quickly as possible. So can I press him again to convene cross-party talks on how we can reach 3% of GDP on defence quickly and ensure defence bonds are part of the solutions?
Well, Mr Speaker, I'd welcome the support in the first instance from her and her party for the fact that in this Parliament we will spend £270 billion investing in defence to keep Britain safe and our alliances secure for generations to come. Mr Speaker, this is a government that is delivering for defence, and it is delivering for Britain.
Morrison.
Question number 11, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Veterans of Operation Banner, like all veterans, are benefiting from record levels of investment by this government. The new veterans strategy celebrates our remarkable veterans with £50 million for Valour and £12 million for reducing the veterans' homelessness programme.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today was my brother's birthday. He was a veteran who died at age 36, and he would be proud that today I'm talking about the 250,000 veterans of Operation Banner. And they put their lives at risk to fight to keep us safe and free. And those veterans deserve our support. So will the Minister explain why the government no longer believes those veterans deserve to be protected from years more lawfare?
I note the service of her brother. As she well knows, this government is bringing in real protections for veterans, and if she wishes to support legislation that gives blanket immunity to terrorists, that is, of course, her prerogative.
Question 12, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
To deter and defeat aggression, this government is investing in innovation and the latest capabilities for our forces. R&D is critical to maximising defence ability to be an engine for growth, and it's this government that's ensured 10% of our equipment plan must be spent on novel technologies, and we have introduced a £400 million Defence Innovation Fund.
Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. He will know that investment in defence R&D has tremendous impact on the UK economy as well, not only jobs and crowding in private investment, but spillover effects of new technologies helping Britain to prosper. So, given that, isn't it clear that if the government was to issue defence hypothecated bonds, it would make a brilliant return for the British taxpayer too?
Well, can I thank him for his question? He's absolutely right that defence innovation has considerable spillover positive effects for the wider economy. It's one of the reasons why, as a government, we're investing in technologies that have dual use potential, not just to give our fighting forces the equipment they need, but wider benefits for the wider economy. He will have heard what the Secretary set out in terms of defence spending, but I welcome his support for defence innovation and investment in R&D.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the last few months, the member for Bournemouth West and I have been campaigning for a new drone centre to be designated at the Dorset Innovation Park. Now, the park already hosts a strong defence ecosystem for testing, developing and researching drone technology. Alongside this, of course, the county has a well-established network of colleges and universities in Bournemouth, Poole and Weymouth, offering the skills that we need to make this a success. So with all this in mind, will the Minister continue to work with myself and all the relevant stakeholders to establish a drone centre at the Dorset Innovation Park, which I know will help to strengthen national security and, of course, secure good jobs? Sorry.
As a fellow West Country MP, can I tell him I recognise the ambition and the determination he has to see more of that innovative technologies, autonomy, drones and other types of new novel technologies create good jobs in his community. I know that he's been speaking to not only myself but the Armed Forces Minister who leads on drones around this, and I wish the businesses in his constituency and the wider region the very best as they innovate to provide our armed forces with the kit they need.
Question number 13, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has stepped up our support for naval shipbuilding. We've secured the largest shipbuilding export in British history, with the Type 26 being sold to Norway, invested in strategically important infrastructure and are driving naval programmes in UK shipyards. The Shipbuilding and Maritime Technology Action Plan will set out our future ambitions to support naval and civilian shipbuilding and maritime technology sectors.
Richard Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I thank the Minister for his response. White Shipyard and Diverse Marine in my constituency do absolutely fantastic work, and they thoroughly welcome the launch of the new dedicated unit to help ensure small defence companies can access MOD contracts. However, given the recent news that a £200 million contract has been awarded to the Dutch firm Damon, what assurances can the Minister offer to companies like White Shipyard and Diverse Marine that it will have a fair and credible route into competing for these major programmes?
Minister.
For his question, Serco have indeed awarded a contract to Damon as part of their provision of tugs for the UK military. We've set out very clearly, Mr. Speaker, our intention that more of our rising defence budget should be spent with British companies, supporting the construction of more naval assets in British shipyards. We'll continue to do so, not just supporting Type 26s and Type 31s being built in Scottish shipyards, but as we move to a hybrid navy, more platforms being built in shipyards right across the United Kingdom.
In room.
Speaker, we could better invest in naval shipbuilding if the government listens to a report that's been published by the National Audit Office, which estimates £1.5 billion a year of defence spending is lost to fraud, and that the Ministry of Defence recovers only 48p in every pound spent on counter-fraud work, less than other departments. What will the Minister do to ensure more of that funding can be recovered for our national defence?
For raising this question, let's be absolutely clear. Any money lost to fraud is people taking money away from our national security and our national defences, and it is unacceptable. As a department, we're looking at how we improve and continuously improve our anti-fraud measures. We'll continue to do that, and as we roll out increased defence spending, it is even more important that we spend this wisely.
Cameron Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, question 14, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United Kingdom's nuclear deterrent is completely operationally independent. Only the Prime Minister can authorise the firing of the UK's nuclear weapons, and even if they're deployed as part of a wider NATO response, £15 billion is being invested in the Sovereign Warhead programme over the course of this Parliament.
Emryn Thomas.
Speaker, if the government wants to make an inroad to the EU Safe Fund via Emmanuel Macron, it could do worse than recognise the foresight of Charles de Gaulle, whose suspicion of the US has been fully vindicated by Washington's national security strategy. Now, the French nuclear deterrent is the only truly independent nuclear deterrent. What steps is the government taking to minimise the UK's reliance on the US for nuclear deterrent servicing?
Can I thank him for his question? Our nuclear deterrent is operationally independent. It supports thousands of jobs up and down the country. We'll continue to invest in the skills required and the technologies required to keep our continuous at-sea nuclear deterrent at sea. We'll continue to invest in that sovereign capability, but we'll continue to participate across defence programmes with our partners, both the United States and in Europe.
Question 15, please, Mr. Speaker.
Who's doing it? Minister.
The Honourable for her question. Armed Forces families absolutely do a vital role in supporting our members of our armed forces to do the role of defending our national security. We are, with our Valour Hubs, our ambitions is that our Valour Hubs will seek to not only support veterans, but also support wider members of our armed forces communities, including families.
Mr. Speaker, another important factor in supporting our brave troops is the provision of military clothing. The last government, the Conservatives, tied us into a contract for around 90% of army clothing is currently secured through overseas suppliers and a significant amount from China. As the MP for Hyndburn, the home of textiles, I have many businesses eager to meet the needs of our British military troops. And so will the Minister review this in order to look at whether British companies can supply these British needs?
Sorry a minute. Can you show you can weave it in? Because it is about families, and I think this is about supply of garments, isn't it? Good luck. Let's have a look.
I know that armed forces families will be very concerned about the kits that their loved ones are wearing. And I know the majority of our clothing is sourced from British companies, but I'm sure my colleague will be happy to speak to her about this issue in more depth.
Alicia Kearns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's over a year since I raised the 5,700 women who were wrongly and unfairly dismissed from the armed forces for falling pregnant while in service. So please can the Minister update me what she has done in that time to make sure they get their caps and berries back that they absolutely deserve, because we should be supporting those who want to have families in the armed services.
She rightly raises a very important point. I have had updates from officials on this matter, and I will push for a further timeline to update her on.
We come to topicals. Rebecca Smith.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Stay.
Mr. Speaker, this month marks 4 years since Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and the Ukrainian people continue to fight with huge defiance and courage, recently retaking parts of Kupiansk city, striking military targets deep in Russia, and reporting a Russian casualty rate of 25 to 1 in some parts of the front line. Putin is increasingly under pressure. He's thrown 17,000 North Korean troops into the fight and recruited thousands more from Africa and other nations. 4 years on, the Ukrainian courage will be matched by our UK determination. Next week I'll travel to NATO. I'll co-chair the 33rd meeting of the Ukraine Defence Contact Group, where 50 nations will step up the provision of military aid and support to keep them in the fight.
Mr. Speaker, ministers stress how keen they are to remove obstacles hampering defence innovation, and nowhere is this more important than in my South West Devon constituency, home to the majority of Plymouth's National Centre for Marine Autonomy. Now, the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency has spent the last 12 months or more looking at how to remove licensing obstacles for autonomous vessels like underwater drones. Given Plymouth's marine autonomy sector is set to receive a share of the £250 million defence growth deal, will the Secretary of State commit to putting further pressure on the Government Legal Service or whoever else it will take to get the legislation in place to update the MCA's Workboat Code 3 as a matter of urgency?
The Honourable Lady makes an important point, and the doubling of our investment in this Parliament into autonomy will be directed in significant part towards marine technology. Her part of the world in the southwest plays a leading role in this, and she urges action across government, and I hope she'll see that the shipbuilding and marine autonomy plan that we publish shortly will show exactly what we're doing on a number of fronts.
Stratburn.
was appalled when visiting UK service personnel overseas at NATO airbase to learn that many have been penalised by their home insurer by virtue of being posted abroad, despite the fact that these companies were signed up to the Forces Covenant. Now, this goes against the very principle of the Covenant, so I was glad after writing to many home insurance companies that a few, including Aviva and Hastings, have changed this policy. But does the Minister agree with me that if insurers are going to sign up to the Covenant, they need to make sure they're living up to every single part of its important principles?
Yeah. My honourable friend makes an excellent point. I know that over 14,000 private organisations have signed the Armed Forces Covenant, and a core principle of that covenant is that service personnel should face no disadvantage compared to other citizens in the provision of public and commercial services. I'm glad that some insurance companies have taken steps to address this particular issue, and I would urge all businesses to ensure their policies fully support the Armed Forces community and reflect their commitment to the covenant.
So, Secretary of State James Cotledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, last August, the Deputy Prime Minister of Mauritius said that when they take sovereignty over the Chagos Islands, nuclear weapons could no longer be stored there. In last week's Chagos debate, in answer to our repeated questioning as to whether this was true, the DRI Minister replied 3 times by reading Annex 1 of the treaty, whereby it grants, and I quote, unrestricted ability to control the storage of all goods, including but not limited to fuels, weapons and other hazardous materials. Does the use of the word weapons in that sentence of the treaty definitely include nuclear weapons?
Mr. Speaker, I've read it to him 3 times. Do I have to read it to him a 4th time for him to start understanding this? No wonder that they don't want to admit they started the negotiations over Diego Garcia. They don't want anyone knowing that because they're clearly not prepared for it, unlike this government that's securing that base.
James Cotledge.
Well, it's interesting that the Secretary of State passed responsibility for answering the question to the Minister next to him. But he didn't answer the question. This is of profound national importance, Mr. Speaker. For us in the United States, these are our most important and sensitive capabilities. When he answered 3 times last week, he read the sentence about the control the storage of all goods, including what limited to fuels, weapons and other hazardous materials. Mr. Speaker, the word nuclear is not there. Does it cover nuclear weapons? Yes or no?
I'm not going to read it to him a 5th time. My God, he's not serious. He's not being serious. He also knows, as a former Defence Minister, that we do not comment on the storage of nuclear weapons. But I'm happy reading it to him again any time he wants, so he can see the word weapons in there. Tim.
Lorraine Beavers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The announcement to upgrade radar systems of 40 Typhoons is welcome. But none of these Typhoons will be worked on at BAE at Wharton, near my constituency. We cannot afford to leave our nation's air defences in the hands of the USA. So will the Minister commit to an order of British-built Typhoons so we can keep these vital skills in this country and ensure that the British military aircraft industry is not consigned to...
One of us sitting down. Just to say, it's topicals, and it's very important we get orders for Lancashire. I'm fully behind her, but do it quickly. Come on, Minister.
I'll do it. Mr. Speaker, you above all people will recognise the importance of the contract we let to Leonardo 10 days ago to £450 million to upgrade British Typhoon radars, and you will understand, and I say to my honourable friend, that those radars will be a big part of how we sell Typhoons, which will be made and assembled in Lancashire to other nations like Turkey.
We'd like the further order on the Typhoons, but don't worry, Sarah Dyke.
The need for increased defence spending is clear, but the growing uncertainty over the future of the new medium helicopter contract has left Leonardo in the lurch. Over a year after the company was left as the only tender, it's putting our national defence readiness at risk and the jobs of hundreds of my constituents in Glastonbury and Somerton. As the delay now extends well beyond reason, can the Minister provide an update on the defence investment plan?
As the Secretary of State set out earlier, we're working flat out to deliver the Defence Investment Plan, and we're continuing to speak to our colleagues in Leonardo, not just about NMH, but how we're investing in Leonardo services nationwide.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many injured service personnel face prolonged recovery journeys where access to specialist rehabilitation is crucial. How is the Department expanding the role of allied health professionals within the Defence Medical Service to strengthen rehabilitation by joined-up care from injury through to recovery?
Good question.
My honourable friend makes a very important point, and all armed forces personnel are supported by dedicated and comprehensive rehabilitation services. Allied health professionals play a crucial role in supporting the treatment and rehabilitation of armed forces personnel in the UK and on operations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Armed Forces Bill has provisions extending anti-drone permissions to the UK Armed Forces and UK bases. RAF Croughton is a US Air Force base in my constituency. So will these changes give US personnel the same updated authorities that are being extended to the UK Armed Forces?
Good question.
Mr. Speaker, I take that as an early indication the honourable lady might want to serve on the Bill Committee, in which case we'd welcome her stepping forward like that. I think she'll recognise that the framework for legislative framework that allows us to take the action to bring down malign and menacing drones over UK defence sites and defence bases is long overdue, and I look forward to her support in doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ongoing threat to our nation's security from grey zone activity illustrates the importance of international associations and alliances such as NATO. Does my right honourable friend therefore share my concern at what the leader of the Green Party said yesterday, when in the same sentence he said he would leave and reform NATO? And doesn't it just show how unserious he really is?
We live in incredibly uncertain and difficult times, and it is because of that that the clarity and the strength of our commitment to NATO matters. Labour is the party of NATO. We helped found it, we'll continue to support it, and we'll support NATO allies because the strength of NATO is UK strength as well, and we're going to continue to have a NATO-first approach.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the government sold off our fishing rights in return for access to the EU's Safe Defence Fund, but he didn't get a penny in return. Now the Prime Minister, who's in the chamber, says he wants to renegotiate. Will the Secretary of State please explain what lessons he's learned from the failures in negotiations last year?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman recognised that for the first time we've got in place a security and defence partnership agreement with the European Union. This is part of us stepping up our willingness to work with the European Union. He knows the safe negotiations did not come to a successful conclusion, and that was quite simply because it was not in the interests of the British taxpayer, the interests of British defence industry, and we'll do a great deal more to support the wider security of the European Union and the European nations through NATO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Intensifying security competition in the Arctic necessitates enhanced cooperation with our regional allies. So can my right honourable friend see if the government intends to invite Canada to join the GEF?
Mr. Speaker, the 10 GEF nations led by the UK, established by the previous government, stepped up in terms of leadership now. Support from both sides of the House is an important part of NATO. It allows us to act ahead of unanimity in NATO, and a number of times, from critical infrastructure to exercising in the High North, GEF has led the way and will continue to do so.
Morgan.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of North Shropshire, complaints about water supply to single living accommodation doubled from 116 in 2018 to 232 in 2024, with 16 separate losses of water for more than 24 hours last year. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss how we can bring single living accommodation up to the standard that our servicemen and women deserve?
I thank the honourable member for her question. Just last week, we launched the Single Living Accommodation Review, which is designed to get after exactly these sorts of issues to ensure that we have the accommodation that our serving personnel deserve.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following President Trump's insulting remarks about our hard-working British personnel, my constituent contacted me. He was very happy to hear the Prime Minister condemn that. His eldest son is retired from the Army following injuries, and his youngest son is a medic in the Army. Mr. Speaker, my constituent is here today in the public gallery. Would the Secretary of State join me in paying tribute to our hard-working servicemen and women and all our veterans, and recommit this government's commitment to serving and protecting our hard-working servicemen?
I can indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome my honourable friend's constituent in the gallery today. This is a government that is on the side of those who serve and on the side of those families who support those who serve.
Rachel Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Armed Forces are the only uniformed service without a professional body to represent and support them. Will the Secretary of State give assurances that the Armed Forces Bill will include provisions to establish such a body, ensuring serving personnel and veterans have access to legal and welfare support when faced with vexatious, unmerited or unsubstantiated allegations from within the system or from external litigants working on behalf of other service personnel or third parties?
Thank you for your interest. It is precisely for those reasons that we established the Armed Forces Commissioner, an independent champion for our armed forces and their families. That legislation has now become law and the recruitment process will conclude shortly.
Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our servicewomen are currently not as well protected by in-service body armour, which is designed around male body types, providing inadequate ballistic protection. With testing of female body armour now underway, will the Secretary of State commend the work of MP Aerospace in improving women's safety and commit that the MOD will continue to cultivate vital UK sovereign capability like this?
Can I pay tribute to one more friend who's been leading the charge for female body armour? MP Aerospace are doing a superb job on this. I know she's bringing female body armour to Parliament so we can all see that this is something that can be delivered. We have a strong commitment to investigate and support our female serving personnel through better body armour. I look forward to working with her to deliver that.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has said that we should be bolstering our preparedness for war. Can the Minister tell us when the Defence Readiness Bill will be ready and when he expects it to gain royal assent?
The Defence Readiness Bill was set out in the Strategic Defence Review. We're looking across government as to how we can bolster readiness measures, not just legislative ones, but in policy changes, removing stupid rules, spending more. The Defence Readiness Bill will be something that we're looking to implement later on in this Parliament. The Armed Forces Bill is before this House now, and that's where our immediate focus lies.
Mr. Speaker, Task Force Kindred has been a fantastic success of this government. Can the Secretary of State outline if there are plans to extend the programme and how defence SMEs can get on board with it?
I can indeed, Mr. Speaker. Task Force Kindred has been at the heart of the UK's rapid response and our reliability as Ukraine's closest ally since Putin first invaded Ukraine nearly 4 years back. It will continue to play a central role in the future, and it has lessons for the way that we need to procure and provide our own kit and own systems for our forces too.
Final question, Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead of constantly pushing back the closure date for RAF Halton in an era where we need to increase defence capability, will the Secretary of State actually commit to keeping RAF Halton open for the long term?
The honourable gentleman will know we inherited a base closure programme from the party opposite when they are in government, with announced closures right across the country. We're looking carefully at what bases we have, how we can use them for military need, and where we can dispose of them, making sure that we can build houses for our armed forces and veterans on that land.
Point of order, Mark Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fear the Veterans Minister, who's still here, may have earlier inadvertently misled the House. According to House of Lords legal records, from the 29th to the 31st of October 2007, in the Al Jeddah case held before the Lords of Appeal in Ordinary, a case against British soldiers, the applicants were represented by several QCs, including the then Prime Minister, who were instructed, it's in the records, by public interest lawyers Phil Shiner's law firm. Would the Minister or the Prime Minister care to correct the record?
State. Right, honourable gentleman, I will set the record straight, including his remarks before the House this afternoon.
We've had enough of trying to continue this debate. It no ends. We're now coming to the statements. We'll just let the front bench change over.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'll update the House on my visit last week to China and Japan, where we delivered for the British people. Mr. Speaker, with events overseas directly impacting on our security and the cost of living, I made it a founding principle of this government that after years of isolationism, Britain would face outwards once again. This was an 18-month strategy to rebuild our standing, and we have delivered, strengthening our US relationship with our world-first trade deal, resetting our relationship with the EU, striking a groundbreaking FTA with India, and now thawing our ties with China to put this relationship on a more stable footing for the long term. Mr. Speaker, China is the second biggest economy in the world, including Hong Kong. It's our third biggest trading partner, supporting 370,000 British jobs, and it is an undeniable presence in global affairs. It would be impossible to safeguard our national interests without engaging with this geopolitical reality. Yet we inherited a policy from the previous government, not of engagement with China, but hiding away and sticking their heads in the sand. While our allies developed a more sophisticated approach, they let the UK fall behind. We became an outlier. Of my three predecessors, none held a single meeting with President Xi. For 8 years, no British Prime Minister visited China. 8 years of missed opportunities. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, over that period, President Macron visited China 3 times, German leaders 4 times, the Canadian Prime Minister was there a few weeks ago, Chancellor Merz and President Trump are both due to visit shortly. In this context, refusing to engage would be a derelict...
Order! Mr. Klugendart, you will be withdrawing that remark. You'll withdraw it. Thank you. Can we calm it down, because I'm sure you'll be wanting to catch my eye. And I would like to hear what you're going to say, so let's not ruin the opportunity. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in this context, refusing to engage would be a dereliction of duty, leaving British interests on the sideline. And incredibly, some in this House still advocate that approach. But, Mr. Speaker, leaders do not hide. Instead, we engage. And we do so on our own terms, because, like our allies, we understand that engagement makes us stronger. Mr. Speaker, protecting our national security is non-negotiable. We're clear-eyed about the threats coming from China in that regard, and we will never waver in our efforts to keep the British people safe. That is why we've given our security services the updated powers and tools that they need to tackle foreign espionage activity wherever they find it, and tackle malicious cyber activity as well. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, we can do 2 things at once. We can protect ourselves whilst also finding ways to cooperate. And it was in that spirit that we made this visit. I had extensive discussions over many hours with President Xi, Premier Li and other senior leaders. The discussions were positive and constructive. We covered the full range of issues, from strategic stability to trade and investment, opening a direct channel of communication to deliver in the national interest, enabling us to raise frank concerns about activities that impact our national security at the most senior levels of the Chinese system. We agreed to intensify dialogue on cyber issues, and we agreed a new partnership on climate and nature, providing much-needed global leadership on this vital issue. And, Mr. Speaker, I raised a number of areas of difference which matter deeply to this country. I raised the case of Jimmy Lai and called for his release, making clear the strength of feeling in this House. Those discussions will continue. And my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, is in touch with Mr. Lai's family to provide further briefing. I raised our human rights concerns in Xinjiang and Tibet. We discussed Taiwan, wider regional stability, Iran and the Middle East. I called on China to end economic support for Russia's war effort, including companies providing dual-use technologies. And I urged them to use their influence on Putin to push for the much-needed ceasefire in Ukraine. And, Mr. Speaker, I also raised the fact that members of this House have been sanctioned by the Chinese authorities. In response, the Chinese have now made it clear that all such restrictions on parliamentarians no longer apply. And I want to be clear, this was not the result of a trade.
Exactly.
Yes, members will want to see more, I understand that. But that is precisely the point. Ignoring China for 8 years achieved nothing. This step is an early indication, not the sum total, of the kind of progress that this sort of engagement can achieve, through leader-to-leader discussion on sensitive issues, to stand up for British interests. Mr. Speaker, my visit was also about creating new opportunities for British businesses to deliver jobs and growth for the British people. We took with us a brilliant delegation of nearly 60 businesses and cultural powerhouses, the very best of British, as an embodiment of what this country has to offer. If anyone's in doubt as to why this matters, I urge them to spend a few minutes with any one of those businesses. They will tell you about the incredible potential there and the importance of getting out there and accessing the market. And we made significant progress, paving the way to open the Chinese market for British exports, including our world-leading services sector. We secured a 30-day visa-free travel for all Brits, including business travellers. We secured China's agreement to halve whisky tariffs from 10% to 5%. This is worth £250 million to the UK over the next 5 years. A significant win for our iconic whisky industry, particularly in Scotland. And, Mr. Speaker, that lower tariff comes into force today. In total, we secured £2.3 billion in market access wins, including for financial services, £2.2 billion in export deals for British companies, and hundreds of millions worth of new investments. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we agreed to work together in some key areas of law enforcement. Last year, around 60% of all small boat engines used by smuggling gangs came from China. So we struck a border security pact to enable joint law enforcement action to disrupt that supply at source. We also agreed to scale up removals of those with no right to be in the United Kingdom and to work together to crack down on the supply of synthetic opioids. We will continue to develop our work across all these areas because, Mr. Speaker, this is the start of the process, not the end of it. My visit was not just about coming back with these agreements. It was about the wider question of setting this relationship on a better path, which allows us to deal with issues and seize opportunities in a way that the previous government failed to do. Finally, Speaker, let me say a word about my meetings in Tokyo. Japan remains one of our closest allies. Together, we're the leading economies in the CPTPP, partners in the G7, the G20, and the Coalition of the Willing. And they are the UK's largest inward investor outside the United States and Europe. So I had an extremely productive meeting with the Prime Minister as we set out our shared priorities to build an even deeper partnership in the years to come. That includes working together for peace and security, supporting Ukraine as we work for a just and lasting peace, and deepening our cooperation in cutting-edge defence production, including through GCAP. We discussed how we can boost growth and economic resilience by developing our cooperation, first in tech and innovation, where we are both leaders, second in energy, where Japan is a major investor in the UK, and third in trade, where we're working together to maintain the openness and stability that our businesses depend on. That includes expanding the CPTPP and deepening its cooperation with the EU. We will take all of this forward, Mr Speaker, when I welcome the Prime Minister to Chequers later this year. So, Mr Speaker, this is Britain back at the top table at last, facing outward, replacing incoherence and isolationism with pragmatic engagement, replacing naive posturing with the national interest. In dangerous times, we're using our full strength and reach on the world stage to deliver growth and security for the British people, and I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement, but it is utterly reprehensible that he began it by accusing the previous government of isolationism. The same Conservative government, the Business Secretary is laughing, just that, we'll tell him, the same Conservative government that led the world in our response to the invasion of Ukraine, that signed a vital strategic alliance in AUKUS. The Business Secretary is asking how many FTAs. We signed Britain's biggest post-Brexit trade deal, the CPTPP, bringing us closer to the 11 Indo-Pacific nations, including Japan. He asks, I know about that deal because I signed it myself. And so I welcome the Prime Minister's efforts to collaborate more with our long-standing ally, Japan. But let's turn to China. Of course Britain should engage with China, even though the Chancellor wasn't allowed to go, even though they are an authoritarian state who seek to undermine our interests, even though they spy on us, sometimes within the walls of this building, even though they fund regimes around the world hostile to our country, are a fact of life, a global power and an economic reality. So let me be clear. It is not the Prime Minister engaging with China that we take issue with. What we are criticising is his supine and short-termist approach. I'm sure the Prime Minister means well, but his negotiating tactic has always been to give everything away in the hope that people will be nice to him in return. Before the Prime Minister even got on the plane, he'd already shown that he would do anything to demonstrate his good relationship with China. But China uses every interaction to improve its own position. The Prime Minister looked like he enjoyed his trip. In fact, it looked like a dream come true for a man who was virtually a communist most of his life. But apart from the... Mr. Speaker, apart from the Labubu doll in his suitcase, and I hope he's checked it for bugs, he has come back with next to nothing. We all want cheaper tariffs for Scottish whisky, but if the Prime Minister bothered to speak to the whisky industry like I did 2 weeks ago, he would know that what they really need is cheaper energy and lower taxes. What else did he get? Visa-free travel. China already offers this to other countries. It's not big enough for a prime ministerial visit. But the worst thing, Mr. Speaker, the worst thing was the Prime Minister claiming a glorious triumph with the lifting of sanctions on 4 Conservative MPs, as if he'd done us a favour. Let me tell him, those MPs were sanctioned because they stood up to China. They stood up against human rights abuses. They stood up against the country spying on our MPs in a way that he wouldn't dare. Those people don't want to go to China. The Chinese know that. They know that they are giving him something that costs absolutely nothing. Why can't the British Prime Minister see that? And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, and the whole House, like with the Chagos Islands, the Prime Minister has been played. China is about to build an enormous spy hub in the centre of London, a ransom he had to pay before he could even get on the plane. I would never allow Britain to be held over a barrel like that. Yet again, the Prime Minister has negotiated our country into a weaker position in the world. His entire economic policy is to tax business more, regulate them harder, and make energy so expensive that we deindustrialise. And then we can import Chinese wind turbines, Chinese solar panels, Chinese batteries for electric vehicles, all manufactured in a country that is building a coal-fired power station every other week. Did he speak to them about that? What did his trip achieve for Jimmy Lai? Nothing. Did China promise to stop fueling Putin's war machine in Ukraine? Doesn't sound like it. What did this trip achieve for the Uyghurs who are being enslaved? Absolutely nothing. Have China agreed to stop their relentless cyber attacks? Have they? We all know the answer to that. The reality is that China showed its strength and Britain was pushed around, literally. It is no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that President Xi praised the Labour Party because the Conservatives stood up for Britain. We don't get pushed around. Britain is a great trading nation. Of course we should engage with other countries, even hostile ones.
Order. Mr. Kyle, you said to me when you go into China how well you will behave. Oh, you all be a big thank you. You're not showing it today. Come in, Ben. No?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not worried about the business secretary. The entire business community thinks he's a joke and doesn't know what he's talking about. So, as I was saying, of course we should engage with other countries, even hostile ones. But we need to do so with our eyes open and from a position of strength. And that requires a Prime Minister and a government that puts our national interest first.
Mr. Speaker, let me see if I understand her position. This is the Leader of the Opposition who said we should empty chair the most important NATO summit for years, who wouldn't turn up to the G7, who would rip up our valuable trade deals with the US, India and the EU. This is the Leader of the Opposition who characterised Greenland as a second-order issue, then undermined the government's position on sovereignty. And when it comes to China, her policy is to stick her head in the sand, unable to influence anything. In a volatile world, that is not policy, that's an abdication of responsibility. No wonder her front bench are leaving in droves. And Mr. Speaker, she talks of the embassy. China's had an embassy in the UK since 1877. It's currently spread across 7 sites. The Leader of the Opposition is so busy trying to hold her party together, she's clearly not read the letter for Security and Intelligence Services. But, Mr. Speaker, she claims great interest in the China embassy. She was offered an invite for a Privy Council briefing on the issue. What did she do? She chose not to attend. Mr. Speaker, that's a dereliction of duty. Even worse, what did she do? She sent in her place the member for Croydon South, the Shadow Home Secretary. That is a double dereliction of duty. Instead of taking up a Privy Council briefing, she took up a megaphone on the streets outside the embassy. I changed my party from a party of protest to a party of power. She's rapidly going in the opposite direction. And her reply this afternoon seems to be that we should engage with China, but not engage with China. That what we should do, instead of leader-to-leader discussions where we raise all the opportunities and the difficult issues, each and every one of them, instead of those leader-to-leader meetings, should get a bag of sand and put her head in it and influence absolutely nothing. They're so unserious about world affairs.
Chair of the 41st Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his statement, and I'm pleased to see that his trip went so well. This morning, I was in touch with the Scotch Whisky Association, who want me to convey their congratulations to the Prime Minister for securing reduced tariffs with China. But there is, of course, more work needed. A Prime Minister's job is never done. The biggest overseas market for whisky is, of course, the US, where the tariff is still too high. So can the Prime Minister confirm that this will not be the end of the support that he will give to the Scotch whisky industry and will continue to be an advocate for them?
Yes, I can confirm that. We're continuing to work with the US and, of course, the India deal that we secured will have an impact on tariff for whisky as well.
Okay. Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your indulgence, can I start by paying tribute to my friend Jim Wallace, one of the great Scottish Liberals, and offer our thoughts and prayers to his family and many friends. Jim devoted his life to public service, his Christian faith, and the of liberalism. But, Mr. Speaker, his judgment wasn't always impeccable, for it was Jim who gave me my first job in politics.
As opposed to your last.
We will miss him. Turning to the statement, can I thank the Prime Minister for advanced sight of it? I listened to the Conservative leader, whose position now seems to be to oppose trade with the world's biggest economies. So much for global Britain. But with Mr. Speaker, with President Trump threatening tariffs again, just because of the Prime Minister's trip, with Vladimir Putin still murdering civilians in Ukraine, now more than ever, the United Kingdom must forge much closer alliances with nations who share our values, our belief in free trade, and our commitment to our mutual defence. But China is none of those. The Prime Minister's main focus should be on the closest possible ties with our European neighbours, our Commonwealth allies, and our friends like Japan and Korea. So once again, he has made the wrong choice. However, unlike the Conservative Party, we think he was right to go and engage. But just like with President Trump, he approached President Xi from a position of weakness instead of a position of strength, promising him a super embassy here in London in return for relatively meagre offers from China. He rightly raised the case of Jimmy Lai, whose children fear for his health after 5 years held in captivity. So will the Prime Minister tell us what Xi said to give him confidence that Mr. Lai is now more likely to be released? Did he also challenge Xi over the bounties on the heads of innocent Hong Kongers here in the United Kingdom? Or the revelations that China hacked the phones of number 10 officials for years? In other words, did he stand up for Britain this time? And yet again, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had to spend time on a foreign trip responding to revelations about the vile paedophile and sex trafficker Jimmy Epstein and his relationship with Lord Mandelson. The Prime Minister has rightly said that Mandelson should resign from the other place. But since he hasn't, will he back a simple piece of legislation to strip him of his peerage? Surely this House could pass it tomorrow.
Prime Minister.
Can I start by offering my deep condolences on behalf of the government in relation to Lord Wallace? He was a kind and decent man, and I know he'll be sorely missed on the Liberal Democrat benches, and may he rest in peace. In relation to the approach to China, of course we need to build stronger alliances with our key partners, and that's what we have been doing, particularly with the EU. But he's wrong. It's not a choice between doing that and engaging with China. One can do both, and that is what we're doing. And I think it's more important where there are opportunities and sensitive and really important disagreements to have a meeting to discuss them. Because the House is violently agreeing that there are issues that need to be discussed. The difference between us is we think that having a leader-to-leader meeting to discuss those issues is better than sticking your head in the sand if you really want to influence things. So we can do both. In relation to the points he raised, yes, I did raise the case of Jimmy Lai, and we've now spoken to his family about that discussion. Yes, I did raise the case of Hong Kong. I raised a number of human rights issues, as I listed. The point was, by being in the room, having the debate one-to-one with the leader at leader level, it was possible to raise those issues. There is, frankly, no point standing in this House shouting and screaming about issues if you're not prepared to get in the room to discuss them. It gets you absolutely nowhere.
Chair of the Business Committee, Liam Byrne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome the Prime Minister's serious engagement with serious power. It is essential to safeguarding our national interest. Mr. Speaker, the complexities of China require from Britain a whole-of-society approach, which is completely impossible until the government publishes a clear China strategy to explain what is off-limits and how we're going to rebalance competition with Chinese industry that is 6 times over-subsidised compared to our firms. Now, last week in Europe, I heard very clearly from our partners that they are worried that the lackadaisical approach to policing Chinese competition risks deeper integration with Europe. The EU has 143 trade measures in place against Europe. We have none. So will the Prime Minister now follow through his meetings last week and publish a strategy coordinated with our allies so we can take out the guesswork and put in place the guardrails for this important relationship?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for his question? Obviously, the general approach was set out in the Lady Mayor's banquet speech I gave just before Christmas. On the point he makes about Europe, this is a really important point. As I mentioned, President Macron went to China just a few weeks ago. Chancellor Merz is due to go very shortly, and he won't be surprised to learn that the three of us, as the E3, discussed in advance the approach we would take, and we'll discuss during the visits and afterwards the outcomes and how we go forward as a group of European nations.
Fellow of the House, Edward Lee.
What absolutely unites everybody in this place is absolute outrage at the treatment of Jimmy Lai, a British citizen whose only crime is to campaign for democracy and to ask the Chinese to obey the spirit and the letter of the agreement that we made with them solemnly before the 1997 takeover. Now, the Prime Minister, I saw the weekend, said he'd raised respectfully with the latest Chinese emperor the case of Jimmy Lai. Respectfully, doesn't the Prime Minister realise that the Chinese only accept strength, that everything is a deal? So why didn't he say to them, there'll be no Chinese embassy until you stop spying us in this House, that you give an absolute assurance to us on Diego Garcia, and above all, you free Jimmy Lai now?
Mr. Speaker, I raised the case of Jimmy Lai in terms with the President, as in fact I did, as he knows, at the G20 when I met the President for the first time, and we have updated the family in relation to the progress that we've made. But the position of the party opposite seems to be you should raise the case of Jimmy Lai by not going to China and raising the case of Jimmy Lai.
Defence Select Committee, Tan Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We must engage pragmatically with our allies and with others around the world when it serves the national interest, and that is why I welcome the Prime Minister's engagement with both our close ally Japan as well as our major trading partner China. I also welcome my right honourable friend's commitment to the Global Combat Air Programme, which, as the Defence Committee illustrated, is of vital strategic importance as we develop the next generation of fighter jets. But our Japanese and Italian friends are understandably nervous because we have as yet not penned to paper the full contract as was planned last year for Tempest. So can the Prime Minister clarify when that fully formalised contract on GCAP will be penned, and can he also confirm that the timeline and programme will not be sliding sideways?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this programme, which is a very important programme. He'll be pleased to know I did discuss it in my discussions with the Prime Minister in Japan, and we will be publishing our defence investment plan shortly.
Tom Tugunda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You have been stalwart in standing with those of us who were sanctioned by the People's Republic of China all those years ago, and you've been very clear that we stand as one in this House. Do you not find it as surprising as I do that the Prime Minister has come back with a deal that lifts the sanctions on those 6 of us who are still in this House, but not the one who isn't, nor the lawyers, advisers and academics who support the work of this House? Is this not a direct affront to the democracy of this place, an attempt to divide and conquer that we've seen China play against the European Parliament and, sadly, has tricked our government too?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for raising this point. I know how much it matters personally to him and to the others that he referenced. I did raise it directly, and that got the response that restrictions do not apply to parliamentarians. I accept the challenge that we need to go. I accept the challenge, the point that we need to go further. That doesn't mean that what we've achieved should be put to one side. I accept that we must go further, and I'll work with colleagues across the House in order to do so. But in order to go further, we have to engage, and we have to engage at the leader level.
Tony Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister on his grown-up approach to UK engagement with China? And can I also congratulate him on the agreement for a crackdown on manufacturers of small boat engines and parts, which directly impacts my constituency? But given that the party opposite wouldn't even have gone to China, would you agree with me that the choice is between a Labour government doing the hard yards to shut down the smuggler supply chains and the Tory party who prefer posturing and permanent failure in the Channel?
Prime Minister.
Thank you for raising 60% of motors used across the Channel are coming from China, so of course it's right to engage appropriately in China on this issue and to get the agreement we got, Mr. Speaker, on information sharing and working to ensure that those engines can't make their way from China to the north coast of France.
Taylor.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have another chance, another try at the question my right honourable friend asked in his original statement. Can the Prime Minister tell us what President Xi said about the case of Jimmy Lai and what gave him the confidence that we might see movement in the case soon? Can he also let us know what the response was on challenging the bounties put on the heads of dissidents that are here in the United Kingdom, and whether he challenged the transnational repressions that Hong Kongers across the country fear, and whether there's any prospect of them being able to walk the streets without worrying about interference from the Chinese state on our streets?
Prime Minister.
As I told the House, I raised the case of Jimmy Lai in terms. I won't go into the details of the discussion. Safe to say that we've subsequently spoken to Jimmy Lai's family about that. In relation to the wider issues he raises, including Hong Kong, yes, all of those issues were raised.
Samantha Nibb.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his incredible leadership on an international scale, which has a direct benefit on us domestically, not least the disrupting of the supply chain for engines to small boats. I just wonder, because it's not a silver bullet to solve the challenge with immigration through illegal routes, whether the conversation came up about TikTok being used as a platform to share disinformation and misinformation to encourage people to make dangerous journeys.
Prime Minister.
We raised a number of issues in relation to smuggling, but the focus was very much on the small boat, on the engines for the small boats, because of the fact that 60% of them are coming from China. We need to stop that supply chain if we're going to deal with the crossings.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In spite of the somewhat thin economic gruel with which he has returned, the Prime Minister was absolutely right to visit China. But if I may return to the issue of human rights, and in particular Jimmy Lai, did the Prime Minister say, as the whole House would have wished him to say, that this British citizen, nearly 80 years old, held in solitary confinement and denied the chance to practice his religion, should surely receive clemency and be returned to the United Kingdom, or did he merely deliver a written note?
Minister.
No, I didn't deliver a written note. I engaged seriously on the issue, as he would have expected me to, and went into the details of the case that I was making in the way he would have expected me to do so.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, the journalist and democracy campaigner Jimmy Lai, was convicted under Hong Kong's draconian national security law. I've listened carefully to what my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has said. We have heard that he has raised this issue on his visit. Jimmy Lai is desperately unwell now. His health is failing. I've heard what the Prime Minister has to say. I'm grateful that the Foreign Secretary will be speaking to Jimmy's family. Can the Prime Minister share with us his assessment of will we see Jimmy Lai free in 2026?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for all the work she does on behalf of her constituent? Yes, I did raise this and in detail and made it clear that we were calling for his release, plus other details of the situation in which his health and the situation is being held in. I believe it's the right thing to engage at the highest level on issues of such concern and to have that conversation. I believe that is a far better strategy than putting your head in the sand, which is the policy apparently of the party opposite.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, as you will be aware, when the Prime Minister was in China and Japan, he gave comment
that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor should testify before Congress in the United States. What the Prime Minister chose not to do was to offer an unreserved apology to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein for appointing his other friend, Peter Mandelson, as the ambassador to the United States of America. So now that he's back from China and Japan, will he take this opportunity to do just that? And does he agree with myself that Peter Mandelson should be subject to a police investigation for potential criminality whilst in public office?
Prime Minister, there is a statement.
Only SNP could go about this in the way. Instead of welcoming the halving of tariffs on Scottish whisky, he raises things that have got absolutely nothing to do with China or Japan. Only the SNP have got no interest at all in delivering for Scotland.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister recall that during the time of Brexit negotiations that the Tories told us that we had more to gain outside of the EU than inside, and that within days of Brexit we would be signing trade deals with the US and China that would be bigger than the trade deals that existed with the EU?
Now we don't want
that. What we got was a botched Brexit and isolated from our European neighbours, and now they want to extend that isolation to a global scale. My honourable friend agree with me that Britain wouldn't be treated decently or with any confidence by our global neighbours or global friends if we'd adopted such an approach.
Well, can I thank him for raising this period in our history, because, of course, this is 2015-2016. The party opposite had a manifesto in 2015 which dealt with the question of a referendum in relation to Brexit. It also set out their position on China. Mr. Speaker, I had a look at it this morning, 2015, that very manifesto, to strengthen economic links with China, including seeking a free trade agreement. That used to be their position. Then they veered to the other side of the road, and now they stick their head in the sand and pretend that they can influence events.
William Lewis.
Prime Minister's position seems to be that if a bully is big enough, rich enough and powerful enough, the pragmatic thing to do is to pay into his protection racket. Can he at least show some sign of moral compass by accepting the fact that China is a repressive, brutal, communist, totalitarian state which dishonoured all the provisions of the Hong Kong Agreement?
Prime Minister.
Their position seems to be that if one has concerns in relation to China, their position seems to be the pragmatic thing to do is to buy a bag of sand and put your head in it. I don't think that's going to influence anything. Nothing said here has any influence if you don't have a meeting.
To Rupert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my right honourable friend on last week's handsome wins, including visas in China. I just wondered if the same issue arose in Japan. I did a brilliant visit to the Japan-London school in my seat the other day, but they are finding the dogmatic visa changes made by the Conservative government burdensome. So will you look into that? And also praise the contribution of the Japanese enacted from sushi to bilingual education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we had very productive meetings in Japan. Amongst the discussions was how we open up to more trade between our two economies.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said that this visit to China was good for British jobs. So, having wrongly granted consent to the super Chinese embassy, can he confirm that it will be built with brilliant British steel from Lincolnshire as opposed to Chinese steel?
It was this government that took the action on Scunthorpe to make sure we have British steel at Scunthorpe. One of the proudest things I've done.
John Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement, facing into the world as it is. Mr. Speaker, Des Brown, Baron Brown of Ladyton, is retiring from the other place after decades of distinguished public service as a Labour MP for Kilmarnock, Defence Secretary, and his work on the prevention of the spread of nuclear weapons. China is a significant and growing nuclear power with over 600 warheads, and this week the US and Russia New START treaty comes to an end. Can the Prime Minister tell me if the UK is engaging with China at the highest levels to prevent the risk of nuclear weapons and combat nuclear proliferation?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I first start by paying tribute to the contribution that Lord Brown has made and to assure him that our discussions with China did include how we de-risk the situation in relation, the risk in relation to nuclear weapons.
Is it 3:30? Alicia Cairns.
Yeah. When John Major went to Beijing, he spoke clearly and said, "We will not forget Tiananmen Square." In contrast, the Prime Minister refused to say Jimmy Lai's name himself until he was wheels up. I have never said we should not engage with Beijing. I have said we should not give them a propaganda visit. And it is extraordinary to abdicate the responsibility of the Chinese Communist Party, whose actions we had to respond to, and therefore pause trade talks, as if they have done nothing wrong. Finally, the Prime Minister met with Kai Chi, the man responsible for running 2 spies who are undermining this Parliament. He excluded that from his statement. Why doesn't he tell us why he thought it was acceptable to meet with this man and what exactly he got out of it in the British interest?
This is so pathetic. Honestly. At the highest level and one-to-one, I raised each of the issues of difference between our 2 countries. Each and every one of them in the way the House would have expected. And that is what they're criticising. They seem genuinely to believe, Mr. Speaker, that these issues can be progressed or influenced by doing nothing about it. You have to be in the room to have a discussion. That's what we did.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's right that the Prime Minister goes to China if he's acting in the best interests of all of those that are living here. Last year, the Joint Committee on Human Rights undertook an inquiry on transnational repression. In front of us, we had Chloe Chung, a young Hong Konger from Leeds who'd had a $1 million Hong Kong bounty put on her head. She told us about how she'd been intimidated, harassed. Did the Prime Minister speak up for all the Hong Kongers in the UK who had bounties on their heads, who have been intimidated, harassed, and ensure that people living in the United Kingdom are safe from the Chinese regime?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why we raised the issues of human rights at numerous levels on the visit.
Monica Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that mention of Japan took the Prime Minister 1 minute and the last minute of a 10-minute speech on China and Japan. Japan is not only the largest inward investor into the UK, apart from the EU and US, but is a vital liberal democracy in the Indo-Pacific and a key security partner in maintaining regional stability in the face of growing Chinese assertiveness. Given the growing security risks and strategic instability across the region, can the Prime Minister assure the House that engagement with Beijing will not weaken the UK's alignment with Japan, one of our most important democratic partners?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I can assure her of that.
Jonathan Davies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In respect of the statement following the visit to China and Japan, I thank the Prime Minister for being in the room and challenging China on its appalling human rights record and also fighting for British jobs. But in respect of his visit to Japan, can I ask, did the issue of Toyota come up? Because Toyota is a significant employer in Derbyshire. It's worth over £5.5 billion to the local economy. And can we do more with Toyota because it's really good for jobs here?
Yes, we did discuss the car manufacturing that is going on at the moment, the potential for further work in that regard, along with other issues of trade broadening between our 2 countries.
Sir John Whittingdale.
The Prime Minister will be aware that some 80% of the sanctioned dual-use items that Russia needs for its drones and missiles that it is firing at civilians and children on a daily basis come from China. He says that he raised this. Did he get any assurance that China will stop supplying Russia? No.
Well, he's right to draw attention to this, and that is precisely why I raised it again in terms. I won't go into the details of the discussion, but I did raise it for the very reasons that he sets out. And across this House, we're absolutely committed to a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, and this has been an issue of concern for some considerable period, which is why I raised it.
Amanda Martin.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Prime Minister's recent engagement in Tokyo and the strengthening of our relations with Japan as a key economic and strategic partner. Can he explain how SMEs in Portsmouth, particularly in maritime and defence, such as Griffin Marine, alongside the creative industries, will benefit from deeper UK-Japan cooperation? Because, Mr. Speaker, having seen Archie Cole, my 18-year-old son, a professional wrestler, currently competing on Tokyo TV in Magic Monday, I know firsthand how international engagement can open doors for individuals and ports of local businesses alike.
Can I congratulate her son on his achievements? And in relation to SMEs and businesses, yes, we discussed how we can enhance our engagement and enhance growth and jobs right across all of our constituencies, including hers.
Mr. McVeigh.
Does the Prime Minister accept that in his rush to hoover up economic crumbs from President Xi due to his appalling handling of our economy, he is having to increase strategic dependence on Beijing? The public see the risks he's taking with UK security. Does he?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the first thing I'd say is they crash the economy, so lectures from them on the economy are not welcome. As I said in my statement, national security is at the heart of our approach to China, as it is to every issue that we take up. And it is quite possible to have a discussion about the opportunities available to our country whilst also safeguarding our national security. That's what we're doing in a grown-up, mature way.
Got to Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Further to the question from my right honourable friend from Birmingham, Hodge Hill and Solihull North, the anti-dumping measures that we impose on Chinese goods into this country protect hundreds of jobs in Stoke-on-Trent, whether that be in the ceramic tableware manufacturing sector or the retreading tyres at the Michelin factory. Is the Prime Minister able to give a guarantee that as economic work with China continues, that these measures will not be junked? Because it's not an abstract measure, Mr. Speaker. It is protecting hundreds of jobs in a part of the country that most needs them.
I thank you for raising this issue, and I can give him that assurance. I know how much it matters, and that's the approach that we've taken.
Chris Law.
Mr. Speaker, over the past weeks, thousands of Chinese fishing boats have been tracked, creating up to a 300-mile-long blockage in the East China Sea off Japan, seen by many as a strategy for future blockade. Given a huge reliance on these routes for trade, this action would cause global economic shock, threaten thousands of jobs in Scotland and dramatically increase cost of living. So can the Prime Minister tell the House what explanation his Chinese counterparts gave for this behaviour and what subsequent discussions he had with the Japanese Prime Minister about maintaining maritime security in the region?
Well, this issue was raised both in China and in Japan because it is obviously a cause of concern, and regional instability matters not just in the region but globally as well, and therefore I did discuss it both in China and in Japan.
Janet Derby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement, but can you tell the House what steps the government is taking to protect parliamentarians and others in public life from foreign influence?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's a number of measures, Madam Deputy Speaker, my apologies, a number of measures that we've taken, including the further powers and tools that we've given to our security and intelligence services.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I echo the tributes to Jim Wallace? He was one of the most significant Scottish politicians of his generation, and it was a privilege both to know him and to work with him. I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've established that the Prime Minister was in the room, but what difference will it make? What difference will it make for people who weren't in the room in Ukraine?
A huge difference. So that's why I discussed it with Volodymyr Zelensky before I went, in terms, and that's why I'll discuss it with him again in coming days, in terms.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to welcome the Prime Minister's leadership on this trip, including his words in Japan about the value of the Global Compact Air Programme. This is not only a strategically important programme for global security and autonomy, but important for businesses grown out of my constituency, including BAE Systems and Kinetic. Can the Prime Minister highlight the work he is doing to ensure this critical endeavour makes progress?
Look, I thank you for that question, because Japan is a key colleague and partner when it comes to defence and security, and that's why across a range of issues we discussed what more we can do, including on GCAP.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In reference to an earlier question, the Prime Minister mentioned Scunthorpe Steelworks, where hundreds of my constituents are employed. We welcome the government's support to date. Was he able to discuss the ownership, Jingye's ownership, with his Chinese opposite number? Is he able to give any positive assurances to my constituents about their long-term future?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I give this assurance to his constituents that we absolutely believe in the importance of steel being made in this country, and that is why we took the measures, as he knows, on a Saturday to take the steps that were necessary in relation to steel production in his constituency.
Alex Ballinger.
Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister will know there are many excellent West Midlands businesses that export to China, including great car makers like JLR, the Morgan Motor Company and Aston Martin, collectively worth the most of any region in the UK, I will say. Can the Prime Minister outline how his trip to China, including the 30-day visa-free travel, will benefit these businesses and drive jobs and exports in our region?
Prime Minister.
Well, he'll be pleased to know that JLR were there with us on the delegation in China, and they're very acutely aware of the difference the better trade and economic measures with China will have in relation to their business and jobs in his constituency.
Richard Fogg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2023, the Intelligence and Security Committee reported that, quote, the UK's academic institutions provide a rich feeding ground for China to achieve both political influence and economic advantage. Can the Prime Minister let us know, was the issue of interference in the UK universities raised with President Xi?
Well, I raised a wide range of issues of concern to this House with President Xi, as he would have expected.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Growing our relationship with China could boost our motor manufacturing industry. The Prime Minister will know only too well that small businesses in this sector are the engine of economic growth in my constituency and right across the West Midlands. Can he set out how his visit will help small businesses in North Warwickshire and Bedworth?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, and thank you for a question. This is so important in terms of the opportunities that we have, and that's why we had representatives from motor manufacturing with us. They're only too well aware of the great advantages that taking a full benefit of the opportunities will have for her constituents and others.
Dr Andrew Merrison.
Prime Minister's friend Baroness Helena Kennedy, a sanctioned person, clearly believes that the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, or indeed the price of the plane tickets, because she has described the returns the Prime Minister has secured as meagre. She's right, isn't she?
Prime Minister.
I've known Helena for many, many years. We shared a room when we worked together in chambers. We agree on many, many things, but not everything.
Alex Boris-Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and for what he said about calling on China to end support for Russia's illegal war effort. We cannot ignore the threat to our shores that comes from them. As we know very well in Wales, where Nathan Gill, the Reform UK former leader in Wales, is serving 10.5 years in prison for taking bribes from Russia. So will the Prime Minister again join me in condemning that treacherous activity and reassure me that he will continue to push China on this important point?
Yes, I will, and I'm grateful for raising the case of Nathan Gill, as he rightly says, I think 10.5 years for taking bribes in relation to Russia, and the leader of Reform is not even interested enough to make an investigation to see whether that's the extent, which it won't be, of Russian influence in his party.
Lincoln Jock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. I just want clarification on the members of this House who were formally sanctioned. The Prime Minister said, President Xi told me that all parliamentarians are now free to travel to China. Does that mean that they are no longer legally sanctioned? And did he get that in writing?
Prime Minister.
That is my understanding in relation to all parliamentarians. In relation to parliamentarians, I accept that in relation to others, we do need to see how much further we can go.
Matt Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. I wondered if he agrees with me that the security of this country is the government's first and foremost priority at all times.
Prime Minister.
Yes, I do. It's front and centre of everything we do, wherever we're acting on the world stage.
Ben Obsojecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to follow up on the question from the Chair of the Defence Select Committee and the member for Aldershot on GCAP. We know that the funding for the next round of GCAP is shortly going to run out in a matter of months for Edgewing and for the British phase of the programme. It's been reported that this is being delayed due to the delay to the Defence Investment Plan. Will the contract for the next phase of GCAP be signed before the Defence Investment Plan is published?
He'll be pleased to know this was a matter of discussion in Japan, and the Defence Investment Plan will be published very soon.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mark Carney rightly challenged fellow middle powers to stop living a lie and recognise the changes in the geopolitical landscape, because comfortable assumptions about the international order are no longer true. The system which once we benefited from cannot become the source of our subordination. It was therefore important to hear the Prime Minister's firm commitment to GCAP in Japan, and does he agree with me that investment in programmes like GCAP is essential to address this geopolitical challenge?
Well, yes, I do, and he's right to emphasise the changes in the geopolitical landscape, and that's why we've approached our relationship to the US, to Europe, to India and China accordingly.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In his discussions on what the Prime Minister somewhat mildly describes as areas of difference, did he raise the discovery of kill switches and hidden comms devices in Chinese-manufactured solar panels? And if he did, can he assure us that rather than politely asking for this practice to stop, he demanded it?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we raised all of the sensitive issues, and we did it in direct terms and in the room, and that, to my mind, is the right way of trying to make progress on these very important issues.
Richard Baker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it was a privilege to serve with Jim Wallace in Holyrood, and can I associate myself with the tributes to him. Following trade deals with Europe, China and India, worth hundreds of millions of pounds to Scottish businesses, and defence contracts securing thousands of jobs, can the Prime Minister tell us how he will build on this success for Scotland? And does he agree it's about time with the Scottish Government with the same level of ambition for Scottish businesses?
Well, it's astonishing that the SNP are simply not interested in the progress we've made in the India trade deal, which is hugely beneficial to Scottish businesses, and in relation to the halving of tariffs that comes into effect today in relation to China. And the businesses in Scotland know exactly what it means to them, which is why they're celebrating. The SNP can't bring themselves to even welcome it.
Jim Allister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I certainly acknowledge the tariff easement in respect of Scottish whisky and its the apparently superior Bushmills whisky from my constituency. But could I ask the Prime Minister whether his visit will do anything to address the proliferation of heavily subsidised Chinese vehicles which are flooding our nation, particularly in the bus sector, where recently we now have 500 subsidised Chinese vehicles, courtesy of Transport for London, on the streets of our capital city, whereas in both Scotland and in my constituency, we build the highest quality of buses. Will there be any action to support British buses as a result of what the Prime Minister is seeking to do?
Prime Minister.
I see we've opened a whisky competition, but he's quite right. It is really important that we champion the building of buses and so much else in the United Kingdom, where we've got great examples of that, and that's why we will always put the national interest first.
Kevin Bonavia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the Prime Minister's report back from his visit to China and Japan, something that the previous Tory governments refused to do for many years. He outlined many of the issues discussed: human rights, trade, security. I'm particularly interested in what he had to say about the Border Security Pact, because my constituents in Stevenage are very concerned about the small boats crisis. We've already had international agreements with France and Germany. This is a new one with China. I'd like to know more about how this is going to work. How can I do that?
Well, he's right to put this package as one, because what we're doing on small boats is, with China, is looking at the source of the engines themselves. What we're doing with Germany is the transport of these parts through Europe. What we're doing in France is working with the French to tackle the crossings themselves.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the whole House can see with their own eyes what's happening here. The Prime Minister on paper has the support of more than 400 MPs.
that they want to show their support that someone can fill every single seat on the opposite side and down to double doors. And we all drift away as the statement progresses. But even at the start of this statement, the Prime Minister didn't even have the authority to command 2 or 3 benches of MPs behind him. He's clearly on his way out. But the problem is, in his desperation to shore up his position, he's trading away our national interest. Can he name a single tangible benefit he secured in terms of the rights of Hong Kongers?
Prime Minister.
Yes, we raised the issues of Hong Kong. We raised the issues. I find it astonishing that their position is that they want all these issues. They say they take these issues seriously. They say of great concern. They stay here, notwithstanding no one else is listening, and raise them on the benches greatly. And then they say, it's so important to me, the one thing I don't want you to do is to go to China and have a discussion about them at the highest level. It's a pathetic approach, unserious approach to foreign policy.
Jacob Collier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister may have seen that the Japanese ambassador to the UK, Hiroshi Suzuki, was recently in Manchester trying Boddington's bitter. The Prime Minister will know the importance of brewing to my constituency, and perhaps in celebration of these trade deals, he would like to encourage the ambassador to come and sample some of the best beer in the brewing capital of Burton-on-Trent.
Prime Minister.
Yes, it certainly should encourage that, and I'll take the first opportunity to do so.
Graham Leadbitter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad that the Prime Minister enjoys the drama as much as I do, and for the record, I did welcome the Indian trade deal very publicly, so perhaps he may wish to correct the record on that. I'd like to focus, however, on a really significant issue for employment in my own constituency, which is the Ardersier site, which part of the Cromarty Green Freeport, in which Wing Yang have expressed a significant investment interest in. I fully understand the national security concerns that need to be addressed in this, but a decision is long overdue in this. It has been with the government for a long, long time. There is investor jitteriness about it. Supply chain is vexed about it, and it's certainly not helping the just transition and putting significant job opportunities at risk. When will the decision be taken, and either let them get on with it or move on to another opportunity?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this issue, which is a concern to his constituents and across Scotland and indeed the United Kingdom. No decision has yet been made, and I'll update the House as soon as I can.
Josh Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his statement today. Last Thursday, I held a public meeting with the Hong Kong community in Bishop Stortford. We met to discuss the proposed changes to indefinite leave to remain, but there was real strength of feeling about the case of Jimmy Lai and democratic freedoms in Hong Kong. So I'm really pleased to hear the Prime Minister raise that. Would he take this opportunity for the benefit of my constituents to set out again the detail of those discussions? Will he also reassure them of this country's commitment to those from Hong Kong who have made their home here, and that this government will listen carefully to their views as part of the Home Office's consultation on earned settlement?
Prime Minister.
Well, let me give him that reassurance for those from Hong Kong in his constituency and across the whole country, and the support that we will put in for them.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The SNP Scottish Government undertook a secretive trip to Beijing last year and caught a case of renminbi fever while they were there. They're now blundering around on the world stage, desperate for Wing Yang to put money into Ardersier. Notwithstanding the jobs, will the Prime Minister assure the House that he will take cognizance of national security issues? We do not want jobs at any cost. We cannot have wind farms that have Chinese kill switches fitted.
Well, as you will have heard me say a moment ago, no decision has been made yet. But as I outlined in my report back to the House, the overarching approach we take to all matters involving China is that national security always comes first.
David Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the all-party group on Japan, can I say a arigato gozaimasu to the Prime Minister for his visit to Japan, and I hope that he had a sugoi time. I think we are all proud in this House of the GCAP programme, which holds a great opportunity not only for global, regional and UK security, but also for British jobs. The Prime Minister mentioned that Japan is already one of the main investors in the UK. Does he share my hope that this programme, just like the Concorde programme with France all those years ago, will lead to knock-on benefits for British jobs and innovations in our economy?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank him for his comments and his message over the weekend. Japan is a key NATO ally, G7 and of course the Coalition of the Willing, and as he rightly points out, with key investments in the United Kingdom, and that's why we discussed all those matters and GCAP when we were there.
Gregory Stafford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister mentioned his previous meeting with the Chinese President in Brazil at COP. One day later, 45 pro-democracy Hong Kongers were sentenced. Uyghurs, Falun Gong, Tibetans, unregistered religious groups, human rights lawyers and pro-democracy campaigners, Hong Kongers in this country, Jimmy Lai. What single tangible difference has the Prime Minister made for their safety and security?
Mr. Speaker, of course there's concerns. They're aired in this House. The difference between us is our position is that the mature, serious thing to do is to have leader-to-leader discussions about them engaging the issue. Their approach is to shout about the issues, get a bag of sand and put your head in it and influence absolutely no one. It is so unserious. They're not fit for government for many, many, many years to come.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Prime Minister will know, there are many Japanese companies who have their British home in my constituency in Bracknell. So can I welcome his visit to Japan, and could he set out a little bit more about how we can strengthen our relationship further with our Japanese friends and allies, and what that will mean for my constituents?
Well, can I pay tribute to all those in his constituency, of which there are very many, as he rightly says. Enhancing our trade and economic ties with Japan is in the interests of both of our countries, and that's precisely what we're focused on.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the Prime Minister has failed to stand up for Britain's interests, from what we've seen, he couldn't even make it across Beijing's red carpet without being guided along the way. What did the Prime Minister expect to receive in return for approving the Chinese super embassy, and did the Chinese give it to him?
Prime Minister.
We've had an embassy in this country since 1877. It's currently over 7 sites. It's now going to be on 1. The Security and Intelligence Services published a letter the day after the decision to say that that was better for security in this country. And I think that's the right approach.
Peter Swallow. Chris Binns. Second best.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement today and his continued international leadership. I know, however, wherever he goes in the world, he's always thinking about Harlow. Can I ask the Prime Minister what difference will a productive relationship with the second largest economy and our 3rd biggest trading partner make to businesses in my constituency of Harlow?
He's a champion for Harlow, and it was so good to visit so many times. We had 60 businesses on the delegation with us. They were enthusiastic about the opportunities that this visit would open up for them and all the associated businesses, including his constituency, that will be able to work with them on projects in the future.
Dr. Luke Evans.
It's widely reported in the media that the Prime Minister and his entourage had burner phones when they went across to China. Could he confirm this? And if it is confirmed, was the reason because he was worried he was being spied upon?
Prime Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we took appropriate precautions, as we do whichever country we visit.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like the Prime Minister, I'm a musician and a strong advocate for the creative arts sector. So could he set out to the House a little more why he took so many creative arts and cultural organisations with him to China? And does he agree that Britain is the best in the world at the creative arts? It's good for trade, it's good for jobs, it's good for our young people particularly, and the kind of visit he's been on will help with this, as will investment at home and abroad.
I thank him for his question. I agree with him. We are the best in the world, and the creative sector, those from the cultural institutions, were with us on the visit because they could see the great advantage in better relations and better engagement, not only in relation to the cultural aspects, but of course they are in themselves really important businesses.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister is very full of the abstract virtue of engaging with China and getting in the room with them. He used to say that Britain shouldn't even sign a trade deal with China because of the persecution of the Uyghur people. So having now got in the room with the Chinese leader, can he tell the House a single thing that he achieved on behalf of the Uyghurs, or indeed on behalf of the security of this country?
Prime Minister.
Yes, engaging is really important for the security of this country. And just for clarity, we didn't sign a trade deal on the visit. We simply looked at the ways in which we can open the opportunities for businesses. There were 60 big businesses with us on the visit, and they're absolutely clear about the advantages to them. And I'd much rather take their view on the advantages than the nonsense that's being spouted on the other side of this House.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. China is helping to fund Russia's war on Ukraine via the Shadow Fleet and Russian oil. Firstly, can the Prime Minister unambiguously confirm that he mentioned and brought up Russian oil and the Shadow Fleet, because it's not mentioned specifically in the statement? And secondly, what steps will China now take to end their importation of Russian oil, which is funding death and destruction across Ukraine?
Well said. Well, this is a really important issue, and that's why I had a phone call with Volodymyr Zelensky the day before I left. I'll have a further discussion with him when I get back, and I raised the issue in terms during the course of the visit.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and further to that point, Russia has been able to triple its ballistic missile production because it has access to Chinese rocket fuel, it has access to Chinese machine tools, and it has access to Chinese microprocessors. In return, China is receiving vast quantities of discounted oil, gas, aluminium and other natural resources. China is quite literally fueling the war in Ukraine. So can I ask the Prime Minister once again, what specific guarantees did he receive from the Chinese government that they would work to de-escalate the conflict in Ukraine?
The reason I spoke to Volodymyr Zelensky was to have a discussion with him in advance as precisely the terms in which we would approach this issue. I then followed through on that, and I will talk to President Zelensky again in coming days about this. We're working hand in glove with the Ukrainians for the outcome that we all want, which is just and lasting peace.
Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement, and I welcome the PM's successful trade missions to China and Japan. In particular, I'm heartened by the strides made in Japanese cooperation. However, I would like to ascertain what steps forward were made in terms of the Chinese treatment of Christians, of Uyghur Muslims, of Falun Gong and other religious minorities, and how the Prime Minister was able to use diplomatic soft power to bring about the changes required to stop human rights, or to provide human rights protection, and to stop religious persecution and successful trade between the two nations. Thank you.
I'd like to raise these really important issues, and that's why I raised them myself during the course of the visit, and I thank him.
And that concludes the statement. I'll give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Statement. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I know right honourable and honourable members across the House will agree, Jeffrey Epstein was a despicable criminal who committed disgusting crimes and destroyed the lives of countless women and girls. What he did is unforgivable. His victims must be our first priority. As the Prime Minister has said, anybody with relevant information must come forward and cooperate with investigations so that Jeffrey Epstein's victims can get the justice they have been denied for too long. Madam Deputy Speaker, on Friday, the Department of Justice in the United States released around 3 million pages from the case files relating to Jeffrey Epstein. It is increasingly clear that his awful crimes involved and were facilitated by many, often powerful people, both by actively participating in those crimes, but also by failing to hear those victims' voices, by equating wealth with integrity, and by not using one's privileged position to speak out, even against a friend. It is incumbent upon those of us who hold ministerial office to behave in such a way that builds trust in politics and upholds the standards that voters rightly expect from us. Contained within the release by the US Department of Justice were documents which highlighted the close nature of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Mandelson, including alleged financial transactions when Peter Mandelson was a Labour Member of Parliament and later Minister. For the avoidance of doubt, this information was not known by the government until the release of documents by the Department of Justice on Friday. The nature of the documents also raised serious concerns about Peter Mandelson's behaviour whilst a minister. Peter Mandelson must account for his actions and conduct. It is an understatement, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that his decision to continue a close relationship with a convicted paedophile, including discussing private government business, falls far below the standards expected of any minister. His behaviour was unequivocally wrong and an insult to the women and girls who suffered. No government minister of any political party should have, nor ever should, behave in this way. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has today asked the Cabinet Secretary to review all available information regarding Peter Mandelson's contact with Jeffrey Epstein during his period as a government minister and to report back to him as a matter of urgency. As the House knows, Peter Mandelson is no longer a member of the Labour Party, having resigned his membership last night, and the House may wish to know that disciplinary action was underway by the Labour Party prior to his resignation. The Prime Minister believes, as does the Government, that Peter Mandelson should not retain his membership of the House of Lords or use his title. As the House already knows, the Government does not have the power to remove peerages without legislation. However, the Prime Minister is calling on all political parties, including the Conservatives as the largest party in the House of Lords, to work with the Government to modernise the disciplinary procedures to allow for removal of peers who have brought the House of Lords into disrepute. The Government will today write to the appropriate authorities in the other place to start that process. It would be better, Madam Deputy Speaker, to update those procedures so that they apply to all members of the House of Lords, instead of having to introduce complex hybrid bills for each individual peer who has brought the other place into disrepute. Madam Deputy Speaker, I recognise the strength of feeling on all sides of the House, myself included, and the Government will of course keep members up to date. I commend the statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. The crimes of Jeffrey Epstein were truly terrible. Paedophilia, sex trafficking, child prostitution. It was an awful abuse of power. And it is, of course, a great embarrassment to our country that its most senior ambassador should have been caught up with a man like him. In this latest set of releases from the US Department of Justice, it's clearer than ever that theirs was a relationship built not just on affection, but on the transfer of money from Epstein to Mandelson's family and the transfer of information from Mandelson to Epstein. In some cases, this was apparently market-sensitive information that Mandelson only received by dint of being a member of the Labour government. So, of course, we welcome the belated announcement that there will be an investigation into Mandelson's conduct whilst he was a minister. But this should have happened long ago, and I say that because we know that in February last year, Gordon Brown, the former Prime Minister, wrote to the Cabinet Secretary explicitly asking for an investigation into the veracity of information contained in the Epstein papers about the sale of assets arising from the banking collapse and communications about them between Lord Mandelson and Mr. Epstein. That investigation never happened. In any case, I'm afraid the investigation announced today alone will not do. It is not enough to consider Mandelson's historic conduct. There also needs to be an investigation into his behaviour whilst he was our ambassador in Washington. Given that he abused his previous position, it is entirely conceivable that he abused his most recent one. For example, I understand that on the 27th of February last year, Mandelson arranged for the Prime Minister to meet Palantir, a client of Mandelson's company, Global Counsel. How many more such meetings were there? What other information was shared? We all have a right to know. Likewise, the government cannot hide from its responsibility in having made Mandelson its ambassador in the first place. This was a political appointment. It happened only because of political pressure. And so one of two things must be true, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Either there was the most terrible failure of the vetting system, or the government chose to brush that vetting information away. And both are very serious, but the government must now be honest with us about which it was. And it seems very unlikely that the government's vetting system broke down entirely. Indeed, on the 10th of September, the Prime Minister told the House that full due process was followed during this appointment. Can it really be the case that this full due process did not pick up the extent of the relationship? On the 3rd of November, Ollie Robbins, the then Permanent Secretary at the Foreign Office, told committee back before Lord Mandelson was announced as the appointee, there was a process within the Cabinet Office to make sure that the Prime Minister was aware of Lord Mandelson and the issues around his appointment. We can confidently say that the relationship with Epstein was indeed surfaced. So the government knew that Mandelson had a long-maintained and unhealthy relationship with Epstein, and yet it continued with its appointment anyway. So the question is, Madam Deputy Speaker, who in number 10 knew what and when? And the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister has a duty to tell this House precisely what the Prime Minister knew when he made the appointment, to disclose the documents that the Prime Minister saw. And if the Prime Minister genuinely did not know, well, somebody must have done. Who was it? Was it his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, who is reported to have personally pushed the appointment? Was it the Deputy Prime Minister, who was then the Foreign Secretary, who would have been party to some of the information? It's just time for the government to be open and clear with us all. Something went very badly wrong with this appointment, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has caused very great embarrassment to this country, and it is time that someone took responsibility.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The person that has to take responsibility for their failings is Peter Mandelson. The Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster knows, because the process for political appointments, whether to ambassadorships or otherwise, was one that was set up under the previous Conservative government. It was a process that we inherited and have since updated. The Prime Minister has been very clear that the declarations of interest that were put forward by Peter Mandelson were not wholly truthful. When it became clear from the release of information that had not been the case, the Prime Minister moved swiftly to remove Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States. On the first point that the Shadow Chancellor of Lancaster made in relation to an investigation requested by former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, I can confirm to the House that his statement was incorrect. Former Prime Minister did ask the Cabinet Secretary to investigate to look for any particular documents that related, as he said, to the sale of RBS assets to JP Morgan. That investigation was undertaken. The Cabinet Secretary did respond to the former Prime Minister to confirm that no documents in relation to these questions were held by the government. Evidently, now that more documents have become available to the public and to the government, further investigations are now taking place.
Emily Thornberry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. These files seem to show that Peter Mandelson was given £50,000 by a notorious paedophile, and a few years later, he sent on market-sensitive information to Epstein, who worked for JP Morgan, about market bailouts, the Prime Minister's resignation, telling them that they should mildly threaten the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and then told him about matters of national security. Surely this is not a matter of whether Peter Mandelson be in the House of Lords. This is a matter of whether the police should be involved.
The Honourable Lady is right that each individual issue is wholly unacceptable, and cumulatively it is also unacceptable. The undeclared exchange of funds, the passing on of government information, let alone the fact that those exchanges were to a convicted paedophile, are wholly unconscionable. And the House will know that if any of those activities were to take place today, ministers would be swiftly relieved of their duties and could be, via the recall petitions available to the House, removed from their constituency too. As to the matter of criminal investigations, of course, that is a matter for the prosecution services and the police, and the investigation into the released documents from the Cabinet Secretary to the Prime Minister, as I've informed the House, is currently underway.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Max Wilkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister and the Shadow CDL are right. We must start by remembering the many women and young girls who experienced unimaginable horrors at the hands of the network of Epstein. We must also ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, what it was that first attracted the politician Peter Mandelson to the billionaire financier Jeffrey Epstein? And why was it that that relationship continued after Epstein's character was well known? At the very least, the forwarding of confidential government correspondence to a wealthy and powerful individual was clearly well beneath the conduct expected of a cabinet minister and possibly a breach of the law. When that is combined with the reported financial flows, the evidence is damning. The use of public office for private gain is the very definition of corruption. Regardless of the outcome of a government investigation, millions of people up and down this country are more than capable of judging for themselves on the evidence in front of them. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, isn't it time to end the Lord Mandelson charade once and for all by bringing legislation to this House to strip him of his peerage? And what about his membership of the Privy Council too? The Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister referenced declarations of interest. So will the Government work with House authorities to republish Peter Mandelson's Register of Interests dating back to his time as a Cabinet Minister in a Labour government?
Thank you, and can I welcome the honourable member to his post on the Liberal Democrats front bench. The honourable member is right that it is time for the procedures in Parliament to be updated. This House has taken steps in recent years to do that. The other place has not. And as I said in my statement to the House, the government is making an offer today to the other place and to the appropriate authorities in the House of Lords to put forward proposals to do just that. And if we need to make time available to do so, we will.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, I think the key question here is who advised the Prime Minister? I don't expect the Prime Minister to do due diligence on appointments of this kind himself, but those around him must have done. And it does appear that there were questions that needed to be asked of Lord Mandelson that weren't asked, or if they were asked, that the answers were not passed on. So when this is investigated, can my right honourable friend give us a guarantee that those around the Prime Minister who would have advised him on this appointment will be investigated fully?
The appointment for political, the process, for political appointments has since been strengthened by this government to include additional interviews and processes for declarations of interest. The key thing, though, Madam Deputy Speaker, is when someone lies in their declarations of interest, there must be a consequence. And the consequence in respect to members of the other place needs to be removal from the House of Lords and loss of your peerage. That can only happen if the other place bring forward proposals to update their own processes, which the government stands ready to support them in doing so. But I agree with my honourable friend that there needs to be robust, clear, transparent processes, and where there are conflicts of interest, for those to be surfaced and dealt with adequately. And then when people are found to have lied, there must be some consequence.
Chair of the Select Committee, Simon Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is right to say that the other place must modernise its disciplinary procedures. But that kicks the Mandelson can down the road. This is not the first time this modern-day Icarus has flown a little bit too close to the sun, usually over money. We all remember the Geoffrey Robinson mortgage loan, which of course occasioned an earlier resignation, and the Hinduja passport. Where I disagree with the Minister is that you should conflate the updating of the disciplinary procedures of the other place and bringing forward legislation which is allowed to remove Mandelson's peerage. I am absolutely certain that were the government to bring forward a bill, it needn't be complex and hybrid as he suggested. It could be rushed through this House in a day, such as the appetite to make the point.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for the sake of clarity, can I just make it clear that neither I nor the government are here to defend Peter Mandelson. We are here to defend the integrity of this House and the other place, and to ensure that processes where they need updating are updated. On the question of legislation for individual members of the other place, the fact, I might say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is there's a queue. That's why the process needs to be updated to apply to all peers in the House of Lords, as opposed to the need to bring individual legislation, whether it's for Peter Mandelson or Michelle Mone.
Juliet Sadiq.
Deputy Speaker,
Like the Chief Secretary, I am a parent of young children, and I know the Chief Secretary would have found it very difficult to stomach some of the details that came out over the weekend. And rightfully, so far the conversation here has been dominated about the actions of the men. But could I seriously ask the Chief Secretary, what is he doing to ensure that the victims, mostly children, of sexual violence and sexual assault is going to be heard by those in power, including the Prime Minister?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I'm sure there isn't one member of this House that doesn't agree with her about the levels of disgust that we feel in seeing the disclosures from the Epstein files. The House knows that the government is taking forward radical proposals for tackling violence against women and girls, and in respect of Jeffrey Epstein, is doing all that we can to ensure that people who do have information is available to investigators.
Sir Christopher Chair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Minister think that the deep involvement of Mandelson with Epstein shows that Epstein's victims were not only women and girls, but may also have included young men?
It wouldn't be appropriate for me to entertain that hypothetical question at the dispatch box, Madam Deputy Speaker. We obviously hope that that is not the case, but as I say, I am not here to speak for Peter Mandelson.
Andy MacDonald.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a disaster, and against the backdrop of the incredible abuse of young women for such a long time, it just fills the House with horror. But I must agree with the honourable member from North Dorset. This House would be minded to bring legislation, and quickly. But can I ask my right honourable friend, it would appear that Gordon Brown was very concerned in September of 2025 that there had been disclosure of information by Mandelson to Epstein that may have been used for commercial gain. He turns out to be right. So how is it that that error could occur within government? That information wasn't known. Can you assure the House that those matters will be given full attention in any inquiry, and that from this day on, full engagement will be had with the criminal authorities? Because as many people have said in this place already, the time has come for criminal prosecution.
My honourable friend is right to raise the concerns in the way he has. As I confirmed to the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, the Cabinet Secretary did respond to Gordon Brown's request to search for documents in the government archive in relation to the sale of RBS assets to JP Morgan at that time. The review of documents at the time concluded that those documents did not exist in the government archive. It is now evident from the release of documents from the US Department for Justice that the emails that we have all seen account for what took place at the time, and that's why the Cabinet Secretary now is reviewing the archive again, not just in respect of that particular question, but in the round during the time that Peter Mandelson was a Labour Minister, and he'll be reporting to the Prime Minister as soon as he's been able to do that.
Speaker, in Cash for Questions, all the recent sexual harassment cases at Westminster, the police were called. They were called proactively by the government. Why is the government in this case conducting an inquiry without informing the Met Police? And if they're not, will they get on with it straight away? Because it's inevitably going to happen.
As I have told the House, the Cabinet Secretary is currently looking at the government archives to see what documents are available and will advise the Prime Minister accordingly. If the government can be of assistance to any investigations in due course, of course it will do so.
Justin Madders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many aspects of this which are hugely troubling, and I just want to focus on one, which is the passing on by a serving Cabinet Minister to third parties of highly sensitive information. Clearly that's something that could amount to misconduct in public office, and I hope that the police do investigate that. But it does reveal these papers, doesn't it? A very casual relationship with probity for Mandelson and his apparent willingness to share highly sensitive information with third parties. Now, what concerns me in particular is, of course, that he has been in a very senior role in recent times. So I wonder if the Chief Secretary could confirm whether he or anyone else serving in government in a ministerial or advisory capacity has discussed in recent times in the course of this government information of a similar nature that could have been used to benefit third parties.
The information that became available over the preceding few days from the US Department of Justice is new information to the government.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I echo the remarks that have been made in this House this evening about the fact that it might be time for criminal proceedings to take place in this? I also think it's important when the government has made such a totem of tackling violence against women and girls, that they're seen to stand up for women and girls in this and encourage everyone who's been mentioned in this to cooperate with the American authorities and give any information that they have to the inquiries in the United States.
Good point, well made.
I agree wholeheartedly with the Honourable Lady, and the government has called for anybody with information to do just that.
Rachel Hopkins.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents will be horrified, like all of us, by the revelations regarding Peter Mandelson and the Epstein files. But they'd also be shocked to know that the government doesn't have the power to remove peerages. Yeah. So does the Chief Secretary agree with me that it's absolutely right to do whatever necessary to modernise procedures to allow for the removal of peers and their peerages when they've brought the other place into disrepute?
I think my honourable friend is exactly right, and that's why the government has written to the appropriate authorities in the other place today to request that that work is now started.
Stephen Flynn.
Speaker, I don't understand why the Minister, who I respect greatly, is standing there and speaking as though the government didn't know about the relationship and the connection between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein prior to appointing him as the ambassador to the United States. I can't understand why the Minister isn't standing at the dispatch box today saying that this House will sit until whatever hour is required in order to move legislation to strip him of his peerage. I cannot understand why the Minister is acting like the Labour Party have been proactive in relation to this, when they have known for months about Peter Mandelson's revelations and yet have allowed him to maintain a party membership throughout that time. And I cannot understand why half an hour ago the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom did not just apologise for his decision-making, his lack of judgment, and say that Peter Mandelson should be subject to a criminal investigation.
Neither the Labour Party nor the government, or indeed this House or the honourable member, knew about the information that was made available by the US Department for Justice only a matter of days ago. As soon as that information became available, the government has acted accordingly. And in respect of the previous decision of the Prime Minister to sack Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to the United States, the Prime Minister was very clear with this House and indeed the public that he did so quickly as soon as the extent and depth of the relationship became clear from the disclosure that took place. The Prime Minister relied on the information provided by Peter Mandelson at the time of his appointment. As soon as that information changed, the Prime Minister acted quickly and removed him from office.
Richard Bergen.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the public is asking how on earth Peter Mandelson ever got to be appointed ambassador to the United States, given what was known. One would presume Peter Mandelson passed some sort of security check or vetting. But as well as an inquiry into Peter Mandelson's appointment, can the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister reassure this House and the public, on behalf of the Prime Minister, that everyone in number 10 who advocated for or had influence in securing Peter Mandelson's appointment, in spite of what was known about his relationship with Epstein, had security clearance? A key protection to guard against improper influence and exposure for our country.
All due process was followed. As the Prime Minister has made clear, for political appointments, it was clear that additional measures needed to be put into place, which have now been put into place. And I remind the honourable member in the House that the information that became available both at the time the Prime Minister sacked the former ambassador to the United States and in the last few days only became available to the Prime Minister and the government at the same time as everybody else.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Can the Minister not see that it's in the Labour Party's interest as much as it is in the national interest that this issue of stripping Mandelson of his peerage should be resolved as soon as possible, bring in the wider legislation subsequently? Yes. Now, he may be a little young to remember when the late John Prescott compared Mandelson to a scorpion in a jam jar that he was holding. But can the Minister explain to this House the fatal fascination of Labour leader after Labour leader in appointing this man to post after post with his checkered record of corruption and multiple resignations?
Julian.
I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman and to the House that whether it's about Peter Mandelson or Michelle Mone or other peers who have brought the other place into disrepute, that there needs to be a process for the removal of members of the other place and their peerage. The government is making it very clear today that that should be conducted on a cross-party basis to ensure the integrity of the other place and our democracy in the future as it relates to all peers. And I would encourage members across the House and in the other place to make sure that those proposals are brought forward swiftly.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mandelson's behaviour fell well below expected standards for a long time, but sadly, he was disgracefully allowed to resign very quietly. Even though he was sacked as the US ambassador last year, more action should have been taken last year. So I will ask the Chief Secretary to do everything that he can do to expedite legislation to remove all of the privileges from this awful man as soon as possible.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. The government stands ready to work with authorities in the House of Lords to update their procedures. As I've informed the House, we've written to the appropriate authorities in the other place today to start that process, and we hope to move as quickly as possible.
Manuela Pertigala.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to focus on the victims, the children and the young girls who were trafficked. Will the government confirm that any UK-linked offences will be fully investigated, that all evidence will be acted upon, and that anyone implicated, whatever their status, will be pursued with the full force of the law, ensuring that victims and survivors will receive the justice and support that they deserve?
I thank the honourable lady, and she's right that the victims of Jeffrey Epstein need to be at the centre of all of our attentions. The government will, of course, cooperate with any investigations that take place. And as we have said repeatedly, anybody with any information should make themselves available to investigators, whether here or overseas.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement this afternoon. Gloucester residents will rightly be angry and incredibly disgusted by the revelations that were revealed by the papers released by the American government over the weekend. And I think it's in the interest of this whole House that we get this place in order so that those who commit heinous acts, who align themselves with people like Jeffrey Epstein, are no longer in this place, so the public can have the trust that we are acting in their best interest. So can my honourable friend confirm that he and the government will act at pace to ensure that that man is removed from the House of Lords, and can he update the House on the steps they've taken to improve the direct appointments process since he was removed as ambassador?
I thank my honourable friend for his question and share in his disgust at what has taken place. As I've said to the House of Lords must update its procedures to ensure that there are consequences for the behaviours of members in the other place that bring their House into disrepute. The House of Commons, this House, has in recent years been able to do that, and there is no reason why the other place should not, and the government stands ready to support the House of Lords in whichever way is necessary to make sure that's put into effect.
Robert Jenrick.
Appointing Peter Mandelson to our Premier Ambassadorship was always a grotesque error of judgment by the Prime Minister, given everything that we knew about this man. And now we're told that this man leaked confidential information to a convicted sex offender when he was a cabinet minister and took tens of thousands of pounds in secret backhanders. It is a total disgrace. Is the Minister really coming to the House today to say that he neither intends to bring forward primary legislation to deal with this now, but will write to the House of Lords and seek their support to modernise their procedures in months' time, and nor will he go proactively to the police and demand an investigation when Peter Mandelson has clearly broken the law and stands now accused of serious misconduct in a public office and should be tried for his offences?
As I've said repeatedly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government will of course cooperate with any investigation that takes place and encourages everybody to do so. We stand ready to introduce legislation if required, at pace, to work with the House of Lords to update their procedures. We agree that that needs to happen and that it needs to happen quickly. And might I just gently say that when the Right Honourable Member was a member of the Conservative Party, at the point Peter Mandelson was first appointed to the ambassadorship in the United States, the official opposition didn't at that point object in any way.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his statement this afternoon. Jeffrey Epstein's crimes were utterly abhorrent. And our thoughts should always be with the women and girls whose lives were destroyed by him and his network. And the revelations over the weekend were utterly disgusting. Would the Chief Secretary agree with me that the Cabinet Secretary should undertake an immediate review into Peter Mandelson's actions when he was a Government Minister, particularly in relation to the issue raised by the previous Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, in relation to the potential and unacceptable disclosure of government papers and information when this country was battling a global financial crisis?
I agree wholeheartedly with my honourable friend. The Cabinet Secretary is now today reviewing the government archives to see what information is available at that time, not just in relation to the sale of RBS assets to JP Morgan as requested by the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, but more broadly during the time that Peter Mandelson was a Labour minister in the then government.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, does the government believe Lord Mandelson be stripped of his peerage, yes or no? And if they do, they should bring forward primary legislation which would do just that, which they can do. And I'm afraid the Minister's excuse of a queue does not wash whatsoever. That being the case, will they bring forward this legislation for the disgraced Lord Mandelson, their friend? Because if they don't, and he does keep his title, despite Andrew Mountbatten Windsor being stripped of his, what rank hypocrisy? What further can this government do to add further stain to their tarnished reputation?
As I've said repeatedly, Madam Deputy Speaker, neither the Labour Party nor this government seeks to defend Peter Mandelson, as the Honourable Lady implies in her question. The leader of the opposition has herself called for Michelle Mone's peerage to be removed. The point I make is that that can't happen either because the processes are not up to date in the House of Lords. It would be better to bring forward changes to ensure that the rules can be applied to all members of the House of Lords in these circumstances, whether Peter Mandelson or Michelle Mone, and we stand ready to do so.
Andrew Lewin.
Can I thank the Chief Secretary for coming to Parliament at the first opportunity to address this issue. Epstein's crimes were vile, and I can't begin to imagine how all these latest revelations have compounded the pain for all of the women and girls who were victims. Many in this House have already spoken powerfully about our collective alarm at the revelations in the last few days of government information being passed to Epstein in 2009. I fully support the decision to have an investigation, but for public trust, can the Chief Secretary reassure me that the Cabinet Secretary will be given everything he needs to make sure this investigation moves forward at pace?
I agree with my honourable friend, and again to reiterate that if any minister was found to be forwarding government information in that way, they would be quickly removed from post under the rules that we have today and could be subject to recall to their own constituencies from the House authorities here. In respect of the Cabinet Secretary's work, of course officials from the Propriety and Ethics team and elsewhere in the Cabinet Office are supporting his investigations today to review what documents are available in the archive, because the Prime Minister has made it very clear that he wishes for the Cabinet Secretary to report back to him as a matter of urgency.
Luke Taylor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the files released on Friday are a horrific record of the relationships between the rich and the powerful, including Elon Musk, Donald Trump. We've seen mention of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and, of course, Peter Mandelson. It's horrific, and we, as other members have mentioned, we must keep the victims at the very forefront of our minds. We've seen the discussion of the email that Peter Mandelson sent to him about business issues. And then there's a second one in 2010 where he gave a preview of the £500 billion bailout that was imminent. In light of these, will the government be proactive in encouraging a police investigation? But can I also ask whether they're in discussions with the US Department of Justice for unredacted emails and potentially documents that have been withheld and not released yet to further detail the offending? But also whether he will republish Peter Mandelson's register of interests back from his election as an MP in 1992 through to 2010.
I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the question of the register of interest is for the House and not for the government, but I'm sure that the House authorities have heard the question from the honourable member. In terms of investigations, the answer is yes. Everybody, whether the government or individuals involved or with any knowledge, should cooperate with any investigation, because, as he said at the start of his question, if the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes are at the heart of all of our thinking, the answer has to be justice.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The latest information appears to show Peter Mandelson, when a minister, worked alongside one of the world's most notorious paedophiles, conspiring against the interests of the British people in pursuit of money, power and influence. Such detail strengthens the case for the Hillsborough law to hold those in power properly to account. Under this law, ministers who use their office to gain a benefit, financial, reputational or otherwise, or cause detriment to others while knowing their conduct is improper, could face up to 10 years imprisonment. It cannot come quickly enough. But can I ask the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister a simple question? Will the government commit to an immediate investigation into who knew what and when about Peter Mandelson before and during his disastrous appointment as Ambassador to the United States?
Yeah, well said. Can I congratulate my honourable friend for all of his tireless campaigning on the Hillsborough law and reaffirm the government's commitment to bringing that legislation back to the House as soon as possible. In respect of the appointment of Peter Mandelson as the Ambassador to the United States, and then the Prime Minister's decision to sack Peter Mandelson when more information had become available, the Prime Minister has spoken at length to that at the dispatch box here in the House and in public.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Labour appointee Lord Mandelson has been a pivotal figure in the Prime Minister's leadership project. And this is now a damage limitation exercise for the government. There is a deep irony, I think, in that the government can appoint people to the House of Lords, but they can't clear up after their own mess. So why hasn't the government referred this to the police? And does he admit that this is doing grave harm to the confidence of the public in the accountability of our democratic institutions?
The Cabinet Secretary is, as we speak, Madam Deputy Speaker, reviewing the government archive to see what documents we have available in relation to the time that Peter Mandelson served as a Labour Minister. As I've informed the House, the release of documents from the US Department for Justice over the preceding few days was new information to the government, and we will do all that we can, both to highlight the information that we have, but also to cooperate with any investigation that may then take place.
Matt Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement. I wonder if he agrees that without this legislation that we've talked about being brought through swiftly and quickly, that actually what we're doing is running the risk of diminishing any confidence that victims of serious sexual abuse and other violence actually has in all ministers and people who actually make decisions and laws.
I think my honourable friend is right that the public expect that if you break the law or the rules, there should be consequences for that behaviour. In this House, that is the case. In the House of Lords, it is not the case. That's why the government is encouraging the appropriate authorities in the House of Lords to come forward with proposals to change that. And if the government is required to assist in any way, including making time available in this House to do so, we will.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are two issues here. One is the connection of a member of the House of Lords to a convicted paedophile who is, let's not forget, not the only Labour appointee recently made who's been connected to a convicted paedophile. Lord Matthew Doyle, who was appointed only recently, has maintained a persistent connection with a convicted paedophile as well. Would the Chief Secretary agree that it isn't enough to be referring this to the Cabinet Secretary? The police should be called immediately, because what we're seeing right now is misconduct in public office. This goes all the way to the Chief of Staff to the Prime Minister, and the possibility of destruction of evidence and obscuring a future prosecution is now a raising impossibility, and it is being masked by his government.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to refute in the strongest possible terms any accusation that the government would seek to interfere or block any investigation in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. It's absolutely wrong to suggest that documents would be made unavailable or deleted. The Cabinet Secretary is today reviewing the government archives from the time in question, and as I've said, will comply with any investigation that then takes place. And I think the right honourable gentleman must know that to accuse me or other parts of the government of misdemeanour in the way he has is wholly unsatisfactory, and might I say, out of character.
Dr. Peter Brinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I can recall the description of the scorpion in the jam jar. And Mandelson surely does have some sort of a self-destruct chip inside his head. It was reported in the Times this afternoon that Mr Butler, the Downing Street advisor to Gordon Brown, said that the alleged leaked memo containing highly sensitive market information from Mandelson presented an unimaginable breach of trust. So does the Minister agree with me that this looks like political insider trading on a grand scale? And would he support not only an independent inquiry, but a criminal investigation?
My honourable friend is absolutely right that releasing government information in and of itself, let alone in respect for personal or commercial gain, is wrong and a breach of the rules that we must all comply with. And if that is the case, then there should be appropriate investigations and consequences for that behaviour.
Thank you,
Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm afraid it is untenable to suggest that what was already known of Mandelson's simpering after the conviction of Epstein was not enough to make him inappropriate to be ambassador, and I did object from day one on that exact basis. Is on Hansard. I'm afraid there were a number of questions to the Cabinet Secretary, to whom I wrote on the 5th of December with the Honourable Member for East Grinstead, that still have not been answered. I'd be grateful for the answers today. Did Mandelson receive a taxpayer-funded severance payment after stepping down as ambassador? If so, how much? Was that paid by taxpayers? Will details of his contract be published in the name of transparency? Was any NDA agreement signed in any way? And when did Lord Mandelson's salary formally cease? These are not unreasonable questions. We're almost 2 months on, and I have had no response from the Cabinet Secretary, and that gives me enormous concern.
To the first part of the Honourable Lady's question, as the Prime Minister made very clear, when the extent and depth of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein post his conviction became clear, the Prime Minister moved very quickly indeed to sack Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States. The Prime Minister was not aware of that at the point of his appointment, and Peter Mandelson made certain commitments to the Prime Minister that obviously turned out to be untrue. In respect to the Honourable Lady's letter to the Cabinet Secretary, I will feed that back to the Cabinet Secretary and ensure that she gets appropriate answers to her questions.
John Slinger.
Deputy Speaker, could the Chief Secretary explain what steps this government has taken to make sure that the voices of the victims and the survivors of sexual abuse and violence are heard by those in power?
My honourable friend knows that the government has committed to reducing violence against women and girls and has brought forward recently a strategy for how we'll be working across government to do just that over the years ahead. And specifically in respect of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, we will continue to do all that we can to support any investigations to ensure justice for those victims and encourage everybody else with any information to do just the same.
Monica Harding.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister in this chamber, on behalf of my constituents in East Morton, who were asking the same thing, why Peter Mandelson had been appointed at all as our most senior ambassador, given the knowledge of his links with Epstein. By September, it was clear just how close that relationship had got, and yet the PM didn't immediately sack him, but there still wasn't a full investigation of Mandelson's relationship with Epstein. So why is that investigation only happening now? And given that the Prime Minister stated his commitment to restoring trust in public life, how does the Minister equate that with his delay, with his promise to uphold these standards and the delay in investigating it?
I'm not sure that I agree with the Honourable Lady that there's been any undue delay in investigations one way or another, Peter Mandelson made commitments to the Prime Minister at the time of his appointment that his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was different to that which then became evident when documents were released. As soon as the extent and depth of that relationship became clear, the Prime Minister sacked Peter Mandelson within a matter of days from his post as ambassador to the United States. Now that even more information has become available, the Cabinet Secretary is reviewing what documents is available in the government archive and will of course comply with any investigation that may then take place.
Chris Vins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement. In particular, his focus on the victims of these terrible crimes is absolutely right. I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever cover rosette you wear, the majority of us who come to this House come here to represent our constituencies, and I hope that I show that I represent my constituency of Harlow as well as I can every single day. So when we hear of an MP, and in this case a government minister, representing the interests of outside bodies, in this case a vile paedophile, it is absolutely disgraceful and very upsetting for us who come here for the right reasons. Can I ask the Chief Secretary what he will do, working with the PM, to ensure that we have a strengthened ministerial code so this can never happen again?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The government, and specifically the Prime Minister, has already strengthened the ministerial code that we are all subject to in this House today, and made the ethics advisor independent, giving him the authority to investigate ministers freely without requiring permission from the Prime Minister, as was the case under the previous administration. That has already shown to be effective where ministers have had to stand down as a consequence of breaches of the ministerial code. It is right and proper that we have robust rules in this House for ministers and for members, and it is about time that we have similar processes in the House of Lords as well.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Try as he might, the Prime Minister cannot escape his responsibility in this, the latest scandal to engulf Peter Mandelson. Ordering a very limited inquiry or investigation now into his activities is pretty meaningless. What we need is an investigation which is fully independent of government or the Labour Party, which has the scope not just to investigate Mandelson, but also those who put him in the House of Lords, those who promoted him to being the UK Ambassador to the United States, and those who have done everything they possibly can to protect him over several decades, despite his scandal-ridden career. Does the Minister not agree?
The Prime Minister has acted at every stage with integrity. It is Peter Mandelson who has to be accountable for the actions of Peter Mandelson. And to suggest that the Prime Minister should be responsible for the actions of Peter Mandelson is obviously wrong-headed. As I've said in my statement to the House today, Peter Mandelson, who is no longer a member of the Labour Party, should be accountable for his actions and should account for them.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's disgraceful the government are choosing not to bring forward legislation to remove Peter Mandelson from the House of Lords. It's entirely within their gift to do so. The public know this. The public will be not only alarmed by the fact that the government are not doing this, but they'll question the motivation for their delay. But if I could ask the Minister a specific question, on what date exactly did Peter Mandelson cease to be paid by the government?
As the Honourable Lady knows from the debate in the House today, it is not that we don't wish to take action in respect of Peter Mandelson, it's that we respect action to be taken that affects all members of the House of Lords, whether it's Peter Mandelson or other peers who need to be removed from the House of Lords as a consequence of their behaviour. We stand ready to act swiftly on that basis and have asked the House of Lords to bring forward proposals to do just that.
Chris Law.
To speak of revelations in the press that Peter Mandelson was leaking confidential government secrets to paedophile Jeffrey Epstein whilst Business Secretary should be more than enough to evidence to warrant expelling him from the House of Lords, and yet we hear today that that's not going to happen through legislation. Sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is yet another scandal in the House of Lords, and whilst Labour's promised major Lords reform over 100 years, time and again they've kicked the can down the road. So does the Chief Secretary agree with many in this House that rather than desperately trying to reform what's an embarrassingly broken system, it is time for the House of Lords to be finally abolished?
The Honourable Member knows that the Government has stated and believes that Peter Mandelson should not be a member of the House of Lords and should not use his title, but he is right that the rules need to be updated to allow for that action to be implemented by the House of Lords. We've written to the House of Lords authorities today to say that that work must begin, and the government stands ready to support them in doing that.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To be fair to Peter Mandelson, I think the crustacean in John Prescott's jam jar was in fact a crab and not a scorpion. Madam Deputy Speaker, in our system, it is very unusual for ambassadors and high commissioners to be appointed outside the ranks of the civil service, and for pretty good reason. When that does happen, and particularly when the appointee is a politician with baggage, as here, the appointer has to own it, because he has made that decision, in this case against advice. Yep. What does the Minister think this fiasco says about the judgment of our Prime Minister?
The Prime Minister's judgment was made clear when, as soon as information became available that he had been misled by Peter Mandelson, he sacked him.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The actions of Peter Mandelson are a disgrace, and I support proposals to remove him without delay. But he's not the only British person implicated in the appalling Epstein files. So what is the government doing to ensure that all those linked to Mandelson, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and any political, public or civic figure are fully investigated here, not just cooperating with US authorities, but taking action here for all the crimes committed on our soil?
The Honourable Lady knows that it's not the government that instigates criminal investigations. It's for the Criminal Prosecution Service and the police to take those decisions independently of ministers. But whether in respect of UK investigations or investigations in the United States, the government's made it very clear that all individuals should comply with those investigations and make any information available to ensure that the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's acts are able to seek justice.
Lincoln Jopp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister sacked Lord Mandelson as the American ambassador, ministers came to this House and that dispatch box, and I pointed out to them that for the whole time that he was our ambassador, he had been subject to politically fatal compromat, which therefore left him open to leverage, as it finally played out. And I said that if we found out that he was spying for Russia or China, we'd be turning his time in office inside out, every single aspect of it, in order to find out the truth. And the government said, well, he'd been sacked. So does the Minister regret the fact that following his sacking, they didn't do the sort of due diligence and inquiries which might have unearthed the documents from the Department of Justice?
To be clear, the documents produced by the United States Department of Justice were not available to the government until they were released a number of days ago. And as soon as they have become available, we've instigated processes within our own authorities to make sure that we have a clear view of what information was available to government at the time and to comply with any investigations that then may take place.
Rachel Gilmore.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as so many of my colleagues have rightly said, our thoughts today should be first and foremost with the victims.
Thank you.
And I would hope that no political party in this chamber would use it as an excuse to cover the backs of some of their less fragrant members of the House of Lords. The fact that Lord Mandelson, as ever, was only interested in the ruthless pursuit of financial gain will come as no surprise, as a surprise to no one. Number 10 now saying that Mandelson should indeed lose his peerage. I have to say I wholeheartedly concur. However, isn't it staggering that members of this House seemed more aware of Mr Mandelson's skeletons in the wardrobe than the Prime Minister who appointed him?
As far as I'm aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, no member of this House had access to the information recently published by the United States Department for Justice or the documents that were released at the time the Prime Minister sacked the ambassador to the United States. The Prime Minister has been very clear to this House previously that had he had access to that information, he would not have appointed him in the first place.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister indicated that Mandelson assured the Prime Minister that his relationship with Epstein was of a different nature. Can he explain what sort of relationship with a convicted paedophile would be acceptable in this role? And will the Prime Minister come back to the House to make a specific statement on the advice he received regarding Mandelson's conduct?
The information that became available in September, which led to the sacking of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, made it clear for the first time to all of us and to the Prime Minister that Peter Mandelson not only remained a friend with Jeffrey Epstein following his conviction, but had actively mentored and encouraged him on how to challenge that conviction and how to push back against it. That was one example. There is now a list of examples of how the depth and extent of the relationship following the conviction of Jeffrey Epstein, between Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Mandelson, was unacceptable. If the Prime Minister had known that at the time Peter Mandelson was being considered to be ambassador to the United States, he would not have appointed him, and as soon as the Prime Minister became aware of that information, he sacked him.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Epstein files suggest that Lord Mandelson was prepared to lobby in the United States for a policy position in contradiction to the position of Her Majesty's government, which he was then serving in 2009 as Business Secretary. How will this revelation encourage the government to find out where else Lord Mandelson has lobbied against his government while serving last year as British Ambassador to the United States? And can the Chief Secretary find out where in US policy towards the UK this lobbying against British government policy is revealed?
As I've informed the House today, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary is currently reviewing all documentation that relates to Peter Mandelson's time as a minister in the last Labour government to see what information is available today, and will comply with any investigations that take place as a consequence of that in the future. He is right that any minister acting against the collective decisions of Cabinet and against the government is a breach of the rules and is unacceptable behaviour. And if any minister were to do that today, they would be quickly dismissed.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement today? It is indeed very disturbing to read of the role of Peter Mandelson when holding high office in government. Just to remind the Chief Secretary, he was also the EU Trade Commission for 5 years. I believe that needs investigating as well, because how far does this go? I can also ask, it's my understanding that the latest releases may have made public victims' names that weren't previously released. So can the Chief Secretary please assure this House that any British victims who have been made public will have support and help to make their way through what could be a re-traumatising experience with this time press invasion and interference? Thank you.
I was not aware of that issue, so I thank the Honourable Gentleman for bringing it to my attention. And of course, if there are any British victims affected by the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, whether in relation to the latest publication of documents or otherwise, government services stand ready to be of support to those victims and to ensure that they can seek justice.
And that concludes the statement. Point of order, Sir David Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Wednesday, 21st of January, before my contribution to the debate on the Northern Ireland remedial order, I omitted to refer to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests. Now, that was an oversight, as it includes a declaration of a major contribution from Sir Michael Gooley in support of the campaign to protect military veterans from lawfare, for which I am the custodian. That was a mistake on my part, for which I obviously apologise to the House.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving notice of his point of order. On the first point, he has now drawn the House's attention to his relevant declaration in the Register. Point of order, Sean Woodcock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Last month, the Leader of the Opposition and the Shadow Chancellor paid a visit to my constituency without giving notice to myself as the local member. I'd be very grateful if the Deputy Speaker could provide me with advice to prevent such discourtesy and disrespect taking place in the future.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving notice of that point of order. As the leaflet on courtesies makes clear, members should inform colleagues in advance if they intend to visit another member's constituency. It is deeply discourteous to fail to do so. Point of order, Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've listened to the last debate very carefully, and I wondered if you could help me with a procedural question. Would it be orderly for the government, if it wished, to bring forward legislation as soon as it wished to do so, to remove Peter Mandelson of his peerage?
I thank the Honourable Member for her point of order. However, introduction of legislation is a matter for the government. We now move to the programme motion. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
No. I can inform the House that nothing in the Lord's amendments engages Commons financial privilege. We will begin with the government motion to agree the Lord's Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to consider all other Lord's amendments as on the selection paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am delighted that the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill has returned to this House for consideration of Lord's amendments. I thank members of both Houses for their careful scrutiny and for the constructive and collaborative approach that has taken place throughout the bill's passage. I also place on record my thanks to Baroness Chapman of Darlington for leading the bill expertly through the other place. In today's debate, we will seek to address the amendments that were made by the government there, and I also thank all of those in the other place who have been involved in debates on this bill. Before I speak to the amendments, I want to remind the House that the passage of this bill is a vital part of delivering the UK's international obligations under the BBNJ agreement. It will strengthen the global framework for protecting biodiversity in areas of the ocean beyond national jurisdiction, improve how we manage environmental impacts in these areas, and help ensure that the benefits arising from marine genetic resources are shared fairly. I am pleased to inform the House that as of the 17th of January, the BBNJ agreement has now entered into force. Following royal assent of this bill and subsequent secondary legislation, which will be passed in the coming months, the UK will ratify the agreement and intends to play a leading role at the first conference of the parties, which will take place at some point before the 16th of January 2027. Turning to the amendments from the other place. Today the House is asked to consider a package of 12 amendments, all of which were put forward by the government. These amendments relate to devolution and are designed to support effective implementation of the BBNJ agreement across the whole of the United Kingdom, while respecting the devolution settlements and ensuring that devolved ministers are appropriately engaged where devolved competence is affected. I'm very happy to give way.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister for what the Minister is putting forward. I know that Part 2 of the bill contains a specific exception for fishing and that the new regulations do not apply to the use of a UK craft for fishing if it is done under a valid licence under the Fisheries Act 2020. I've been contacted by some of the organisations back home in Northern Ireland, and so does the Minister not agree that it's essential that the devolved administrations enshrine this in acknowledging that the fishing industry is reliant on the ability to continue to fish in all current areas? In other words, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's important that the administrations, the Northern Ireland Assembly in particular, does what this bill says, because if it doesn't do that, then the Northern Ireland fishing organisation will find themselves at a disadvantage. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his question. It is indeed important that all our devolved administrations, as well as the UK government, are abiding by the agreement, and I thank him for his interest and his engagement in this important bill. I am really grateful as well to those, to all of those who we have been engaging with through the passage of this bill. And working closely with ministers and officials in the devolved governments, we agreed at the introduction of the bill that legislative consent motion, that the legislative consent motion process is engaged for Scotland and Northern Ireland to varying extents by Part 2, 3 and 4 of the bill. The government has been in sustained discussions with both of these devolved governments to seek consent for the bill, and I can confirm to the House that motions on consent have been passed by the Scottish Parliament and the Northern Ireland Assembly. Lord's Amendments 1 and 4 provide Scottish ministers and Northern Ireland Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs with concurrent powers to make regulations within devolved competence corresponding to the powers to make provision granted to the Secretary of State under Clause 9 and Clause 11 of the Bill. Amendments 2 and 5 provide the procedure for those powers.
As one understands it, the BBMJ is dealing with matters primarily in international waters, and of course devolved institutions have no say in those matters. So as to broaden an understanding of the bill, what type of regulations is it anticipated that DERA, the local stormont department, would be making in consequence of this bill?
I thank the honourable member, and what I will say is that following the ratification of the agreement, that we will be participating in the future discussions in relation to the implementation of the agreement, and there will continue to be further conversations. I think the important point I do want to make, and I think this is relevant for the work we've been doing with Scotland, with Wales and with Northern Ireland, is that it does reflect how our UK government officials and devolved officials are already working together effectively in practice, and including in relation to consultation and effective delivery. And I know that these will be conversations that do continue. If I can continue with my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to Amendments 3 and 6, these place a duty on the Secretary of State to consult Scottish ministers and the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in Northern Ireland before exercising powers in clauses 9 and 11, where regulations engaged devolve matters. This duty does not apply where the Secretary of State considers that regulations need to be made urgently for the purposes of implementing emergency measures adopted under Article 24(1) of the BBNJ agreement. This approach ensures that devolved governments are engaged in advance of regulations being made, enables them to make their own provision on devolved aspects where they wish to do so, and reflects their responsibilities while supporting timely and effective implementation of the agreement. Lord's Amendment 7, I will give way.
Shannon.
Speaker, the reason why I'm asking, because I've been asked these questions by the fishing organisations back home, I want to put them on the record, and I wish to just very quickly. The bill enables the creation of internationally agreed MPAs in the high seas. If a Northern Ireland vessel operates in these international waters, it may face new restrictions on where it can fish to protect vulnerable habitats and species like sharks and whales. Does the Minister not agree that we need to ensure that MPAs are not created without the fishing industry, that's the sector itself, the fishing organisations, the fish producers, and that their opinions carry weight and not simply just a checkbox exercise? I just want to put it on record, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member, and indeed he does continue to put on the record his concerns, and he will know that as we move forward following ratification, there will be detailed conversations we will continue to have, and it is important that that the rules and regulations as we move forward will also be clear for all to be operating by. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was just referencing our approach and how we've been moving forward on the bill, and to ensure that devolved governments are engaged in advance of regulations being made, and that does enable them to be able to make their own provision on devolved aspects where they may wish to do so. And we continue to work closely together to support timely and effective implementation of the agreement. Lord's Amendment 7 inserts a new clause after Clause 17 that makes changes to the Marine Works Environmental Impact Assessment Scotland Regulations 2017 to ensure that the UK meets its obligations under the BBNJ agreement in relation to the Scottish marine licensable activities in areas beyond national jurisdiction. The UK Government will be amending its own environmental impact assessment regulations, and Scottish Government officials have worked closely with UK counterparts to draft corresponding provisions. Accordingly, Amendments 8 and 9 also limit the power in Clause 18 to only implementing Article 38 standards or guidelines, as a wider power is no longer required in light of other changes that will be made directly through the bill. Lord's Amendments 10 and 11 ensure that under Clause 22, which sets out procedures for the making of regulations under the Act, does not apply to regulations made under clauses introduced by Lord's Amendments 1 and 4. Instead, the procedures set out in Government Amendments 2 and 5 respectively apply. Finally, Lord's Amendment 12 amends Clause 25 so that the clause introduced by Amendment 7 comes into force on such a day as the Secretary of State appoints by regulations rather than upon royal assent. This change ensures a consistent approach across the bill with regards to the environmental impact assessment regulations that are being amended. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government's objective is the BBNJ agreement effectively across the whole of the United Kingdom, and to do so in a way that respects the devolution settlements and supports continued constructive collaboration with devolved governments. I therefore commend these 12 Lord's amendments to the House, and I urge members to support them. I beg to move.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We on this side of the House recognise the importance of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Bill and the shared international ambition to protect the world's oceans and marine ecosystems. The opposition supports the principle of effective global cooperation in this area, and we want this legislation to succeed. However, it is precisely because of the bill's significance, its reach across devolved administrations and its potential financial and regulatory consequences that it demands the highest standards of scrutiny and clarity. It is in that constructive spirit that I wish to raise a number of questions for the Minister today. I hope in the same constructive spirit she seeks to answer them fully. We know that the Government tabled quite a number of amendments to the bill at report stage in the House of Lords. Those amendments are before us today. I must say it is rather disappointing that the Government needed to do this at such a late stage in the bill's passage, and as my noble friend Lord Callanan said in the other place, tabling amendments at such a late stage was not conducive to the best Lord's scrutiny. Does the Minister accept that the work with the devolved administrations, which led to the tabling of these amendments, should have taken place earlier? And are lessons going to be learned for future legislation? On the new clauses, on the clauses consultation with Scotland and Northern Ireland to be inserted after clauses 9 and 12, can the Minister confirm that this definitely does not stray into legislative consent territory? Can the Minister also set out what would happen if Scottish or Northern Irish ministers do not approve of measures during the consultation process? Regarding the new clause to be inserted after clause 12 relating to the new regulation making power, what would happen if, say, the Scottish Government decided to take a divergent path or set up a system that puts itself at odds with the UK government position? Is there a risk to the operability of the system here? Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's own impact assessment found that this bill will generate compliance costs for those involved in the collection and utilisation of marine genetic resources and related digital sequence information. What steps are the government taking to ensure that these costs aren't prohibitive to the very research we are hoping to promote through the bill? While there are still many unanswered questions about enforcement, it is hard to see how the compliance, licensing and enforcement will be cheap. What level of resource is going to be put in to enforcing the regime? A Ways and Means resolution is required for this bill precisely because it will lead to costs to the public purse. So what assessment has the government made of the value for money in this respect, and what is the cost-benefit ratio? The final stage impact assessment also makes reference to potential future costs if emergency legislation is needed to respond to any further decisions by the Convention of Biological Diversity. Can the Minister clarify the parameters here? What it is they are anticipating, how much money do they assess might be involved, and are they planning to ensure the risk of unintended consequences is mitigated? Finally, it would be impossible not to mention the tension between the government's ambitions with this bill and its surrender of the Chagos Islands, which may well see the dismantling of an exemplar marine protected area. Can she tell us exactly what undertaking Mauritius has given to the MPA? Any red lines the government has clearly set out? And precisely what continuing role Britain will play in MPA management per terms of the treaty. For example, has the government had any discussions about preventing damaging Chinese trawler boats from accessing the MPA? Madam Deputy Speaker, we all share the objective of protecting our oceans and safeguarding biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Indeed, that is why it was a Conservative government that first signed up to the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement. But good intentions on their own are not enough. This House is entitled to clear answers on scrutiny, devolution, operability, cost, enforcement and value for money, as well as honesty about how this bill sits alongside the government's wider actions on marine protection in the British Overseas Territories. Until ministers can provide that clarity and reassurance, there remains a real risk that a bill designed to lead internationally will instead create uncertainty at home. I urge the Minister to fully respond to the questions raised today so that the House can be confident that this legislation is workable, proportionate and worthy of the ambitions the government has for it.
Chair of the Select Committee, Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome this bill, the introduction of which had the happy coincidence of fulfilling one of the government's commitments and satisfying one of the Environmental Audit Committee recommendations at the same time. This landmark legislation will lay the groundwork for protecting the marine environment and the wildlife that inhabit it, which lie beyond the control of individual nations. As the government's National Security Assessment on Global Biodiversity Loss, published last week, set out in stark terms natural ecosystems such as the ocean and the Amazon rainforest are at risk of collapsing. The resulting crop failures, intensified natural disasters and conflict and political instability are highly likely, the report said, to threaten UK national security and prosperity. It is vital that the UK take leadership on the international stage to tackle global biodiversity loss and climate change. I welcome this government's commitment to multilateral cooperation on ocean governance, and I look forward to this bill receiving royal assent, enabling the UK to ratify the BBNJ agreement. It's absolutely true to say that the initial indication of the government supporting this agreement was made by the previous government. And I think it was disappointing that over the 18 months or so after that commitment was made, that we never actually got the legislation back here. And so I welcome the fact that this government has taken forward this important measure. The UK also makes an important contribution to global efforts to halt environmental decline through its international funding for climate finance, 1/3 of which is earmarked for nature-based solutions to climate change. However, to date, there has been limited indication of the government's next steps regarding the next 5-year ICF budget due to commence in April. And the government has also failed so far to invest in the Tropical Forests Forever facility and leverage further private finance into that innovative fund, protecting forests in perpetuity. So whilst the Minister has rightly championed our contribution to this impressive act of international cooperation, does she agree that we have more to do to ensure that we retain the UK's hard-earned reputation as a global leader in the field of international climate action? Can the Minister confirm that the UK will continue to contribute to protecting and restoring global ecosystems by maintaining its international funding for climate, including for nature projects in the next round of funding? So, in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this important legislation that this government has acted on where previous governments merely talked about it, and look forward to them to continuing in this positive direction on the other areas I referred to.
I call Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ros Savage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats strongly welcome this bill, and it's wonderful to hear the support for it from across this House. The Global Oceans Treaty is one of the most significant environmental agreements of our time. It is currently the world's only viable pathway to meeting the global 30 by 30 target to protect at least 30% of the world's oceans by 2030. And the scale of that challenge is monumental. Right now, less than 1% of the high seas is fully protected. That's less than 1 penny in the pound of the global ocean. And this is the gap that this treaty begins to close. The ocean underpins everything. It feeds billions of people, absorbs around 1/4 of global carbon emissions, regulates our weather and supports livelihoods across the world. Yet it's under extraordinary and growing pressure from overfishing, plastic pollution and climate change. I've seen those pressures firsthand. Rowing solo across 3 oceans, I saw both the beauty of the high seas and the damage that we're doing to them. Out there, beyond national borders, it can also feel beyond human laws. But this treaty is about bringing rules, responsibility and stewardship to those waters, and also discharges one of the commitments made by this government to me during the discussions around my private member's bill, the Climate and Nature Bill, and for that I thank them. While we, as Liberal Democrats, welcome the bill, we do regret the delay. The UK helped to negotiate this agreement, and it would have been fitting if we'd been among the first to ratify, rather than trailing behind. I want to thank the campaigners who've kept up the pressure, and colleagues from across my party have long championed ocean protection, including the Honourable Member for Bath, who's consistently made the case for stronger high seas governance, as has the Honourable Member for South Cambridgeshire.
Will she give way?
I will give way.
I thank her for giving way. I, like her, have spent quite a lot of time on the ocean, not rowing, but sailing. And when one sails across the oceans in small boats, one can't help but see seas of plastic, whether left by fishermen or just thrown overboard, carried on currents. Does she feel that this treaty goes far enough to tackle the scourge of plastic pollution in our oceans?
I thank my honourable and gallant colleague for his intervention. This treaty does not yet go far enough on plastic pollution, and I hope that the countries of the world will bring their best endeavours to achieve an international agreement on plastic pollution. Sadly, so far, those negotiations have not succeeded. I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognise the serious, constructive work of our Liberal Democrat peers. They chose not to delay ratification, but they did work hard to strengthen the bill. Lord Teverson pressed ministers on enforcement gaps, flags of convenience, illegal fishing and human rights at sea, reminding us that the high seas cannot be a legal vacuum for either nature or people. And Baroness Miller of Chilthorne-Domer pushed strongly on plastic pollution, especially plastic pellets that now turn up throughout the marine food chain. These issues have not gone away, and they now form the implementation agenda. As Lord Teverson observed during the Lords' debates, this may be one of the last major environmental agreements that we see from the United Nations for some time, given this era when respect for international law appears to be under strain in a way that we haven't seen for many decades now. That makes this treaty not just important, but precious. We are under a moral and existential obligation to make it work. So this ratification must be the start, not the finish. If the UK wants to lead, the government should aim to arrive at the first conference of the parties with a clear plan for implementation, which I would like to suggest to the Minister should include the publication of a proper implementation roadmap with timelines, responsibilities and funding so delivery does not drift. We should back our world-leading scientific institutions such as the National Oceanography Centre, the British Antarctic Survey and the Centre for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Science. They should be fully supported to provide the evidence, training and technology transfer on which this treaty depends. We should strengthen enforcement using our satellite monitoring capability and our experience monitoring vast protected areas in the overseas territories. And as a priority, we should get our own maritime house in order. We cannot, in good conscience, call for protection overseas while allowing destructive practices like bottom trawling in our own MPAs. Credibility must start at home. And at a time when multilateral cooperation often feels fragile, this treaty shows what is still possible when countries work together to protect the global commons. The Liberal Democrats will support this bill, but future generations will not judge us on whether we ratified a treaty. They will judge us on whether the oceans are healthier because we did something. So let's match warm words with hard action and show that Britain still leads when it matters, not just signing agreements, but protecting the blue parts of our planet, which give us food to eat and oxygen to breathe. To quote Sir David Attenborough, who turns 100 this coming May, if we save our sea, we save our world. Thank you.
Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chair of APPGs for the Ocean, I am delighted to see the bill's swift passage through Parliament, and I look forward to its full ratification. But I've got some specific points from the Minister. Can the Minister outline the timeline for the next steps to ensure ratification? Specifically, will it happen ahead of the first Ocean COP expected later this year? If the Minister is unable to detail today, would she be willing to meet with the APPG for the Ocean to discuss the timeline, particularly given that we are now 5 years away from our 30 by 30 commitment? Turning to the amendments laid in the other place, I note that the noble Baroness Lady Boycott put forward an amendment that would have ensured that the polluter pays and precautionary principles, alongside other principles in the Environment Act 2021, must be applied by UK authorities when they exercise powers or duties relating to the high seas under this bill. As the amendment did not pass, there are concerns across the ocean sector that there is no statutory requirement in the bill itself to extend these environmental principles beyond the UK's territorial or domestic jurisdiction. I wonder if the Minister is able to comment on that. Can the Minister offer assurances that when representatives of the government or public authorities act under this bill in relation to the high seas, they will apply the UK's existing environmental principles so that we do have that coverage? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I also thank honourable members for their contributions. If I could make a couple of comments in relation to the matters raised about the timing of the amendments in the other place. I think firstly to mention that discussions were continuing to be ongoing with our devolved governments as well about how we would be moving forward on the bill together. And it is important to recognise the respect for devolution settlements and adherence also to principles underpinning the Sewell Convention that are the core aims of this government and how we're working. And so I referenced the way in which we've been working closely with Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland as we move forward. And that was part of the reason for some of the delays in order to get those agreements for how we move forward together. If I may also make reference, or I'll just make another reference, if I may also make reference to the importance of needing to move ahead quickly with this bill to ensure that we have a seat at the table for discussions with other parties to the agreement, including on MPAs. And we also wanted to ensure the bill's provisions in devolved areas were watertight. And that's why we had those constructive conversations with devolved governments. If I could just make a reference as well in relation to fishing. Part 2 obligations do not apply to fishing, but I know the honourable member has left his place, but he can reassure that the Northern Ireland Assembly will have concurrent powers to implement provision in areas of devolved competence. And in Part 3 of the bill, the UK will be involved in MPA decisions and will carefully consider the impacts on fishing. In relation to comments that were raised in regard to multilateral cooperation, I do want to mention some of the ways in which we continue to work with other states to support ratification. We continue to be proactive in preparing for implementation of the BBNJ agreement and are committed to partnering with others, including with the Global South, to ratify and to implement the agreement. And indeed, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office has worked with the Commonwealth Secretariat to support smaller member countries with their implementation work. And the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs also published research to develop a shortlist of potential area-based management tools, including marine protected areas that could be proposed once the agreement is in force. I was asked as well by the honourable member, my honourable friend, the honourable member for Rotherham, about the process of the bill. I made some remarks, but I may, with permission, make some further remarks in relation to this. Following the passage of the bill, we will be laying 2 statutory instruments, one of which will define digital sequence information for the purposes of the BBNJ Act, and the other, along with an associated Scottish Government SI, will amend the marine licensing regime where needed to implement Part 4 of the BBNJ agreement on environmental impact assessments. These will be progressed as soon as the BBNJ bill has received royal assent. And once these SIs have been passed, we will be able to ratify the agreement and do so by laying the instrument of ratification formally at the United Nations in New York. We are keen to see this happen as quickly as possible, as I know my honourable friend is as well. I do just want to make a reference to the legislative consent motions, and I think the Shadow Minister did ask about this in his remarks, and to say that yes, while foreign affairs and treaty making are reserved matters,
implementing international obligations in domestic law is not reserved where those obligations concern devolved areas. Several provisions in the bill, particularly those in relation to parts 2, 3 and 4, relate to matters such as environmental protection and scientific research, which fall within the devolved competence in Scotland and Northern Ireland, and consequently the legislative consent motion process is engaged to varying degrees. And it has been the case that the assessment of whether the legislative consent motion is required for this bill has been agreed across the relevant UK government departments, including Scotland, Northern Ireland and Welsh offices, and in consultation with the devolved governments. Now, the Honourable Member also, the Shadow Minister, the Honourable Member also asked if there is a risk that requirements for an environmental impact assessment in Scotland for marine activities in areas beyond national jurisdiction might be different to one in other parts of the United Kingdom. It is the case that Scotland could choose to implement the requirements slightly differently, and we will be continuing to work closely with the Scottish Government to ensure that differences are kept to a minimum and that the United Kingdom as a whole is taking a consistent approach. What I will say is that is very much in the spirit in which we have been working collaboratively to respect devolution settlements, but recognise the importance of this agreement to both the Scottish Government and also to the United Kingdom Government. And I think that that has been an important part of how we've progressed. I will give way very quickly.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. On that point of, and I thank the Minister for answering the question that I raised around the potential for the Scottish Government to take a divergent way in the way that they implement this. If ongoing conversations are underway, can the Minister indicate whether there has been an indication given from the Scottish Government that they are in fact going to want to implement this in a slightly or more different way?
I thank the Honourable Member for his question. What I will say is that we are at the start of the process, and the spirit in which we have been working and the way in which we have reached agreement on how to be working alongside the Scottish Government is an important principle of how we would continue to work going forward. And I do believe, in light of those conversations, that a collaborative approach will continue, because that is in all of our interests as well. If I could just make some further comments in relation to the Honourable Member speaking for the Liberal Democrats, the Honourable Member for South Cotswolds. If I can make a reference to plastic pollution, I think it's important to reference this. It is important to, I know, members on all sides of the House, that there is a separate process underway to agree a global plastic pollution treaty. And plastic pollution is a transboundary issue with its source on land, with its, and it is appropriate for this to be addressed by a bespoke treaty that can address the full life cycle of plastics, and including phasing out problematic products, improving waste management and reducing leakage. The BBNJ agreement focuses on conservation and sustainable use of resources in areas beyond national jurisdiction, and therefore is not best suited to address plastics pollution across the life cycle. But she makes an important point, and it is a matter of concern across the House. I will say as well, I will give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Minister. I very much welcome the Government's commitment to global leadership on protecting the oceans by bringing forward this bill and so quickly through Parliament. Last week I joined Greenpeace on board their vessel Witness, which is docked nearby in London, and heard about the devastation that bottom trawling can wreak on marine ecosystems. Can the Minister outline what steps the Government is taking to regulate, or preferably to ban, this destructive fishing practice in our marine protected zones and elsewhere, as it is a particular area of concern for my residents in Exeter?
I thank my honourable friend, and it is indeed a matter of concern as it has been raised in debates across the House. And whilst he will know that bottom trawling is not within the scope of the agreement, separately he will also, I think, be aware that we are consulting on restricting bottom trawling in more vulnerable marine habitats. And it is important that that consultation and that work continues. I will just come to a conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that this is a landmark piece of legislation. It does ensure that the UK can ratify the important BBNJ agreement and take full part in the Conference of the Parties. It contains measures that will not only safeguard marine ecosystems, they will also deliver real benefits for the UK's research and innovation community. In January, I was also pleased to visit the National Oceanography Centre, which the Honourable Member also referenced in her comments. I visited them in Southampton, a world-leading institution which highlighted the value of this agreement in improving the visibility and the transparency of UK-led marine research, as well as strengthening international research collaborations. And I do want to put on record my thanks to them for their work and their leadership. And to conclude, I am sure that honourable members would agree that the health of our ocean is inseparable from the health of our planet. And although we may not often see these ecosystems with our own eyes, the responsibility to protect them falls on all of us and on the wider international community. The BBNJ bill is the UK's opportunity to rise to that responsibility, to safeguard fragile ecosystems, to support sustainable development, and to ensure that the benefits of ocean science are shared fairly and responsibly. The United Kingdom has always played a leading role in advancing global ocean governance. With this bill, we have the chance to continue that leadership. The ocean cannot wait, and nor, Madam Deputy Speaker, should we.
The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I call the Minister to move that this House agrees with their Lords in their Amendments 2 to 12. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendments 2 to 12. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 3 on business of the House today. Minister to move. The question is as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the 2 motions on the high-speed rail Crewe to Manchester bill, which will be debated together. I call the Minister to move the first motion on carryover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The motions we have before us today are vital for the delivery of the high-speed rail Crewe to Manchester bill. It's important that I am clear at the outset as to what these motions do and what they don't. This is categorically not about reinstating HS2 north of the West Midlands, nor are these motions about addressing the longer-term capacity constraints of the West Coast Main Line between Manchester and Birmingham. Instead, these motions are simply focused on ensuring that the government follows the speediest and most logical consenting route to progressing plans for a new rail line between Liverpool and Manchester, a line which will also call at Warrington and Manchester Airport. This new line, connecting 2 great cities of the north of England, is part of the second phase of Northern Powerhouse Rail that this government committed to last month. Before turning to why it is important to maintain momentum with this bill via these motions today, it may be helpful if I set out a brief history of this bill's passage. Honourable members will recall that in His Majesty's most gracious speech, this government announced our commitment to carrying over this bill from the previous Parliament. This is a government that recognises the importance of rail infrastructure in driving economic growth, enhancing productivity and unlocking opportunity in all parts of the country. The bill itself is the mechanism by which planning consent for the eastern part of the new route between Liverpool and Manchester can be granted. Given our ambitions for the north of England, it is important we crack on and get it done. That's why I will give way.
Thank you, Secretary of State, for giving way. The classification of the Northern Powerhouse Rail as an England-Wales project is short-changing Wales £1.5 billion, or up to £1.5 billion. Plaid Cymru is clear that we need an immediate devolution of rail to end this funding scandal, and even the Labour First Minister of Wales has also claimed that she wants rail devolved. So can the Secretary of State tell me how many official requests has the Welsh Government made for the devolution of rail in Wales?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I speak constantly with my counterpart in the Welsh Government, Ken Skates. We have a very good collaborative working relationship, and I would simply remind the Honourable Lady that this government in the spending review last year committed £445 million to Welsh Rail, a very, very significant investment which is going to result in improved stations, more reliable, more frequent services for the people of Wales, and it rights that historic lack of investment that Wales has seen. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was explaining why it's so important that we bring these motions today and maintain momentum in gaining planning consent for a new rail route between Liverpool and Manchester. We need to reconstitute the Hybrid Bill Select Committee with membership determined in the usual way, and we need to provide for carryover of the bill between sessions. This bill was first introduced in Parliament in January 2022. Since then, the purpose of it has been refined. It was initially intended to provide powers for both HS2 from Crewe to Manchester, as well as a section of the MPR route that would deliver east-west connectivity. The previous government's Network North announcement in October 2023 cancelled high-speed rail north of the West Midlands, so the HS2 element of the bill was no longer required. With the support of local leaders in May 2024, just before the last general election, this House passed an instruction that the bill should be adapted to focus on delivering the section of Northern Powerhouse Rail into Manchester. This is the bill that is now before us. All elements of the bill that pertain to sections of the route south of Millington will be removed. It is the government's intention to table an amendment to formally remove these powers during the Select Committee. This bill will, however, obtain the necessary powers to deliver the section of Northern Powerhouse Rail into Manchester via Manchester Airport. This will include new stations at Manchester Piccadilly and Manchester Airport itself. We are now seeking to progress this bill to make the best use of the significant progress it has already made. This government is investing up to £45 billion to deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail, transforming intercity rail in the north and driving economic growth. Northern Powerhouse Rail will ensure that the people of the north no longer have to tolerate second-rate rail infrastructure. We are delivering a turn-up-and-go railway where missing one train no longer means waiting an hour for the next. That means more frequent and reliable commuter services will be the norm. This will help more people access good jobs, will lead to more housing and offer greater opportunities for businesses to expand. I give way.
When it comes, first of all, I welcome the government setting out the plan and the economic boost that will bring and the purpose behind it. And there's nobody here who could say that was wrong. But I'm just concerned about the acquisition of land. The National Farmers Union, for instance, have indicated that they have some concerns over the acquisition of land, and farmers and landowners, the Country Landowners Association as well, the two of them together, have some concern over the acquisition of land to enable this project to go ahead. Can the Secretary of State assure me that the National Farmers Union and the Country Landowners Association, who represent a great many people and whose members' land may have to be used for this purpose, are given the consultation, are given the right money and the value of the land that they will have to give for this railway, and ensure that everything is in order for them? Thank you very much.
I will ensure that the organisations that the honourable gentleman has mentioned there are appropriately consulted throughout this process, and we're determined to work as a government in partnership with all stakeholders, landowners, businesses, individuals who are affected. Of course, the Hybrid Bill Select Committee is a quasi-judicial process, but on behalf of my department, I do undertake to make sure all appropriate conversations are happening. Madam Deputy Speaker, alongside this bill, we are also undertaking development work for the connection to Liverpool via Warrington Bank Quay. We will work in partnership with local stakeholders throughout the development process, and the detailed route from Millington to Liverpool will be subject to future consultation. We will determine the consenting route for this part of the line in due course, and will ensure that work on both the eastern and western section of the new Liverpool to Manchester line is fully integrated, and that we do everything we can to ensure that the new line is open for use as soon as possible once Phase 1 of Northern Powerhouse Rail in Yorkshire has completed. Before drawing my remarks to a close, I would just like to express my gratitude to my honourable friends, the member for Easington and for Birmingham, Hall Green and Moseley, and the honourable member for Brigg and Immingham for their valuable work to date on the Hybrid Bill Select Committee in the last Parliament. I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. Shadow Minister Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I echo the Secretary of State's thanks for what must have seemed a very thankless task in the Select Committee. Now, this is a slightly odd legislative vehicle, but it is a practical mechanism used by the last government to allow for continued progress on railway improvements to create Northern Powerhouse Rail, and it was moved across 3 sessions of Parliament. The Conservative government of the day decided to carry over this bill to use it as a wrapper to support Northern Powerhouse Rail. It's a project championed by the Right Honourable Member for Richmond and North Allerton during his administration. So it's no surprise to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government has followed his lead in their proposal to carry over today. Back in May 2024, Parliament reduced the scope of a much wider bill to focus solely on NPR. And so the issue now before this House is in fact a very narrow one, whether there is a collective will to progress development of a roughly 15-mile stretch of track as part of this government's plans to progress Northern Powerhouse Rail. And secondly, the House is also being asked to agree to the establishment of a new Select Committee, and that matters very obviously because the bill is a hybrid bill, and it's through the Select Committee process that outstanding petitions from those directly affected will be considered. And it's also the structure through which any additional provisions brought forward by the government to reshape the bill will be scrutinised, and those newly affected, if there are some, by any proposal will be given the opportunity to be heard. So if this bill is to be properly repurposed, it clearly makes sense that the work of the associated Select Committee carries on. The opposition accepts the rationale for allowing the current process to survive the end of this parliamentary term, to give it further time to continue its work. But whilst we agree that the government should continue, it is with increasing concern that I look at the lack of progress that it is actually making. We are, Madam Deputy Speaker, 1.5 years into the Labour administration, and all we got a couple of weeks ago was a fanfare announcement that Labour would commission consultants' reports on how Northern Powerhouse could be built. Not just a few, £275 million worth of reports every year of this Parliament, £1.1 billion of them but no sign of any significant building works. Real progress has been kicked down the road, perhaps because the Minister knows, the Secretary of State knows, that she does not have the money to do what she has promised. Exactly. HM Treasury has capped Northern Powerhouse Rail at £45 billion, and yet that was the claimed cost back in 2019. That's before COVID, since when we all know that costs have soared. She knows that she doesn't have the money, so she distracts her backbenchers with castle-in-the-air planning, with the taxpayer picking up the bill. I asked the Secretary of State a fortnight ago for clarity, for transparency, even for an indication of how funds were to be reconciled. And she puffed and she puffed and she said she wouldn't be lectured, but she didn't answer the question. We are now none the wiser as to how the government expects to fill the gap. What cuts will she be forced to make? Is it to the high-speed section? Perhaps she could tell the House today. It would have been better for the public to have had that clarity nearly 3 weeks ago than the spectacle of the Secretary of State signing bits of paper on her rail tour of northern cities. We want to see these schemes come on budget and in a timely manner, addressing local concerns so that communities are not just spoken to, but listened to. To get the best possible result for taxpayers, the government needs to avoid overly onerous environmental mitigations that impose huge costs for minimal benefit. They talk of deregulation to speed up the process, but where is the action to deregulate? We need to see the government choosing supply chains based on cost and performance, with the value for money for the taxpayer right at the heart of their decision-making process, bringing costs down while speeding up construction. But we don't see this hard work being done by the government. And we need a government with sufficient backbone to be honest about what it can afford to achieve. There's no sign of that. It is on actual delivery that this government will be judged, not just by me, not just by these benches, but by the public. Right now, they're being let down.
Graham Morris.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for calling me to speak in what I believe is a really important debate. And I'm delighted to support the government's motions as we continue to invest and transform our rail network after decades of hollow promises and mismanagement under the party opposite. This bill will allow the government the powers necessary to deliver on Northern Powerhouse Rail, therefore supporting our economy, creating better jobs, delivering new and much needed opportunities right across the northwest of England. I may say from a personal point of view, as a frequent user of rail services in the north of England, it's important to me and to my constituents that the government continues to focus on building capacity, reliability and resilience on one of the busiest rail corridors in the country. The importance of our rail network and infrastructure can't be overstated. Indeed, its success will have a direct impact on economic growth and productivity. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do take the point about the need or the desirability for a cross-party consensus, particularly when we're looking at large infrastructure projects such as this. And indeed, on the 14th of January, this government announced a Northern Powerhouse Rail represented the biggest investment in rail connectivity in the North for a generation, some £45 billion. More generally, I'm pleased that the government's looking at the three-phase approach, and its sequencing will ensure our communities benefit as soon as possible. I note that beyond the scope of the committee in phase 1 in my own region in the northeast, work on the business case for the Leamside line is to be taken forward. This is a vital project for connectivity by creating new transport links and promoting wider access to the wider regional and national rail network. I also welcome the proposed upgrades to the lines east of the Pennines, focusing on electrification, an issue that was of great interest and of importance during my time as a member of the House of Commons Transport Select Committee. I'm pleased by the Government's overall scale of ambition and real focus on regional rail services. This bill represents an opportunity for new rail investment and infrastructure, delivering new stations and routes, as well as major regeneration projects, levering in private sector investment and creating better links across the northwest of the country, not just north-south, but also east-west. After many years of raised hopes, can I ask my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, to ensure the House that this bill is the most effective means of delivering Northern Powerhouse Rail without any unnecessary delay? I might suggest a thought, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been here a little while now, and I've served on a number of joint committees, mostly pre-legislative committees, with members of the House of Lords. And it seems to me, although my good friend, the Honourable Member for Strangford, who's no longer in his place, well, it's very unusual, but he raised valid concerns about representations from the National Farmers Union and others in respect of the route. My experience, having served for a number of years on the previous bill committee, the hybrid bill committee that this Parliament has adopted, not just for HS2 but previously, it's a very, very onerous and time-consuming method. It makes vast fortunes for the bureaucracy and for the lawyers and for the lobbyists. And then the whole process has got to be repeated in the House of Lords. So I just wonder whether it's beyond my pay grade, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I just wonder whether someone further up the tree might give that some thought. Can I just say, again, I'm speeding up. We did get the opportunity to go to Japan on the Transport Select Committee a couple of years ago for 5 days, and we saw the Shinkansen, the high-speed bullet train, and that was conceived, and the bill was passed in the Japanese Parliament, the Diet, I think it's called, in 1959. It was actually it was constructed in 1964 in time for the Tokyo Olympics. So we can't say that's not a democracy, that country doesn't have problems of topography and earthquakes and so on, because it does, and there is a method that doesn't take 10 or 15 years. So anyway, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say, we're approaching a period of transformational change within public transport, but particularly on the railways. Increased capacity and an improved role for freight in taking HGVs off our road network is really important. So I fully support today's motions to carry this bill beyond the end of this parliamentary session and to establish the Bill Select Committee so that we can get Northern Powerhouse Rail charging full steam ahead. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by thanking the Secretary of State for clarity about what this is and what this isn't. And it is welcome that this is about Northern Powerhouse Rail and the Manchester to Liverpool core of that, a scheme that the Liberal Democrats continue to support. And of course, we hope that this time those dreams for Northern Powerhouse Rail will become reality, given the very slow journey that they've been on since 2014 when first proposed. Now, whilst I understand that what the Secretary of State said, that this isn't about Birmingham to Manchester, I hope that she agrees we are eventually going to need to find an effective solution for transport between the West Midlands and the North West, given the very congested rail network and the M6 being something covered by Chris Rea in one of his songs. But I appreciate that is a debate for another time, but perhaps I can tempt the Secretary of State into suggesting, perhaps revealing when the government intends to bring forward proposals for Birmingham to Manchester improvements. I also share the sentiments of the Honourable Member for Easington and thank him for his work, in that I wonder whether the Secretary of State has a concern that this bill advocates a similar legislative approach as the rest of HS2 for consenting, planning, the route and mitigations, etc. And I wonder what lessons have been or will be learnt from that to ensure that the existential despair that is HS2 will not be repeated when attempting to use this procedure to advance Northern Powerhouse Rail.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to object to high-speed rail Crewe to Manchester Bill carry-over Select Committee motions. Why is there any need to carry this over? To paraphrase Monty Python, this project is no more. It has ceased to be. It has expired and gone to meet its maker. It is a stiff, bereft of life. So why won't everyone accept this project as dead, finito, finished? By continuing with this charade, this government is giving false hope to those who want it to happen, just like it did with the WASPy women, and is causing needless anxiety to those in my constituency who don't want it to happen. Why doesn't the government, rather than faffing about with carry-over motions, acting more carry-on than carry-over, why doesn't it just announce that this project is dead and buried and put it out of its misery once and for all? The government needs to dispose of the properties they have bought and that they are holding onto as well, take them out of safeguarding. It seems the government is only proceeding with this carry-over motion to try to appease the windbag of the North, Andy Burnham. And if they think this futile gesture is going to make sure he plays nicely and supports the Prime Minister, I feel they are sadly deluded. This is another example of the government making the wrong decision for the wrong reasons. They should have learnt by now that such a tactic will always backfire. My constituents were extremely grateful to the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Richmond, for cancelling this White Elephant project, and this government would do well to follow his lead.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a good debate, and I'm very grateful to all the honourable members who have committed. As I said in my introductory remarks, I do believe this first motion and the second one on the order paper represent a really important step forward in delivering Northern Powerhouse Rail. And as my honourable friend, the member for Easington, said, these plans will deliver faster, more frequent rail connections between very fast-growing city regions in the north. That will, of course, enable more jobs, new homes, and a greater number of opportunities for businesses to invest and expand. I would just like to pick up on some of the remarks that have been made by honourable members. I do welcome the Shadow Minister's recognition that this is a practical mechanism for taking forward work on Northern Powerhouse Rail in the northwest of England. I do have to say I fundamentally disagree with his characterisation of this government's commitment to Northern Powerhouse Rail. I do say gently to him that it's a bit rich for a party who first talked about Northern Powerhouse Rail in 2014 to criticise this government for investing over £1 billion in this spending review, significantly more than his government ever did during those 12 years since 2024. And it really is his party that was guilty of dither and delay when it came to improving rail infrastructure in the north of England. You know, he claims that we're going to be spending significant money on consultants, but let me tell him that the money that we have allocated in the spending review is to acquire land, it's to do preparatory works on the Yorkshire schemes, those 3 corridors, improving links into Leeds from Bradford, from York, from Sheffield, as well as to plan properly. And we are not, to pick up the point made by the Lib Dem spokesperson, we will not be making the same mistakes as the previous government. We will not be letting contracts when we haven't defined the scope of works, because if he wants to understand why billions of pounds worth of taxpayers' money has been wasted on HS2, he needs to ask some of his colleagues some very, very serious questions as to why the go-ahead was given to HS2 when they didn't know what they were asking the contractors to build. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State, and I'm the first one to accept that there are serious lessons to be learnt from how HS1 was delivered. HS2 was delivered. But what she has so far in her closing remarks failed to mention is how she proposes to deliver all that she has promised within a financial cap of £45 billion, given that the estimate for the works was £46 billion, I think, from memory, back in 2019. What is she not going to do in order to stay within the Treasurer's cap of £45 billion?
Secretary of State.
As I thought I made clear when I gave my statement to the House on Northern Powerhouse Rail a couple of weeks ago, and he made some sarcastic comments about my visit to each of the directly elected mayors along the Northern Growth Corridor, we've agreed that those mayors in those areas will be making local contributions to this scheme, and that, you know, we are ambitious in terms of our plans for a turn-up-and-go railway in the north of England, and we're going to get on with it, unlike his government that never did. The Honourable Lady for Tatton gave us some colourful descriptions of what she thinks this rail scheme is all about, but she couldn't be more wrong. As I said, we have worked closely with leaders in the north of England. We've got a sequenced, credible, phased investment plan for how we are going to improve those rail services so that people aren't stood on platforms when they miss a train worrying that the next one is going to take an hour to arrive. I will give way.
In her announcement, I think the money being put forward was 1.1 billion out of a 45 billion cost. And I think it was to be delivered in decades to come, when the opposite member will no longer, and her government will no longer be around. Hence, it is a charade to keep the mayors of the North happy at these local elections.
Secretary of State.
We've been clear that we expect work to start in this Parliament on the Yorkshire package of improvements. We have also said that we expect work to start in the 2030s on the link between Manchester and Liverpool. She will recall that when you look at improvements such as Crossrail in London, from the point at which it was granted consent back in 2007 to the line being opened in 2022, I make that 15 years. You don't build railways overnight. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me conclude. This bill will provide the necessary powers to deliver the section of Northern Powerhouse Rail into Manchester. Progressing this bill today is the most efficient approach, as it makes use of the work that has already taken place. Today's motions will allow the bill to continue its passage through Parliament, and it will allow the invaluable work of the Hybrid Bills Select Committee to recommence, and this is a vital step in the delivery of Northern Powerhouse Rail.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
No.
Aye. Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
Division off.
As there are no tellers present for the noes, division off.
Division off! Division off!
I call the Minister to move the High Speed Rail Crewe to Manchester Bill Select Committee motion formally. The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 6 on voting by proxy, serious long-term illness or injury extension. Minister to move.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 7 on Estimates Day debates. Minister to move.
Move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 8 on local government. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 9 on local government. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Anna Geldert.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to have secured a debate on this issue. This is one I've campaigned on consistently since becoming the MP for South East Cornwall, and one that has existed for many years before my time in this House. It is an issue I hear about daily because of its impacts on almost every aspect of local life. As I begin, I want to thank local residents, community groups including the Tamar Tolls Action Group and the Save 38, previous MPs, local councillors and the Tamar Crossings for their efforts to improve our local transport connectivity. South East Cornwall is a place that bridges the old and the new. Our communities continue to bring life to historic fishing villages and welcome thousands of tourists annually, while also looking to the future with advanced events, capabilities, AI and digital industries, and world-leading regenerative agriculture. To fully play our part in the next decade of national renewal, we must bridge this gap, both physically and metaphorically, between Cornwall and the rest of the country. This includes a seamless integration of my communities with the new Plymouth Defence deal to unlock opportunity in one of the poorest areas in Western Europe and ensure that South East Cornwall is fully connected to the growth, security and prosperity that will bring. At its heart, this issue is about how we connect to places and services, how communities function and how nationally significant infrastructure is sustained. It raises a fundamental question about whether our current connectivity policies reflect lived reality in rural and coastal areas like mine, and whether historic funding models still work in a modern economy. There is a clear... I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. And does she agree with me that a real devolution deal, similar to those enjoyed by our Celtic cousins, must include a roads budget, which is equivalent to the Cornish proportion of the strategic road network, equating to around £95 million a year, easily making the Tamar toll free at around £15 million a year, and leaving further funds for urgent upgrades like the A38 in her constituency, like Camelford Relief Road and upgrades at Plusher in my...
Interventions really must be brief, but I could point out to members that it's so long before 10 p.m. If they wish to make a speech, they could. Anna Geldert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. I will come to that later in my speech. There is a clear and well-established link between transport and inequality. Research undertaken in 2019 for the Department of Transport shows that transport shapes life chances through 3 factors. First, when people live and their social economic position. Secondly, where opportunities such as jobs and education are limited. And finally, it shapes how accessible the transport system is in terms of cost, reliability, geography and journey time. That research also shows that transport does not affect everyone equally. Experience changes because of income, location and personal circumstance. In rural and coastal areas like South East Cornwall, transport that is affordable and reliable could expand our opportunities. Cost is consistently identified as one of the most significant barriers. Policies that reduce transport costs help people access and sustain employment, particularly those on lower incomes. However, that same research makes clear that transport policy works best when embedded in a place-based approach, linked to the skills, housing and employment and economic opportunities on offer locally. And South East Cornwall is shaped by rivers and a coastline that define our landscape and our communities. Connectivity depends on a number of strategic crossings that function as everyday routes to employment, education, healthcare and social connection. These are not optional journeys, they are essential links within a tightly connected economic and social region. And what makes South East Cornwall unusual is the concentration of toll crossings that residents rely on daily. The Tamar Bridge, the Torpoint Ferry, the Kreml Ferry, Polruan Ferry and Bredinick Ferry are part of daily life. For many local residents and businesses, crossing one or more of these happens routinely, sometimes multiple times a day, and the total cost is significant, simply to participate in ordinary life. And this has shaped the constituency for decades. It affects where people can work, which services they can realistically access, and how businesses operate. Yet despite its scale and impact, we still have not found a workable long-term solution. Travel from towns and villages in South East Cornwall to Plymouth, our nearest city, often take far longer than distance alone would suggest. Short journeys on a map can become long, expensive and uncertain in practice. The Tamar Bridge and Torpoint Ferry are the only viable crossings linking South East Cornwall with Plymouth and up the upcountry. Around 16 million vehicle crossings take place each year, with thousands of residents relying on them daily to reach work. And there is no practical alternative, direct route, meaning these crossings function as essential infrastructure to local people. The Tamar Bridge is publicly owned and jointly operated by Cornwall Council and Plymouth City Council. In the 1950s, both authorities sought national funding for a fixed crossing. When that funding was not forthcoming, they proceeded with a locally financed scheme through funded tolls. Parliamentary powers were granted through the Tamar Bridge Act 1957, establishing the joint committee that continues to operate both the bridge and the ferry as a single business unit, with all operation, maintenance and improvement funded entirely through toll income. The Torpoint Ferry is the busiest vehicle crossing of an estuary in the United Kingdom, carrying nearly 2 million vehicles each year, one of which is mine many times. The Tamar tag has helped some regular users, such as myself, but minimum top-ups, usability issues and recent proposed increases in admin fees have undermined its purpose. Infrastructure must be maintained, but affordability, transparency and trust are also essential. And further research in 2019 for the Department of Transport estimated that the relationship between transport access and life opportunities found stark reading. Access to a personal car makes someone nearly 4 times more likely to be in employment than unemployed. And access to services follow a similar pattern. People with a personal car access are twice as likely to reach essential services. And transport also shapes social participation. Car access makes people more likely to maintain social connections, particularly those with mobility impairments and those living in rural areas. Transport therefore affects isolation, well-being and quality of life. And our geography amplifies these pressures. Where water boundaries fragment travel patterns and isolate communities, and where tolls apply, they add a financial barrier on top of physical separation. And for many households, these costs are unaffordable. Shift work. I will.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving me. Would she not agree that in addition to the financial cost, there's an environmental cost on not using tolls because they usually present the straightest and most direct route?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention and a very important point on the environmental impacts, and I'll come to that later in my speech as well. The geography amplifies those pressures and the water boundaries bring a particular problem. A standard car journey costs £3 to leave Cornwall on both the Tamar Bridge and on the Torpoint Ferry. The Kreml Ferry charges £3 per adult for a single journey, and similar other crossings are around that area. But some local resident concessions do exist, and recent proposed admin costs triggered a significant level of concern because the total amount of these crossings is unaffordable for many people. The Tamar Tolls Action Group and myself and other MPs called for a rethink, and an extraordinary meeting of the local authorities happened. Some may argue that toll prices are not extreme, but as I mentioned, they add up quickly, and I was glad to see this meeting happen and changes considered. Average incomes in South East Cornwall are about 20% lower than the national median, and residents have to cross frequently, so that these costs really do add up in our local communities. And there's clear evidence of isolation across parts of South East Cornwall and wider Cornwall, with communities falling within recognised measures of accessibility in both travel time and services. Digital connectivity adds to this pressure. Broadband and mobile coverage remain inconsistent, limiting our remote working, our online services and business development, reinforcing this physical isolation rather than easing it. So digital connectivity is increasingly very important alongside this physical transport. And research by the Department for Culture, Media and Sport highlights that negative impacts of poor broadband on farmers, including reduced productivity, compliance challenges and limited market access, something really important for South East Cornwall. High-speed broadband supports economic growth, productivity and educational outcomes. And we have the foundations for this modern, flexible economy in South East Cornwall. People want to live there, work there and build businesses there. The well-known surf and code model, seen in places like California and in Portugal, reflects a real opportunity to combine the quality of life that we see in this coastal and rural area in Devon and in Cornwall. But it depends on sustained investment in physical and other types of connectivity, such as digital. And currently our public transport does not bridge the gap. Bus services are often infrequent and ferry services remain essential but are shaped by these costs that I've discussed. When disruption occurs, the system offers little flexibility. In South East Cornwall, bus service fell by around 50% between 2010 and 2023. The Conservatives stripped the ability for our rural communities to get around and then systematically dismantled our public services too. The pressure has gone on for far too long and communities like mine need support. Cornwall's rail connectivity depends, as you know, on a single line through Dawlish, and recent storm damage again highlights the fragility of that route, following the collapse of the seawall in 2014. Climate change is accelerating faster than our adaptation, and resilience must now be built into long-term infrastructure planning. So Phase 6 of the Dawlish resilience work and the reopening of the Tavistock line remain shared aspirations between Cornwall and Devon. What comes next must be credible, long-term and capable of carrying the confidence of South West communities. The existing Department for Transport investment should be leveraged alongside local and regional funding to improve this resilience and open these new routes. For anyone who's visited Cornwall, they will know and understand that our road network remains a challenge. Country lanes are often narrow, overgrown and dangerous, and the A38 remains the main route in South East Cornwall and has claimed too many lives. The recent safety upgrades are very welcome, and I pay tribute to all involved in making these possible for our area. But these transport constraints carry economic consequences. Businesses facing higher operating costs and reduced labour pools. Tradespeople absorb toll charges competitors elsewhere simply do not face. And recruitment... I will give way.
Shannon. On the title of toll crossings and regional connectivity, and that's how, and I spoke to the Honourable Lady, and I commend her for South East Cornwall for enabling me to intervene. We have a slightly similar issue in Northern Ireland, where it's connectivity in relation to Northern Ireland and the Republic. Those who want to go to work cross the border to go from Northern Ireland to the Republic, and they come to a toll. They have to pay the toll. It's the only way there. If you want to go to the airport, you pay the toll. If you want to go on a tourism trip, you pay the toll. And does the Honourable Lady agree that the information and easy payment system must be in place to ensure that people from all areas, and especially tourists, can access these roads without undue charges? We can't control the charges, but we have to pay them.
Hannah Gelden.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention and agree that these impacts on communities are very difficult. The situation is not a new one, and we continue to use historic funding models that reflect the priorities of their time. Over the years, there have been reviews, consultations and partial reforms, but no holistic restructure. Residents and businesses have continued to pay year after year while the underlying system remains unchanged. And elsewhere in the UK, similar situations have been resolved. Toll crossings have been reduced, capped or removed, and South East Cornwall now has a clear opportunity to act, firmly aligned with national interests for growth across the UK. The Tamar crossings are critical to our local economy and to our national defence. HM Naval-based Devonport and supporting sites rely on a large mobile workforce and complex supply chains crossing the Tamar daily. Long-term Ministry of Defence investment depends on reliable connectivity between Cornwall, Plymouth and the wider region. And Cornwall has deep ties to these armed forces. South East Cornwall has a high number of veterans and serving personnel, with almost 14% of the residents of Tor Point having served. Communities that contribute so directly to our national defence should not face barriers to their daily life. So local residents and businesses effectively support significant infrastructure, and Cornish waters are used for Navy testing and training. 23% of Babcock's Devonport workforce live in South East Cornwall. As we look to the future, this connectivity must also be considered.
On that point, would you give way?
I will.
Thomas.
I thank the honourable member for giving way and for making such an important point about the fact that regional connectivity, including with tolled crossings, and especially between South East Cornwall, where she represents, and between Plymouth, where I represent, are integral to our nation's defence and our ability to carry out its taskings. So does she agree with me that this type of regional connectivity needs to be looked at cross-department by government, very much including by the Ministry of Defence?
Gelder.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree with his sentiment. This interaction between defence, regional connectivity, transport and what we're looking to achieve down in the southwest really needs that cross-governmental consideration. And this goes beyond defence, with Cornwall reviving its mining heritage through the development of critical minerals, recognised through Labour's Kernow Industrial Growth Fund, supporting cleaner energy supplies, economic independence and backing British business. Cornwall also has a major international cultural and tourism value, from our historic landscape and mythical legends to world-leading attractions like the Eden Project. Our food culture, from cream teas to Cornish pasties, has global appeal, something I've seen firsthand. And I will give way.
That's my register of interest, and thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point about Cornwall's economic potential, and particularly the role of critical minerals. But does she agree with me that in an ideal but not unimaginable world that we would have electric ferries, ideally powered by Cornish lithium batteries, which would reduce the operating costs of those ferries and therefore the subsidy effectively paid by Tamar Bridge users to that service?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, which really goes to the heart of this question. How do we move communities like ours into the future, taking advantage of cleaner, greener, cheaper sources of energy and bringing down costs for local residents? The Plymouth Defence deal presents a real opportunity. These toll crossings are enabling infrastructure and backing resilience. Addressing them alongside defence investments aligns local fairness with our national priorities. And the strengths deserve an infrastructure that enable growth rather than holding it back. So Cornwall is modernising, our economy is evolving, and our ambitions are forward-looking. And that brings me to the first of my 3 points, focused on improving fairness and future-proofing the Tamar crossings. Firstly, devolution of the necessary powers. Current legislation limits the ability of local authorities to reform tolling structures in line with modern use. So devolving powers would enable local decisions aligned with our national objectives. And secondly, grant funding to support long-term reform. Removing or reducing tolls without replacement revenue risks shifting burden onto local authorities and council taxpayers. So grant funding would recognise national benefit and avoid unintended consequences. And third, debt relief linked to historic financing. Existing debt structure drive continued reliance on toll income, and it restricts future options. So addressing this legacy debt would allow the crossings to come into the 21st century. And so on to the wider picture of unlocking our potential. My 4th point is on safety and resilience to the A38. This is the main road through South East Cornwall. With continued action and investment following recent safety upgrades, we must continue to make sure that they are further resilient. And 5th, we must strengthen rail resilience and access through Dawlish. Cornwall's rail connectivity depends on that single climate-vulnerable line. And to ensure regional growth, we need a strategic rail plan and a Phase 6 of the Dawlish Resilience Programme. And finally, improving digital connectivity across South East Cornwall. Reliable, high-quality broadband and mobile coverage are needed throughout the area. Together, this provides a credible route towards resolving a long-standing issue. And I urge the Minister to engage with myself and with neighbouring colleagues, many of whom are here today, to recognise the role that these Tamar crossings play in regional connectivity in terms of national defence, food production, regional economic growth, and work with local partners to deliver fair and modern reform. With those powers held locally, fair funding and long-term vision, we can move at pace to fulfil the potential that we see, and through this infrastructure, who we rely on day by day across both sides of the Tamar.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I've taken up your kind invitation to make a short speech. And I thank the Honourable Member for South East Cornwall for making an excellent speech and for raising this really important issue in the House today. I just wanted to make a few brief points, if I may, and particularly while we have the Roads Minister here today, which is that the focus nationally in recent times has obviously been on train connectivity in the north. So I'm really pleased to see Cornwall and Devon and the wider South West getting a proper share of the debate this evening. One point I really wanted to make while the Minister is here is that National Highways don't currently contribute any maintenance monies to the Tamar Bridge, despite the fact that the Tamar Bridge is a very critical part of their roads network. And I understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, that recently it cost as much as £6 million to resurface the Tamar Bridge because it's a very complex method that needs to be used. But not a penny of that was spent by National Highways. It was used from the tolls which are generated.
Will the Honourable Member give
I will give way.
The Honourable Member is making a very important point about the lack of National Highways funding for the bridge, but does he share my delight at the £220 million investment coming into Cornwall's roads from national government? I think it's a record-breaking investment that we're seeing in our roads besides that, but that's not to detract from the point he's making about the lack of that for the Tamar Bridge.
Ben Maguire.
I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention, and hopefully some of that money will go to the Tamar Bridge, and hopefully him and I can make that argument to the Minister who sat here today and her colleagues. Certainly there are other road projects across Cornwall. The Honourable Member for South East Cornwall passionately made the point about the A38, which is something my constituents frequently raise with me. So hopefully that's another project that can be funded from this large amount of money we're hearing is coming to Cornwall's road network. We also have safety upgrades which are much needed at Plusher in my constituency. We also have, as I know the Minister's already aware because I've met her on numerous occasions, about upgrades to the Camelford Relief Road, which has been promised over many years. And as I mentioned before, I really hope that a devolution deal now is forthcoming, where we see the equivalent to the Cornish proportion of the strategic road network, which would be around £96 million a year. This evening we're talking about making the Tamar tolls crossing cheaper for local residents, or potentially removing the toll altogether, which would be a cost of around £15 million a year. So that £96 million, as our Celtic cousins enjoy as part of their devolution deal, they get, Madam Deputy Speaker, an equivalent budget to the amount of road network they have in their nations. That would leave plenty of money left over for the A30 upgrades that the Honourable Members mentioned. It would leave plenty of money for lots of upgrades across Cornwall. So I will give way.
The Honourable Member for making that point. I think it's really important to recognise that as we go forward into the future of Cornwall, the costs involved in these projects involve maintenance, electrification, lots of other elements to that, the figures that he's talking there. So together we must work within concrete resources to make sure that cheaper tolls for local people are delivered.
Go on.
Absolutely, and I agree with the Honourable Member on that point. The last point I'd just like to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that my Launceston constituents in my North Cornwall constituency frequently use the Tamar Bridge crossing, and they actually rely for their healthcare on Derriford Hospital in Plymouth, so they actually have to make that journey. It's not a shopping trip or a leisure trip, they really need to make that journey. It takes around 2 hours by public transport to get to that hospital, and it takes almost 1 hour to get to that hospital by car, which is still quite staggering. And on top of the fuel costs, on top of the car costs to run their car, they have to pay this £3 charge. and that's before we get to the extortionate costs of the hospital car park once they arrive. So I really would urge the Minister to factor this in to the department's thinking, because this isn't just leisure trips we're talking about. This is really important, vital healthcare routes. Thank you.
Perrin Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to make a few short points, and I thank my honourable friend from South East Cornwall for this really important debate today. Just to expand on a couple of things that have already been mentioned. As I say to several members, particularly from this part of the world, as we sit here today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are closer to Middlesbrough than my constituency in Camborne. Indeed, when we think about the southwest, or at least the country thinks about the southwest, they think of Bristol as being part of the southwest. Bristol is closer to Manchester than it is my constituency in Camborne. Just to give you an idea of the scale of where we are. And when it comes to this really important question of regional connectivity, I would gently say to the Minister, the government over the course of the last 18 months has invested over £100 million in Cornish metals, in Cornish lithium, and, as we've already heard, in the Kernow Industrial Growth Fund, in order to maximise the potential of that investment. It's absolutely essential that we have the transport infrastructure to support it, and that includes the Tamar crossing.
Will my honourable friend give way on that?
I will give way on that.
I thank him for giving way, and I wanted to briefly ask if indeed we're taking this kind of growth, local growth approach, which I know is so important to our government, that then surely a deal for the Tamar must be a crucial part of any devolution arrangement.
Perrin Moon.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. I think he's absolutely right. This should form, the Tamar Bridge should form part of a package of transport support that we need, that will include the mainline rail, upgrades to the A30, as we've already heard, and importantly, a complete review of the funding model for our one regional airport at Newquay, which needs to be considered in the round. But I'd also like to make the point about, as my honourable friend from South East Cornwall has already made, in relation to car ownership in Cornwall. And this is one of the quite gross distortions of Westminster funding modelling, that we look at car ownership as an indicator of affluence. It's quite the opposite. Because in Cornwall our public transport systems are so poor, we have one of the highest car ownerships in the country per capita. And the reason for this is that for many people, particularly for young people who need to get to colleges or develop the skills that they need to work in some of those organisations that I've just mentioned, if you don't own a car in Cornwall, in large swathes of Cornwall, you are completely housebound. You're completely isolated. This is a real problem, as my honourable friend mentioned as well, in relation to loneliness and the lack of access to kind of social groups, which is really important in terms of people's mental health. So there are wide-ranging issues with the lack of connectivity across Cornwall, which is why it is so important, as the honourable member for North Cornwall mentioned, that part of our devolution arrangement needs to consider the implications of our remote coastal geography in relation to both business development, our youth and young people and the skills that they need, but also importantly for the social aspect, as our population ages, and sadly we see more and more young people leaving Cornwall because they cannot get the work that they need, particularly driven by our acute housing crisis. We really do need to look at a holistic strategy to cover the whole of Cornwall, a very important part of which is the Tamar crossing.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to begin by congratulating my honourable friend on securing this debate and for speaking so enthusiastically and eloquently about regional transport connectivity, about the challenges around inequality and the costs of toll journeys such as those on the Tamar Bridge and Torpoint ferry tolls in her South East Cornwall constituency. She's indeed a powerful advocate for those she represents. I recognise the importance of high-quality transport links and infrastructure and the challenges people are facing with the cost of travel, especially those living in coastal and rural areas like South East Cornwall. I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to discuss these key topics with members of the House today, including many from the southwest, and I'm noting the far southwest, including honourable members for North Cornwall, for Plymouth Moorview, St Austell and Newquay, and of course Camborne and Redruth. And it's good to have the opportunity to explain the government's position and ongoing approach. Improving transport connectivity is a top priority for this government. For too long, people living in rural areas like Cornwall have felt isolated and cut off from essential services and facilities, and we're determined to take steps to change that. Now, I'm sorry to disappoint the honourable member for North Cornwall, but I'm afraid I am no longer the Roads Minister. But I certainly agree that roads matter, and I'm delighted that in the spending review, we provided £24 billion of capital funding between 2026-27 and 2029-30 to maintain and improve roads across England.
On that point, will the Minister give way?
I will give way.
Can I thank the Minister very much for giving way and also congratulate my honourable friend, the member for South East Cornwall, for her great speech and for securing this debate. Just on the matter of the government's spend on transport infrastructure, those present and the Minister may know that I remain a very strong supporter of the Lower Thames Crossing project, which will, when built, hugely reduce congestion at the Dartford crossing and make the quality of life and the air quality for my constituents in Dartford massively better. And I'd like to thank the Minister and her team for the progress that's been made on that project, and we expect spades to be in the ground in 2026 this year, which is wonderful. Would the Minister agree with me, though, that when the Lower Thames Crossing is built, and you have the Dartford crossing and the Lower Thames crossing as crossings over the Thames east of London, that it's particularly important that the tolls for both crossings are equalised, so there's no financial incentive to use one rather than the other, and traffic can flow freely through both across the Thames?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I'll make a diversion down to the southeast of England to say the government is committed to delivering the Lower Thames Crossing, which is the most significant road building scheme in a generation. It will be providing more than 400,000 jobs within an hour's commute of local communities. And of course, it will ease congestion at the Dartford crossing. Now, whilst the charging regime for the Lower Thames crossing has not been set, it will, like other crossings in England, such as the Dartford crossing, have a charge applied in order to cover the cost of providing that infrastructure. And the DCO made clear that it's our intention that both the tolls will be equal when the Lower Thames crossing opens. Now, turning back to the south west, and there was a question raised about National Highways' role, because I know, of course, that the A38 on either side of the Tamar Bridge is the responsibility of National Highways as being part of the strategic road network, but not the bridge itself. However, whilst the Tamar crossings themselves are not the responsibility of National Highways, it does make, of course, an operational contribution each year towards the Saltash Tunnel tidal flow system, which is monitored by the board that manages the bridge and the ferry. Now, we saw the completion of the essential major road network scheme in Cornwall linking St Austell to the A30 last July, and look forward to progression of the Manadon interchange scheme in Plymouth, which will benefit so many people using the road network. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government is committed to supporting local authorities in maintaining and renewing the local highway network, which is why by 2029-30 we will commit over £2 billion annually for local authorities to repair and renew their roads and fix potholes. That's doubling the funding since we came into office. Cornwall, I will indeed.
The Minister for giving way, and I'd humbly ask perhaps she may be able to write to the Cornish MPs to see what proportion of that £2 billion, I think she said by 2030, might come to our region, and perhaps then we can see how this might contribute to reducing or maybe even removing the tolls on the bridge.
Well, he'll be delighted to hear that Cornwall will benefit from up to £221 million of that £2 billion over the next 4 years, alongside over £24 million of local transport grant capital for maintenance and enhancements. Of course, we don't just need better roads. Better links through high-quality public transport are also essential. People have a right to expect cohesive, reliable bus networks, enabling them to travel easily and comfortably to get to work, to school, to social clubs, to shops, and to see friends and family, and of course to visit hospitals and other health facilities, as a number of colleagues have mentioned. As my honourable friend said, under the previous government, many thousands of bus services were lost, leaving communities cut off and reducing people's opportunities for travel and all that that means. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, despite the challenging financial position this government inherited, we are investing over £3 billion for the rest of the spending review period to support local leaders and bus operators across the country to improve bus services for millions of passengers, including those living in rural areas. This is additional funding to the more than £1 billion we are already providing this financial year. We're also giving the certainty that local authorities and bus operators need to build their networks longer term through multi-year allocations under the Local Authority Bus Grant, totalling nearly £700 million per year. This puts an end to the previous short-term approach to bus funding, enabling councils to plan their spending more strategically, ensuring outcomes for passengers are always the top priority. Cornwall Council will receive over £30 million of this funding from 2026-27 to 2028-29, in addition to the £10.6 million they're receiving this financial year. And on top of that, we continue to see the benefits yielded by our decision to extend the £3 national bus fare cap until March 2027, making bus journeys consistently more affordable for passengers. As my honourable friend has said, in many of these areas people have low incomes, and that's why it is so important that we're cutting the cost of bus travel. Additionally, we're funding bus franchising pilots to test the viability of different franchising models so that we can understand how these can deliver better bus services, including in rural locations. And this includes a pilot in Cornwall, and I await the results with interest. Now, active travel infrastructure to improve walking, wheeling and cycling routes remains essential. Following on from almost £300 million that the government provided for active travel schemes up to 2026, we announced an additional £626 million for such infrastructure in a 4-year settlement to help local authorities further improve active travel facilities and support network planning. Cornwall Council will benefit from over £4.5 million of this funding. Now, connectivity through reliable rail services is equally important, and I acknowledge honourable members' concerns about resilience on the rail line in Cornwall and Devon, particularly given the recent adverse weather. Network Rail are responsible for maintaining the rail network and have established processes in place for ensuring that it's safe to use when incidents happen. They continue to work closely with rail operators to help affected passengers and to restore services as quickly as possible. We announced in the November budget that for regulated fares, rail passengers will not be faced with the increased cost in rail journeys that they have become accustomed to year on year. We are freezing regulated rail fares until March 2027 for the first time in 30 years. Meanwhile, 26 Class 175 trains are being introduced onto Great Western Railway routes in Devon and Cornwall during this year. They will replace older diesel units, improve capacity and reliability, and free up rolling stock for wider use across the South West, providing resilience across the network. The introduction of these trains on the new Key Branch line is part of Mid-Cornwall Metro, doubling the frequency of trains on this branch and connecting rural communities to employment and education in Truro and Falmouth. And as part of our commitment to improving digital technology for passengers, we secured funding to fit all mainline trains with low Earth orbit satellite technology to upgrade on train Wi-Fi. Now, the Honourable Member quite rightly brought to my attention in recent correspondence road safety issues, in particular the need to reduce speeding in rural areas. The Government recently released the first road safety strategy in more than a decade, setting out our vision for a safer future on our roads for all. This strategy sets an ambitious target to reduce the number of people killed or seriously injured on British roads by 65% by 2035, with measures to protect vulnerable road users, updated vehicle safety technologies and a review of motoring offences. And I know these are particular concerns in rural areas, which are disproportionately places where fatal collisions occur. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in overarching support for delivering everything I've mentioned today and to gain and maintain momentum in driving forward better transport for everyone, our forthcoming integrated national transport strategy has been informed by extensive engagement with the public and our stakeholders. It will set out this government's vision of putting people at the heart of everything we do, better connecting places and working in partnership with local leaders and experts to deliver. It will help drive improvements in the experience for all users of the transport system and empower local leaders to deliver good transport that's right for their communities. Place is at the heart of our strategies. Now, I'd like to turn now to tolls, and in particular the Tamar Bridge and Torpoint Ferry, which I'll refer to as the Tamar Crossings, as these are tied together under the Tamar Bridge Act 1957. Now, I thank my honourable friend for continuing to support local people who have understandably expressed concerns about increasing toll charges and network congestion, as many of them pay these charges, as we've heard, to access essential services, and this can be a financial burden. And so I recognise the Tamar Crossing as a very important issue for her and her constituents and those, of course, other honourable friends here this evening. Now, as we've already heard, the Tamar Crossings are jointly owned and operated by Cornwall Council and Plymouth City Council, and between them they carry 16 million vehicles on the bridge and 2 million on the ferries each year. The crossings are operated together as a joint service and are funded by users through toll income. No funding is received from the owners of the crossings, and there's no specific central government funding stream for the upkeep of toll crossings like Tamar. In fact, over 20 road and ferry crossings in England have tolls or charges, and it remains government policy that river and estuarial crossings will normally be funded by tolls, recognising the extra cost of their construction and maintenance, and also the benefits for users in connecting places that would otherwise require lengthy journeys. Whilst increases in toll charges are understandably disappointing for the public, they do remain essential to ensure the long-term sustainability of the crossings operation, which itself is essential to secure strong regional connectivity. And the Tamar crossings are not alone in this. Tolls and charges have increased or been introduced in many places over the last 12 months, including across the Humber, Mersey, Thames and Tyne. Raising tolls is not done lightly. Rigorous processes are in place for assessing proposed toll increases. Applications can be made by asset owners to the Secretary of State not less than 12 months from the date of the previous increase or a refusal to approve an increase, and the proposed change must be advertised in the local media before public consultation. Where objections are received and not resolved, a public inquiry is arranged, after which the inspector in attendance submits their recommendation to the DfT for a decision. Issues relating to the crossings, including the tolls, are determined locally by the Tamar Bridge and Torpoint Ferry Joint Committee, established under the 1957 Act. The Joint Committee's view is that owing to inflation and other issues, there is a need for additional income via the toll. Given the cost of living pressures for so many people, I recognise that this is challenging, but it is vital to the future of the crossings. My fellow ministers and I welcome any suggestions from the Joint Committee for improving operations of the bridge and ferry services. And I commend their ongoing work in developing and delivering the Tamar 2050 plan, which aims to provide users of the crossings with a more stable and certain future. And I know that the Tamar crossings will become even more essential following the announcement last September that Plymouth had been named as one of 5 key national defence growth areas in the UK Defence Industrial Strategy. I hope that she and my honourable friend for Plymouth Moorview in particular welcome that DfT officials are working collaboratively with Plymouth, with Devon County and Cornwall County Councils, alongside National Highways, Network Rail, Peninsular Transport, Subnational Transport Body and many others, to ensure that transport challenges in the South West, including those concerning the Tamar crossings, are identified and addressed over the coming years through a joined-up approach which I support and welcome enormously. And I'm sure that my honourable colleagues will have heard the call for more cross-government working in relation to these issues, which I hope my remarks today will assure her are happening. I'll close, Madam Deputy Speaker, by sincerely thanking my honourable friend for securing this debate and allowing me to address the House about such important issues for South East Cornwall communities and indeed more widely across the country. I wish to reassure the House that this government is providing record levels of investment to roads, rail, buses and active travel projects across the country to connect people to jobs, education and opportunities. We will continue to drive forward improvements in transport, demonstrated by our multi-year investment to help support economic growth and our wider plan for change. And I look forward to working closely with my honourable friends in delivering our integrated national transport strategy and continuing to make transport provision better for everyone right across the country.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.